can't customize Twitch Prime notifications.
Water_Colts wants to know how many hay bales does your maid go through in a week?
Water cults. How many hay bales does your maid go through in a week? Actually, one a month.
I don't know what we're really doing here. Can I move the camera slightly down? I could. It seems like no matter where I put it, it's gonna block stuff. I'll put it slightly down.
No, quit moving it. I walked right into that, huh?
Yes.
Time? Pronounce
Did you say
time?
someone disconnected? It did, right? Someone just.
Did you kill him?
No, I don't know.
I don't know how much time is left. This is still a premiere.
moving.
I don't know how much time they have cooking.
What's gonna happen now?
It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. We have each other. Okay?
A month in. Yeah. Yeah, the
go hide.
unknown.
I'll take care of it.
Who made this?
Father,
Don't
what are you
worry,
doing
I'll,
here?
Your dad
I'll
wanted to
link
come by
you
and
the
bless this
channel
place.
so
Where
that
is
way
it?
you can see all the
I hear turkeys. Oh, there's a turkey. Oh, it's good. Oh, that was a lot of feathers.
She replied with a kissing face emoji and a kiss emoji. What the hell is she doing? Okay, guys, I gotta figure out what's going on. What is she doing? Oh, good night. Thank you, guys.
And he's definitely fought in Vietnam. Like any sound that sounds like a gunshot will set him off. And I've definitely seen an episode before. Damn. I don't really feel like starting another run.
Cheese that I just added in. Oh, my hand. Motherfucker. Woo. Right, taste.
Yo, Age of Empires? Let's fucking go. What are those? Oh god, I'm about to have an aneurysm. I nearly had an aneurysm at that one. What are those?
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party! We're ready! I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared! Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing! Fiesta! Romancing! Siesta! Samba! La Bamba! Ay caramba! Disguises! Surprises! And pies of all sizes! Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Thank you to Citadel for the behind-the-scenes follow the other day. Much appreciated. Before we get into the monkey business, we got some unfinished business, but a bit of housekeeping, as they say. Let's go ahead and see the results for the thing over the weekend. Big ups to all the dingas, dongas, and swollen __ ones who are here, and the dingas, dongas, and swollen __ ones who will be existing here in the immediate and far-flung future, such as C-Snow, who was the first person here. So big ups. Mr. Pun, Minion. We got Seal, big ups Seal, D-Scythe, Easy Money, thanks for streaming. Last stream of the week before you leave for trial, that's true. Easy Money is a lawyer-style person, except he actually goes to court, unlike Nick Rekieta. So he has a court case coming up. He won't be in the streams for a minute. Let's get some prayer hands, some T's, and W's. But mostly prayer hands for Easy Money, because they will not be here. We can only hope, you know, if they're the prosecutor, that they get that bitch arrested, or if they're the defendant, that they hopefully get their homeboy a light sentence. I'm not gonna goad him into sharing the details of the case because he's actually a good lawyer and understands the sanctity of the court that must be respected, so I will not trick him into sharing details about the case until the court case is actually over. Big ups Coggers, red check. Oh no, S-Man is done for. Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. I'm kind of late to the party, but I feel like I have to watch it no matter what. So like, there's no way I was gonna be able to dodge it. My only cope was that this Splatfest was distracting me. Thank you, chat. Look forward to crushing some nuts. Well, whether you want to share the deets with us or not after the case is over, you're absolutely welcome to. I shared the deets of my case when I went to jury duty a couple years back. You know, with the grandma who had her head hammered in. We'll watch you on a true crime documentary via Redeem in the future. JK, big ups these money. At least he won't be the culprit, right? Alright, which is the most important to you? Past, present, or future? I've spent 2 streams on this. I did a little bit of off-stream Splatoon 2. So I know what the results are. You guys probably don't. Let's pretend like we all don't know, so we can all fake the surprise. Oh, big ups, you will tell us what's going on? Alright, hopefully it's a fun case, and not one that's depressing. Okay, so Conch Shells, of course, Team Present won that. Now, this one surprised me the most, the votes. I thought this would not be as lopsided as it was. We got 57% of all players who participated chose fucking Team Present. Living in the present is the most important thing to the peeps of today. Though if you ask me, I think it's just that they voted for Pearl and Marina because, like, Twitter people ship them as lesbians. But this is just my theory. It's a game theory. My team passed, was 2nd place. I got some points for that. And then Team Future, no points for them. They were in 3rd place. Only 17% of people actually give a fuck about the future. Well, I can kind of justify it, right? Don't all people always say, you know, you can't live in the past, and who cares about the future? You gotta live in the now. Alright, so here's where we come out on top. Check it out! We're 1st place in every single category. Present took place in 2nd place in every category, and then Future fucking took the L in every category. So if we add all this together, right? So they get a head start. We felt them. We felt them even more. And then we take it home. 500 points!
Hey, Carl.
Hey, Carl.
I love you too.
Big ups, Carl. We're gonna expose Synthetic Man today. I'm gonna be the most felted. I've been carrying water for that dickwad ever since he started his channel. Oh boy, I can't wait to take an L tonight. Yeah, this is the last Splatfest of all time. Now, they said, Carl, they're gonna rerun events, but, you know, they're gonna be reruns, so it's not gonna be, you know, it's not gonna be brand new, you guys. It's gonna be for people who missed out on them. Just the same as how they previously said they're gonna rerun seasons. A semi-new announcement there. I wish they had animated these Skype conversations they're having. Or, well, people don't use Skype. Zoom. I'll read these later. I'm sure it's a positive characterization. From what I read on the discussion, it seems like they're going to do more collabs of the century later. post Splatfest letdown. I haven't felt this feeling before. Maybe Big Man was right when he said the Splatlands and Inkopolis should get along. It's just, you know, seeing how the Splatfest went, I finally get it. You called it. Right, you're kind of scaring me. No, she's right. When I saw all those happy faces, I dreamed of what could be. Shiver, you too? Aw, look at you, you big softy, getting all teary-eyed, you guys. Let it out, big man. Crying releases endorphins, you know, more like, endolphins. Yeah, free to dolphin. Oh, yeah, this fucking took my pun away from me. Hey, Joe Blah. Yeah, 0 points, I think. Of the people who were splatfesting in the sector, I think only Past the Remote chose Team Future. He should have chose Team Pass. He should have passed the remote instead of pass. Right, no more collabs. Even if we're friendly, I want to make deep cut music. Oh, look how fired up he is now. You're the best songwriter, big man. That's why we want to keep you for ourselves. We're better together because the three of us are the best. The brightest. And bandmates forever, you guys. As long as the three of us stick together, anything is possible. To the future. And that's all for now, folks. Ah, that was a nice little sentimental segment there. Alright, I'll just check the shops and then we'll switch to Monkey Ball. I just wanted to have the results captured live on a stream. Thank you, O. Big up, so. Yeah, I loved what they did. The Coachella burning squid situation, that was a complete shock for me. Oh, look at them. Everyone's crying. The content's over. Alright, let's check out the shops. And thank you for the Pepsi. I'm drinking it right now. I have to buy Monkey Ball. The gameplay looks fun as fuck. Just don't be a completionist. But do be a UNFW1 with the 10-bit cheer giant emo and the Twitch 2-bit cheer bonus bits. Bonus bits, you guys. Now, guys, did you know bonus bits are continuing until September 17th at midnight Dave's time? Wow. Your bit cheers worth more for just a couple of hours. Now, hint, hint, hint. I'm outright telling you. Oh, I don't have this yet. Okay, and last thing would be the gacha. Speaking of Pepsi, Dingus, have you heard Wings' father died last week? I did not hear that. I know Wings has had a couple of mistakes and slip-ups in his past, but from what I understand, his father did nothing wrong. I mean, it was the grandma that called the dog the N-word, right? So that wasn't Wings' dad, so, you know, press F. I didn't know anything about him. I don't celebrate death, you guys. It's sad to hear. Hopefully he was a nice dude and not an asshole. Okay, that's it for Splatoon. I told you I was just going to check out the Splatfest results. Let's go ahead and switch to Monkey Ball, and then I'll get into what's going on with Synthetic Man. So, over the weekend, a 2-hour documentary on the artificial individual known as Synthetic Man dropped. It exposed him, aired out his dirty laundry, it went into all of his dirty shit. I don't actually know what it talked about. I'm just gonna assume it blew him the fuck out because the comments on his latest video are all filled with like Reddit liberal left-leaning bots. And I even, like, I spent a bit of the afternoon kind of, like, comparing, contrasting the comments for his most recent Warhammer video with comments on, like, a Star Wars Outlaw video, just to see if this is, like, an uptick, if this was, like, a pattern, because, you know, I don't check the comments on his videos off, even though I do watch them on stream, I'm not checking the comments, right? So I just wanted to be fair, I just wanted to make sure, you know, my allegation of botting, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't pulling shit out of my ass. Big ups to Knock, Egg Gang, and Pancake Mix. Monkey Ball looks fun until you play it. You have to learn the Jake mechanics. Yeah. And to say nothing of the fact that the mechanics in this game are nothing like the mechanics of the original games. Video 7 played earlier of the Sasquatch film. Have you been dying laughing at work? I don't think I saw that. But yeah, I made sure to check the comments. So the comments for the Star Wars Outlaw video, the one where it was just, we watched it last week where it was just clips from his stream of him playing the game and not really liking it but having fun with it. So the comments for that video are all normal. They're all, you know, calling it Ubisoft. They're just calling it out for being woke or calling out the female protagonist or whatever. You know, I think the game is just generic, mediocre, mid Ubisoft. It's definitely not the wokest thing in the world. But the comments were normal, right? They were consistent for what you would expect for a Synthetic Man video. And then I checked out the comments on his Warhammer video, and it was all the same kind of talking points, all delivered by accounts that are very recently created. All accounts made in 2024. No videos, no playlists, no prior comments. Made, no subscribers, and again, all made very recently. Very few negative comments made by individual, genuine style accounts. You know, just compare it to Dave, right? Everyone says, oh, it's a LARPer, it's a sock account, it's a sock account. Well, apply that to Synthetic Man, except they're all accounts calling him racist. Whatever you want to think about him is whatever you want to think about it. I'm just saying the accounts were obviously fake sock accounts and botted comments. It took me a good, like, because I went looking too. I was looking through new comments. I decided, because all the top comments were all that shit, right? So I sorted it to new comments, and I wanted to be fair. I didn't want to say anything without doing the additional level of research. So I sorted it to new comments, and I tried to look for one that appeared legitimate. And I finally found one after about 5-10 minutes of looking. It was like a Sonic account, and he had 5,000 subs, and he had a critique that was unique, that wasn't just a parroted talking point rehashed from all the other comments. Ready? Basically called Synthetic Man gay because because seeing black men, what was the critique? The critique was Synthetic Man has to be gay because he gets scared at the mere sight of a black man. I thought that was very funny. It was also a very unique quote-unquote critique. I thought it was pretty funny. But the other botted critiques were all like, oh, just say you're racist, bro. I swear to God, I saw just say you're racist about 10 times. Just say you're racist, bro, brother. It just seemed very ingenuine and inorganic to me. Now, look, you can be a real style person. I'm not saying if you dislike him, you're obviously a bot. I know that. I have evidence of that firsthand because all of you guys don't like him, clearly. You don't have to be a bot to dislike him. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's quite curious. Right after this documentary on him comes out, the first video he puts out has all of these negative comments, a lot of which framed... the framing of a lot of the comments suggests they didn't watch the video either. Or they're just parroting what other people in the comments are saying. So I watched it. Yeah, I watched it off stream, so we're gonna watch the review first, and then the documentary. And really, his section on the DEI, which is what all the comments are allegedly ostensibly complaining about, it's really not that bad compared to his other DEI segments. I think the stupidest one he ever did. See, look, I am able to critique him. Genuinely, I'm able to critique my mans. I think his worst one had to be on the Zelda video, Tears of the Kingdom, where he said, he actually said this. He said the Hylians are black now because Sonya from that game had like a darker skin tone than Zelda herself. Like she just had a tanner skin tone, and because of this, he said all Hylians were retroactively retconned to be black the whole time. But I think he admitted later on that he only said that to... Because he couldn't think of anything else to critique about the game from the DEI anti-woke perspective. Which just makes me think, well, why do you have to force that in the video then, right? But you know what it is. It's all outrage bait. It's all just getting the clicks. What's unfortunate about him is because I've been following him since he started. He started shilling his videos on V.
Bonds are eternal.
Since he started getting 14 God, I can't even talk. A 24-month, 2-year sub from EggGang1738 for 14 months at tier 1. And he says, 2 years at Dingus, Almighty Spit. I agree. Big ups.
Thank you everyone for that.
Thank you for existing for 2 years at EggGang1738.
Final stage. Ready?
That was easy. I'm doing time attacks first, and then we'll do the mission levels. I lost my train of thought. No, wait, no, yeah. Been following him since he started the channel, little itty-bitty, small-sized channel, chilling himself on V, trying to get people to watch his videos. What I think is most unfortunate is that people think he doesn't like games, like he's just a forever mad, forever malding, seething, coping hater. That's not true. He does enjoy games, and there are positive videos he puts out about games that he does enjoy, like Spyro and Ratchet & Clank. Darksiders 2 was a very recent one he did. Even the Warhammer review we're about to watch, he said it was a good game. He also recently enjoyed Astrobot as well, and it's not that he's a hater and just like hates every game that comes out. It's more so that when you for the type of demographic he's shooting for, the sector of YouTube that he is within, like, you know how it is. I don't have to spell it out for you. Outrage bait gets you more clicks than you just genuinely talking about a game that you enjoy. Big ups to Sosuke, Papuku, and Babini. We're about to watch the exposing of Synthetic Man. Because I have to, or else I'm a sweeper for him. I'm sweeping it up, pretending it doesn't exist.
Ready?
But that's why he always does the outrage bait videos and buying like DEI games and crying about wokeness. It's because those are the videos that get clicks. You could easily spin that and say, well, why are you buying those games? You're funding them and you're giving them money and all that. Well, wouldn't it be even worse if he just complained about the games without having even played them yet? It's like DSV always says, it's a lose-lose situation. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you want me to go with the devil that I know or the devil that I don't know?
Ready?
First KC, now Synthetic Ham. Dingus is more felted than Velcro. I know, right? Wait, what the fuck? Where's the goal? Oh. Now, the problem is, Seal, is that... So, I linked the documentary, Seal. I linked it around because, you know, people here don't like him. So I figured, okay... even the people here that don't like the woke stuff still don't like, because they think that he goes over the line with it, overboard. And I agree with that to an extent. I do think sometimes he hams it up, and he says as much that he hams it up for views and shit. So you could say that's inauthentic of him. But I figured, okay, people don't really know this guy's story. I haven't seen a documentary yet, but as soon as it came out, I linked it just to see, you know, what the reactions would be. I linked it, and people didn't really like it. From what I saw of the reactions from people that I linked it to, they were like, well, this person seems very biased themselves. They seem to be like a far left-leaning leftist ideologue. They're calling him a Nazi incel. So they're one of those people like everything to the right of Stalin is a Nazi. And I thought that was curious. But it's not mutually exclusive, right? You can hate like far-right schizoids and far-left schizoids too. It's not mutually exclusive. You're allowed to hate both. So I'm curious as to what this tanky is gonna say, and how they can... It's like taking an L from the jaws of a W, right? Like, a lot of people don't like this guy, because he goes overboard with the anti-woke shit. It's very cartoonish. I was talking with Podert about it. Podert was like, well, he goes so far with the anti-woke stuff that it gives the woke people... It validates the woke people who say that anti-woke people are insane, because they can just point to people like Synthetic Man. It's like, oh, you guys are all like Synthetic Man, when it's not the case. Now, I argued that that really doesn't matter, because they're all just gonna say we're insane no matter what. But it was an interesting conversation. It would be better if he ignored him, let soulless games fade away. I'll say this about him: he had a good response. What was Synthetic Man's response to the documentary? He didn't respond to it. He just ignored it, which is probably for the best, given how he usually responds to critique on his videos. When he did his God of War Ragnarok review, Reddit got really incensed about it, and they were crying about his review for weeks. I didn't think it was too bad. I mean, obviously, he wasn't gonna like the game. It's woke shit. Right? You guys don't like God of War Ragnarok, right? Like, you're not gonna carry water for that game. But his response back then was to seethe about it. It's like, no, fuck Reddit. Reddit is full of a bunch of soy boys. So he's kind of evolved when it comes to taking critique. Correct. He knows it's a waste of time to address it, so he's just not gonna address it. Probably the best approach you can take, if the alternative is you're gonna seethe about it. There's not really much you can do to debunk it, right? To debunk it, remember the DSP debunk stream? It just would be a waste of time. It would give his haters even more, would give them even more credence, because by responding to it, you're giving it that validation. Like, you're giving it power. Their words hold weight when you give it validation by acknowledging it. So for someone like him who usually spurgs out when like Redditors and soy boys call him a Nazi, it's probably for the best that he doesn't give it any airtime. Big ups 1337 elves. And Ann Lee elves. We have Ann Lee Fallouts. People are quick to call those that they don't agree with Nazis. That too. It's not worth to approach it, because he can go in and say, oh, I'm not a Nazi because I actually think this and that and this and that. It's just a waste of breath. Like, they're not gonna accept whatever he tells them. Sometimes agree with Synthetic Man, and no, I don't care to watch him often, but a whole documentary is a little much. It's 2 hours on like a guy who does video game reviews, and he's obviously far right leaning and doesn't like the woke shit. To me, it's a bit much, but maybe this guy has a smoking gun and I'm gonna have to eat my L, eat my words, eat my hat, and eat my crow. If this video legit has some smoke to it, if it's got fire to it, if it's got the dirt, you know, I'll humbly eat my humble pie. I'll be modest. I won't cry about it, and I'll never watch him again. More of a lefty than a righty. The only time I bring up Nazis is when folk legit get anti-Semitic. Like, there is like anti-Semites right out there, right? But we go back to it, right? When you call everything a Nazi, then nothing is, and then it weakens the power of the insult. Obviously, just call anyone that upsets you a Nazi and/or PDF and call it a day, because that's what it really comes down to. If you're left-leaning, just call them a Nazi. If you're right-leaning, just call them a soy boy, Redditor, liberal, PDF cuck, and whatnot. Also, purple hair, unless you're... Oh, of course, how could I forget? Purple hair, blue hair, rainbow hair, they, them, zim, zams, or whatever. It's done on both sides, man. It's not a black and white issue. Correct. It's a gray area. Dingus get a new thing when payday arrives. Unless you're a hot chick or don't wear colorful hair dye, I'm okay. Even then screams daddy issues. Hey, Cypher. How you doing, dude? We're about to expose Synthetic Man live. In fact, let's go ahead and do it right now. So we're gonna start with this Warhammer review. Now, again, I brought up the Warhammer review, 1, because it's new, it just came out, and 2, the comment section is botted to fuck with people calling him racist, a Nazi incel soy boy hater. They say he's balding, he's lonely, he's a virgin. And I think this is all a direct result of it being the first video to come out since the documentary. Now, I'll again preface and say he actually liked the game. He didn't dislike it. He thought it was a great game. He also reviews Astrobot in it, and he says he liked the game as well. So these are good reviews. These are positive reviews from Synthetic Man. Now we're going to see what could have possibly drew all the negative comments. Big ups, Pam Pam. So this is Space Marine 2 is peak masculinity. Again, he liked the game. It's about a half hour. See what he had to say.
Only true ground you will find down there will be each other.
Yeah, have faith in your brothers. Yeah. Everyone except him. I sense heresy from this one. He's corrupted.
P6, really?
You can see it on his skin. I honestly can't believe it.
He liked the game made by Russians.
Came out back to back in the last few weeks. First Black Myth Wukong, then Astrobot, now this. Maybe the video game industry is finally starting to turn around. So
see, he liked it. He liked Wukong. He likes this game. He likes Astrobot. He's not a hater, you guys.
I should probably just get out of the way first that I'm not the biggest fan of Warhammer 40k. I like the aesthetics. I like the...
Now, there were some legit critiques. I'm trying not to pause a lot. There were some legit people in the comments calling him out because he doesn't know Warhammer lore. Now, I'm not gonna gatekeep and say you're not allowed to play the game unless you know all the fucking Warhammer lore. I certainly don't know all the Warhammer lore. I'm not gonna touch the game, but that shouldn't keep you from playing and enjoying the game, right? So he does make some... mistakes with the lore when it comes to the DEI segment that apparently some people were very quick to call him out on. Those comments I accept as not botted. Like, I could tell the non-botted comments from the botted comments. So if you're upset about what he's gonna say from that point of view, that's legit. You know, I won't say that's botted or anything. But they were drowned out by the botted critiques that, again, they They read as though they hadn't read the video. They hadn't seen the video.
Themes. You guys already know I like any edgy, dark stuff.
Hey,
And all
dude.
the gore and senseless violence definitely appeals to my inner 12-year-old. That said, I am nowhere near an expert on the lore. Not
Think of
that it
Uber
really
Jill.
matters for this game, because there's really not that much story. But I
Yeah,
just
we're
thought you should
exposing
know that
Synthetic
going
Man tonight.
in. I'm mostly just going to analyze this as
This
a
better
video
expose
game
him. What
first
the
and
hell? This better not be a
foremost.
nothing
And I think
burger.
this game does a pretty good job at achieving the niche it's trying to fill. Mainly as a sequel to the first game, which was a cult classic from the PS3 360 era, and also just in general as a horde shooter hack and slash hybrid game. I think it nails both of those aspects fairly well. Certainly not a flawless game. It definitely has a lot of the same flaws that other games in this genre do, but I think if you can manage to convince two of your buddies to play this with you, you can have a damn good time. Now, another thing I want to make clear is that I really don't have a hell of a lot of things to say about this game. I think what you see is what you get, and the actual gameplay loop is pretty simplistic. So this is actually a review of two games. If you'd like to hear my thoughts on Astrobot, feel free to use the chapter feature to skip to that section of the video.
Yeah,
But the
we'll
short
watch the whole
version
thing.
is, if you like 3D platformers, and I love them, I grew up with them, so I really have a soft spot for the genre, this is a surprisingly good one, probably because it was made by Sony's only Japanese studio left. It feels like both a love letter to PlayStation and to Mario, strangely enough, and I actually really enjoyed my time with that game
The
as
first Sony exclusive people actually like is basically just a Nintendo game. Big ups. I brought it up last week, but I liked seeing tweets from people that are all like game journals and industry folks that are like, wow, we could learn a lot from Astrobot. Well, Astrobot can teach us a lot about how fun it is to just make a game, and it's just pure fun, right? Like, what happened to games that are just pure fun? I don't know. Dust off your Switch, I guess?
well. And also one last thing, since this is a positive game review, that means not as much my usual audience is going to click on this video, let's be honest. So
Oh, yeah,
I would
for sure.
appreciate
Only
if
the
you did
documentary
all of
person's
the
audience
generic
clicked
YouTube
on it.
engagement crap, aka liking, commenting.
It just makes it all the more comical that he actually puts out a positive review, and that's the one that gets, like, negative comment bombed.
Subscribe if you haven't, and hit the notification bell. Not that YouTube is going to notify you of my videos or streams anyway, but I'm sure every bit helps. So without further ado, here is Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. So if you've already played the first game, I honestly don't have to elaborate too much on the basic gameplay loop. I heavily procrastinated playing the first, but thankfully I did pretend to be a professional for once and took the time to play the first one, and they are very similar. So
See, I
can
didn't
say
even
with confidence
when
that-
I first watched this, I didn't even expect him to have gone that far and like just play the first one, but he actually did. Big ups, props. Old Synthetic would not have done that, I don't think.
If you like the first game, you're probably going to like the second, though I bet you've already played the game by the time you see this video. Okay, as for everyone else, I might as well break down the basic gameplay. Now, it's kind of hard to describe this game. I'm just going to settle on saying it's a hybrid between Gears of War and Dynasty Warriors. You fight hordes.
Hey, I called it Gears of War last week, and someone in the chat said I was fucking wrong. Oh no, it's not really Gears of War, it's this and that and
of weaker enemies that you can easily carve to
Synthetic
pieces
Man is
with
just
your
wrong,
chain
just like me.
sword.
Like
and
he-
you can
like he
switch
always
to
is.
third-person shooting at basically any time. Unlike Gears of War, there's very little cover-based shooting in this game, which is definitely a good thing. I hate cover-based shooting, and the melee combat might be even more simplistic
But DSP
than
loves it. He
Dynasty
says
Warriors,
he's
which
like,
is really
oh
saying
man, it's been
something.
ages since I
guess
last
we'll
played a
start with the
cover-based
melee
shooter.
combat first. You've got light attacks. You can hold down the button to do a heavy attack, and that's pretty much the entire extent of
I
your
was right.
combos. You also have a dodge roll, which is kind of comical to see this huge
Dodge roll? What is this,
BPS
Smash
Space
Brothers?
Marine do a Dark Souls dodge roll, which of course has
fucking
invincibility
Kirby in the
frames.
Forgotten
And
Land with a
perhaps
dodge
even
roll?
More importantly, you have a parry which can deflect most attacks except for ones that are flashing red. And specifically, enemy attacks that flash blue when you parry them allow you to get a counterattack in with your pistol. The melee combat, although pretty simplistic, is also highly satisfying since you can kill most of the basic enemies in one hit. And specifically your stomp move on the chain sword is incredibly satisfying and is almost identical to the
stomping on
first
alien
games.
skulls?
Now to
This
avoid
game
being
does sound like
extremely
fun.
repetitive, there are 4 different types of melee weapons. I barely use the combat knife, so I can't really comment on it, but I will say the power sword and the hammer feel incredibly satisfying to use, and the power sword felt just a little bit overtuned, especially considering it doesn't even have heavy attack combos. It switches between 2 different attack stances, but it does so much stagger damage while also swinging quickly that the special units often didn't even have a chance to attack me, so I could just spam the R1 button until I could execute them. And speaking of executions, much like the classic God of War games, there are cool, gory executions that you can perform on a bunch of different enemies. Now, the main difference between the first game and the second is that in the first Space Marine, performing an execution restored about half of your health, whereas your armor functioned more like Halo's shielding, where after a few seconds of not getting hit, it would regenerate back. This helped the first game maintain a relatively fast pace because rarely were you required to take cover. All you had to do is hit a basic orc enemy type with a strong attack and it opened them up for execution.
See, I was again, not to call Potter out, but I was talking with Potter, and I don't know how many reviews he's seen, but I'm just gonna I'm referring to the conversation we had because it was recent, and I think he's like a general good fellow, kind of representative of the normie person who hasn't seen every Synthetic Man video, and also probably representative of you guys who likely don't watch Synthetic Man unless, like, I gotta be honest, unless I'm watching them. Outside of a few people like GPM. I know GPM watches Synthetic Man on his own time. But a lot of people like to say he only complains about the DEI, he only complains about the woke shit, his reviews do not actually talk about the gameplay. We have a whole segment on gameplay right here. He does, in fact, play the game and then talk about the mechanics and shit. But that was just one of the things, because again, I was talking with Potter, and he had made the observation that from the videos that he had seen, it seemed to him like Synthetic only ever talked about like the woke shit. It's kind of a generalization. I think it's a little unfair. He's obviously talking about the gameplay here, you guys. Again, not to call Potter out. We love that guy.
Now in the sequel, the health system is completely changed.
And not just talking about the gameplay, but comparing it to other games that he's played. So like using his experience, you guys, like a gamer. Comparing it to the previous game in the series, which is, you know, also, you know, he could have just played it without playing the prequel, but he did.
Performing executions now
part of
gives
my
you armor
sweeping here.
back instead of health, and so now your main way of maintaining health is through the new Bloodborne-style rally system, where you can hit enemies to regain recently lost health. The only way to get your maximum health back is either by using a healing item that you find out in the field, or by using Titus's special combat ability where he goes...
Would he have the gameplay segment? That's a good question. You know what? I like that question. What was it? Uberjoe. I like that question. Would he still have the gameplay segment if the game was super woke? Yes. His Spider-Man 2 segment went all into the gameplay. Before he even touched anything on the wokeness of it, he did in fact go into all aspects of the gameplay. He talked about playing as Miles, talked about playing as Peter, talked about playing as the deaf girl, and all the different styles and how it compared to the first game. Even if the game is super woke, he will talk about the gameplay mechanics. I do see him talk about the woke shit a lot, but I only see it under a magnifying glass, basically. I think that's the issue, is that because they get that bad first impression, they just assume he's only ever talked about the woke shit, and then of course that turns them off, so they're obviously not going to go seek out the videos on their own time to see if that's really the case or not. They kind of just take that first impression and then just assume that he's like that all the time. And it's probably not at all abided by stuff like that documentary. Again, making guesstimations about what's in the documentary without having seen it. But obviously stuff like that coming out is not going to help people's perception of it. From what you've shown me on this guy from your streams, he did show games he likes and dislikes. If I recall, you showed us a video about him talking about indie 3D platformers. Yeah, that was his top games of 2023, which honestly, yeah, it was just all a bunch of indie games. That's cool. Like, again, an assumption you would make about him, right? Right, correct. An assumption you would make about him is that he only talks about AAA woke shit, correct? But then you have a whole video about him talking about indie 3D platformers that he actually likes. That's cool. And shame that video probably didn't get a lot of views compared to him crying about woke shit. But the fact that he still goes to the effort of making those videos, despite knowing that they don't get as much of attention, I do think that deserves a bit of credit.
Into a rage mode and hits enemies.
Oh yeah, his Flintlock video, we saw that one. That one did have gameplay comparisons to FromSoft games.
Get health back. Now, because this is a 3-player co-op game, it's actually balanced around this mechanic, so you're not really going to miss the old style of getting all your health back. This game would be a complete breeze if you could. And I honestly think it's a really good change just because it makes you actually fear the special units. A strong Tyrannid can tear you to shreds if you don't time those parries and
Oh no!
Button mash.
Oh yeah,
especially
just a
if
minor
you're
buffer.
up against two of them at the same time. Now, as for the shooting, I have a bit less to say on this. It really just feels like, again, a PS3 era third-person shooter. You guys have probably played a shit ton of these if you're watching me. So if you miss that era of gaming, you'll probably be just fine with this. I do want to note here that I played this game on Veteran, which honestly wasn't that difficult, at least when I played it with two other
Veteran,
real people.
is that the hard
bots in this game
difficulty?
are ass, so I won't be surprised.
I saw people in the comments commenting that he played on normal difficulty, so I don't know if is Veteran supposed to be the hard mode? It sounds like it's the hard mode, but I need clarification on that, because I saw specific comments saying that he was playing on normal, trying to make fun of him. Again, this is me sweeping for him, but I need clarification on this because I need to know if those comments were like bullshitting or not. No. Okay, got it. Oh yeah, it's on hard mode. Okay, I thought so. Veteran, that kind of comes with that connotation to me.
As the people playing this by themselves on hard will probably struggle. I think the game might be just a little bit too easy on Veteran, and we'll get into why, because it's directly related to the shooting. So because Space Marines are absolute units, as you would
playing
expect,
on normal
their
looks easier
guns
than
are
Gears
just
on
as
normal.
massive. But for some reason, pretty much every variant
Just a consequence of the
a
times, I
bolter in
suppose, if
this
you're comparing it
game
to 360
just
Gears of War.
doesn't do the damage it should. In the first game, I think I did just
sweeping
about
hard,
as much
Carl.
shooting as melee combat, whereas in the sequel, I felt like
I gotta put a good defense out for him, because you guys aren't.
more incentivized to do melee, partially because of how the
It's like those kind of stupid ass mock debates you would have in high school.
health system works, but also because shooting just wasn't that strong for roughly the first half of the game. But of course, as they drip feed more and more new weapon types, you slowly start to realize what the good guns are, and then it almost becomes the opposite, where guns are actually too powerful. I'd say the Meltas, which are basically shotguns, and 2 or 3 of the snipers are definitely too strong. Now, this isn't so much an issue for the Meltas because
Devil's
this is meant to
Advocate.
be
No,
a
Dingus Advocate.
close-range combat game. It perfectly fits Warhammer to shotgun blast a dude, carve him up with your power sword, and then execute him, right? That definitely feels like the intended gameplay loop. What doesn't is sitting back 100 yards and just sniping everybody from behind cover. There's no cover mechanic in this game, so the game really isn't designed around you just standing behind a pillar and headshotting everyone. That's what I ended up doing for the last quarter of the game, and it was incredibly effective, comically so. And maybe more important than it being overpowered is that it's really just not that engaging. You would think that the snipers and shotguns would have some kind of special ammo that you can't refill, but no, you can refill them just like any other bolter. The only limitation on ammo is for the heavy weapons, which take both of your hands to hold. You can't refill those, and you lose access to your melee weapon, instead replacing it with a gun bash that is way weaker. And I really don't think the heavy bolter is strong enough to justify losing access to one of your most powerful tools. Especially if you get swarmed, then you have no effective way of getting your health back. And I think this is too much of a nitpick to really be worth complaining about, but I think the plasma pistol is just objectively the best handgun. It's charge shot, although it consumes a shit ton
just like
of
when you're
ammo,
playing Halo
just
on
does
hero
way more
mode.
damage than the other options. So while I wouldn't say the shooting feels bad by any stretch, I think the guns that are good feel good. It's just some of them need to be buffed, namely the bolters. And I think the snipers need to be adjusted somehow. I generally don't approve of nerfing guns in PvE games, but maybe they should at least nerf how the ammo works and make them a special weapon type that you can't refill at any box. Because it really was boring using just the las sniper and the plasma pistol for like the last 2 hours of the game because there really weren't any better options. Now, to get to another thing I really liked about the gameplay, there's a couple levels in this game where you get access to a jetpack, much like the first game, and the jetpack just feels really good to use because for most of the game you're stuck to the ground. There's no jump button, and it's a personal pet peeve of mine when a game doesn't let you jump, so when you finally get the jetpack and you get some real player freedom, it feels amazing.
This guy would hate Captain Toad then.
Shoot and air dash and do a super strong charge melee attack into a group of enemies. All of that feels awesome. The only trade-off it has is locking away your character's special ability, which does hurt a little bit since Titus's ability is so strong, but it's a good trade-off for sure. Now on to the enemy variety. I'd say they did just fine here. It's not amazing, but it's just good enough, especially given that the campaign is only like 7 to 8 hours long.
Oh, that's pretty short. Dude, DSP will be done with this game next week.
Main enemy type of these games. I definitely prefer the orcs conceptually and aesthetically. I like that they're based off of football hooligans, basically a bunch of violent idiots who just want to fight. And the fact that all their machines are basically just cobbled together scrap metal that shouldn't work, but just does, is a really good concept. Whereas Tyranids are just the same alien bug species that wants to devour everything.
I should not be having trouble
that I'm
with this
sure you've
stage.
seen in a bunch of other sci-fi media by now. But if we're talking
You would love
about
the monkey ball
gameplay,
games that let you
the
jump.
Tyranids are more fun to actually shoot at and fight. The problem with the orcs in Space Marine 1 is that the game was way too afraid to show
he's at
you
the
new
end already?
enemy types quickly.
Big ups, because I'm wondering, because people have been talking about it, if he's going to skip the Zelda game or not, and that's already sneaking up on us. That is next Thursday. For some reason, Nintendo was releasing their games on Thursday now. It was usually either Tuesdays or Fridays. I guess they're changing it up. Games releasing on a Thursday just doesn't make sense to me. But whatever. It's coming out next Thursday, so people are saying, oh, is he going to play it or not? If he plays it, he's probably going to drop it. Be pretty funny to see him play it and get lost and then drop it, because DSP said after playing Tears of the Kingdom that he wants a brand new 2D top-down Zelda to come out that's not a remake, and then watch him get exactly that and then drop it like 2 streams in. I'm waiting for it. I'm so ready to be hyped, fake hyped, and then disappointed when he finally plays a Nintendo game that isn't like old Nintendo games, because he did play the championship thing, and then he didn't even do all the missions in that game. He just stopped playing it. It's not even like I can't even call that one really a rage or board quit. He just stopped playing it after the last time he played it, and then really hasn't brought it up since then. That's like a new kind of quit. That's like a forget quit. But yeah, I'm overjoyed. I'm like waiting here. I'm quaking in my boots. I'm on the edge of my seat. Can't wait for him to play that and then drop it. So obviously, I can then play it and then complete it and then do like a good idea, bad idea, this is how you don't play, in which we compare the playthroughs and we see how much more better than I am at the game than he is. Ah yes, so I can fillet myself, obviously. He's gonna play it, don't think he'll drop it. Thursday is normally when JP games come out. Okay, but like Thursday Thursday internationally, like that's a new thing. Beforehand it was Fridays. They come out Thursday in Japan, so they come out Friday in the States and everywhere else. Meaning if they come out Thursday in the States now, that means it comes out Wednesday in Japan. Big ups, Coggers. Upset that Zelda is near the Dead Rising remake though, but he just said, someone said last week he wasn't playing that now, so irrelevant. He said he played so much Dead Rising. Now, I didn't hear this myself. Someone said, I was informed that he said he doesn't want to play it because he has played so much of Dead Rising that he doesn't want to play it. I don't know what that means. I played way too much Dead Rising, guys. Last time I played Dead Rising was like years ago. It's whatever, it's Captain Cope. Maybe Jirish will discuss his feltoning on Maddie. Maybe. What's going up, Nintendo shit always comes out on a Tuesday. He knows this is popular, this is how I don't play. It's on his list from yesterday. Just because it's on his list doesn't mean he'll play it. You should know that. You should know that more than anyone. Dead Rising Overload, he played all 4. I am aware he played all of them. All the DLC for 1 and 2, but not the DLC for 3 and 4. By the time 3 came out, that was around the time he stopped playing DLC as like an obligation. Because he used to just play the DLC for most of the games that he was playing, just like all the time. Again, like as an obligation, as a gameplay streamer. But now he doesn't do it at all. But back then, it started becoming like with Dead Rising 3, it was like he would only play it if it was a game he enjoyed. Is it 3 or 4 that shit the bed where they got rid of the psychos? I remember people not liking 3 because it was an Xbox One exclusive at first. I don't even know if they have since released that one on PlayStation. But people didn't like that, so Dead Rising 4 then became multi-platform again.
Given that you're fighting for about 95% of that game, you're going to end up fighting the same 5 orc enemy types over and over and over again. I pretty much got tired of fighting them about 2 hours in.
We'll see how his release schedule pans out. The thing is, with how it is now, it's kind of just like, with how prone he is to dropping shit, and the shit he does play, it's just like there's no emotional investment into it whatsoever. It's like the extremist mega evolved time warden, progress warden. It's to a point where you can't even care about it too much, because even when he plays the game, it's like, who fucking cares? He's just gonna drop it. He's not having fun with it. He's just gonna drop it and not beat it. And that's my thing too. It's like my monkey paw thing. I told him back in January that he should be playing, he should be dropping more games and should not feel obligated to beat them. But my caveat was that I thought he would only play games that he would enjoy, obviously. But for some reason, we're playing games that we know we're not going to enjoy, and then we just end up dropping them. And my suggestion was to not drop them out of frustration, but more so from the avenue that, well, you feel like you got everything you could out of the game, so it's okay to drop it. You don't have to force yourself to finish it if you don't want to finish it. Most streamers don't. That's the reality. Again, most streamers don't finish every game that they play. And it is a point of hypocrisy too, because he does go after those people. He calls them like shills. Oh, you just play it for like one session and then you don't play it again. Oh, you're just hype beasting the game. You just care about it to get views and whatnot, this and that, da 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 da. You don't see the game through. You don't commit to it. You don't beat it. So you're just a fake fan. And he's basically become that, but again, like the Mega Evolved version, the Dynamaxed version, the Terrestrialized version of that. He's the end game extremist of that, or we're just buying and dropping everything now. When my humble suggestion was that play games you want to play, correct? Like, don't play something you're obviously not going to be into. Don't force yourself to play every game. But also don't force yourself to complete every game. If you feel as though you've gotten enough out of a game that you're playing, it's okay to drop it. And if people make fun of you for it, well, Phil, they're gonna make fun of you just for existing because you're DSP. So, I don't know, take the L on it. And that's all I suggested. And that was far back as January. Now, I'm not saying, not tooting my horn here. I'm saying, oh, he's doing this now because of Expand On. That's not what I'm suggesting. But it's hard for me not to feel a little monkey's paw about it. Oh, that was easy. DSP back to dropping games that make no money. DSP gets shit for that only because of hypocrisy. Yep. If he hadn't had made fun of his peers like that, he would not have gotten shit for it. But now he's basically turned into, again, the extremely negative, extremist version of all of his peers. He became them, but worse. So of course people are going to go after him for it. If he didn't leave if he had left those streamers alone, there'd be no reason for people to call hypocrisy on it.
Whereas I didn't start to feel repetition fighting this.
No, Phil should be like me and force myself to, like, he should force himself to 100% every game he plays. We get like 4 fucking months of Monkey Ball. 4 months of Monkey Ball, and the streams are all 8 hours long, and we just slowly inch ourselves over to 100% completion rate.
Game's enemy types until the operations mode. I won't break down every enemy type, but to get into the specials, I think the standard warrior units felt just deadly enough that if you weren't paying attention, you could easily lose half or more of your health, which was a really smart decision for the first major enemy type of the game, because it teaches you early on when the big boys show up, you can't just mash melee and hope for the best.
Why am I not playing Warhammer 2? Because I like Gears of War. I've actually not touched Gears of War. Shock of shocks! I've not touched a cover shooter from the 360 era. I'm not gonna knock on it, man. If you like it, you like it. But I haven't played any games in the series. No matchmaking in the campaign, and that's stupid as hell. Yes, very shocking. I skipped PS3 and 360. We were fucking, I was broke as a joke. Ack. I was still playing the PS2, bros. Leave me alone. Did you know they made PS2 games all the way up to like 2014? So I was covered. I was covered for a good amount of that generation. Nah, but it was like playing PS2, the same as games that that I've owned for years. And handheld gaming, yeah. They was playing PSP and DS and 3DS. That's kind of like my era right there. I did not touch the PS3 or 360. I didn't even have cousins that had those consoles. Well, except for one. One had a 360, but I never went to his house that often around that age. But when I talk about Billy Dingus Hood, I'd always talk about how like, oh, you have the cousin or the neighbor that has the consoles that you don't own, so you always have someone's house to go to play that console. It wasn't like that, you know, in that generation. PS3, no one had the fucking PS3. Like, we're all fucking broke-ass Hispanics. Ain't no one got $600 to buy a PS3. You know what I'm saying? And you want to consider inflation? Biden inflation? I think it's $7.79 with Biden inflation? Hell no, we don't have that money, you guys. Time to download some PS3 ROMs and play them on stream. I have heard PS3 emulation is steadily improving. I think the first game they tried to emulate on that shit was Persona 5. PS3 was nice since they didn't charge for online play. Now they do. That was such a... I do recall YouTube comments and Flame Wars over 360 versus PS3. That was always something they would bring up about the PS3, how you didn't have to pay for online. And I do got some history with that, because I did have the PSP. I did do online matchmaking in Ratchet & Clank Size Matters. That was free. I did Mod Nation Racers online. Remember that game? It was Little Big Planet, but it was racing. PS3 was very expensive, but you could get the one version that was backwards compatible with PS1 and PS2. They discontinued that one quick. I think like the model afterward could only do PS1, and then they eventually put out models that could do neither.
I think the burrowing snake enemy type was definitely the most annoying, as they could just pop out of the ground, grab your character, and then you lose over half your health in a matter of seconds. But it did encourage teamwork, because your buddies could knock them off of you with enough damage.
And
or
Nintendo
stagger.
Online used to be
The
free as well.
were also a fairly annoying enemy type, these floating head dudes that shoot psychic blasts at you from afar. Though once you knew to focus them down early, they weren't too much of a problem. But just like the...
I do remember seeing pictures of that Boomerang controller from E3. Around the time that the PS3 was coming out, I couldn't imagine holding one of those. I didn't know what the fuck Sony was thinking. Ah yes, back in the day, you didn't have to pay for PS Network features, but Xbox Live you did. Guess which console had the better online features?
Warrior enemy types, they're powerful enough to immediately demand
PS3.
your attention and focus them down, once again promoting teamwork. My least favorite enemy
360
type
online that was better?
easily the little fungal spores that explode. These things on Veteran do way too much fucking damage. I can't imagine how annoying they are on the hardest difficulty. If you let them get close to you, there's a good chance you're just fucking dead. There's also a couple boss enemy types, a stalker, and just a huge hulking tank of a beast. And those were both decent fights as well, though they are recycled later in the game. Now, if for some reason you're concerned about spoilers, I'll spoil the other enemy faction.
Big up Solaris.
It's Chaos. You gotta fight Chaos Marines.
You'll get
and
them eventually,
some
Seal.
Tzeentch demons. And some Chaos Corrupted Guardsmen, though they're hardly enemy types.
Xbox had games with gold. They had games with gold. And don't tell me, don't bring up Game Pass. Oh, they replaced it with Game Pass for years. They had games with gold running simultaneously with Game Pass. And now all of a sudden we only have Game Pass. Yeah. Meanwhile, people want to say PS Plus is cheeks, but they still give you monthly games on PS Plus in addition to their game catalog service. Yeah. Thank you, Xbox.
You can literally sprint into them and splatter them into blood mist. That looked like you just walked into him. And it's when you fight Chaos that the game turns into more of a typical third-person shooter. Melee becomes incredibly risky because the Chaos Marines can do a crazy amount of damage in a short amount of time.
I heard they removed games with gold.
Their Chaos bullets that they fire, they're like homing rounds, can easily...
Oh yeah, I did get the email, DD Duke, that they raised prices for PS Plus. That's why I canceled my year subscription. I used to have the year premium. For as awful as that sounded, for as often as I played my PS5, which is to say I barely ever did, but I did it for the classic catalog. Because I liked playing the PS1 and PS2 games they had on there. And eventually I was thinking about trying the PS3 stuff, though, as you guys said earlier, like I hate that it's like not emulated PS3, but rather streaming PS3. I think for the price I pay, I should be able to play and download the PS3 games rather than being forced to stream them. But I know that, the PS3, the cell architecture is so hard to emulate, guys. Whereas fans can do that very easily and emulate like Persona 5 and all these other PS3 games. So, but Sony can't do it though. It's all the cell architecture that they created, they can't emulate. Okay, Sony.
Kill you in a matter of seconds, and so that's when the
Cancel
gameplay
everything I don't
started
use.
becoming more
My wife is
boring.
mad that we don't
The
always
true
have
threats are
every
a couple
streaming
of the
service.
late
What the
game
hell?
Chaos Marine
What a
types.
gold
There's
digger.
one with a flamethrower that can do a crap ton of burst damage, and even worse are the Terminator armor ones, which can absorb an insane amount of punishment and shoot a bunch of homing missiles over and over and over again.
You gotta
I
penny pinch like
absolutely despise
DSP.
that enemy type. There's one point in the game.
Alright, I'm done watching The Boys. Time to unsubscribe from Amazon... What the fuck is it called? Video? Prime Video? Amazon Prime Video. I'm done watching that show. Alright, guys, I'm done watching... Star Wars Acolyte. Time to unsubscribe from Disney Plus. Rather than the Chad. The Chad who makes like 7 figures a year. The Chad who can sub to every subscription service ever. From like Disney Plus to Hulu to Amazon Prime Video to HBO Max and Showtime Plus and Tubi. I don't wait. You don't have to pay for Tubi. You get my point.
When they send like 3 of them at the same time, and that was just annoying as hell. As for the boss unit, they have Chaos Corrupted Dreadnoughts, which look really cool, and that was a fun fight. So I'd say the enemy variety was solid, at least for the campaign experience. Now it's time to talk about the level design, albeit briefly, because there's really not much to say. This is a dressed-up piss filter corridor third-person shooter from the 360 era, 1-to-1. Thankfully, without the piss filter, actually the colors in this game are fairly vibrant at times. The aesthetic is just really great for Warhammer 40k, and it seems pretty faithfully recreated here, though, like I said, I'm not really a super fan. Maybe the nerds could point out how some shit breaks the lore or whatever, but the game is pretty to
The
look
burner
at,
emails for the free
sure.
trials.
But the level design is just
people used to do that
incredibly
for,
bland. It's just
360,
all
right?
hallways with an excessive amount of
They used to let you get
invisible
away with that.
walls, and since there's no way to jump, that really limits your movement options. Where most of the variety in gameplay comes from are defending objectives or a certain gimmick for that section of the level, whether it be the jetpack or it be a swarm of rats you need to keep back with a flamethrower, things like that. The objective
Don't tell
missions
boss,
are
man.
kind of interesting because this game uses the same engine as World War Z. If you played that game, the main
wow, I didn't know that.
appeal was
Is it the
it
same
could have
dev?
hundreds of zombies on screen climbing into piles, and you would have to defend an area and blow up the piles of zombies.
I didn't
with
play World
grenades
War
and-
Z, but I had heard it was like some multiplayer situation. You got a sequel too.
And Space Marine 2 has those sections pretty much 1-to-1. The Tyranids will stack on each other just like the fast zombies. And I think seeing hundreds of enemies on screen
I've
is still
seen
fairly
World War Z, the
impressive, even
movie.
if we've seen it a few times by now.
Was okay.
But yeah, I think that more or less covers
Before
it.
I
would have
stopped
liked
watching
some
movies
kind
entirely.
of gameplay freedom, even if it was just more branching paths, or maybe you could do certain objectives out of order. Any kind of freedom that wasn't walking in a straight line would have been nice. but given that this game is designed around having a 3-player co-op campaign, maybe it's for the best that you can only go one direction. Now, normally there would be a story section here, but I don't really have much to say about the story. The story reminds me a lot of the Halo games, or pretty much any like 80s.
Well, check that out. He talked more about the gameplay than the story. It's usually the other way around, and then he like complains about the story and calls it woke and shit.
Sci-fi action movie, and maybe that'll disappoint some people if you're into the more deep Warhammer lore, or
yes,
you
the
like
Warhammer
the books or
lore.
something. But for me, I was completely fine with essentially what felt like a Halo game story, but with a lot more grimdark and very little humor. I think the appeal of Warhammer 40k is pretty obvious. It's almost satire level ultra masculinity. It's all about a never-ending war in a dystopian far future where you and your uber-mentioned bros team up to wipe out the endless demonic and alien hordes. And it's just a fun time. It doesn't really have to be that complex. The only part of the story
Don't
I
worry,
really
DDD,
didn't
he'll
like
get to the
is
woke
that
stuff.
There's a lot of interpersonal drama between
We'll get to the
you and your
controversial,
two
woke
squad mates.
segment.
And it really just comes down to Titus not trusting his teammates, which obviously causes conflict. And that's really annoying to see on screen when you know exactly where it's going, it plays out exactly how you think, and it's not really done particularly well either. And I also think thematically the story would have been a lot more interesting if they had leaned harder into the Imperium's fascistic / theocratic devotion to the Emperor. At least story-wise, there's a lot of background dialogue that shows that off, but I don't know, I'm so used to the Flash Gets cartoons where the characters seem so over the top that this felt a lot more subdued in comparison. There's also quite a few twists in the story, some of which good, some of which
I remember seeing
I
that
didn't
Flash
really care
animation
about
he put up
personally.
with the
But I
furries.
really think it serves its purpose as a video game story
shoot.
to be just enough motivation to keep playing. I'm the type of guy who barely needs a story to justify playing through a game. I think as long as your character has a very basic motivation, even if it's as simple as save the princess from the dragon, that works for me. And this game's story isn't too many levels above that. And one more thing I gotta briefly mention is the small amount of wokeness in the game.
Okay, this is the segment that caused all the bots to go after him. This segment was allegedly so bad that it caused like 1,000 comments on his video, all made by suspicious accounts that all end in 4 numbers that were all created within this year with no videos or playlists or past comments previously made or subscribers. It caused all these comments to come in and just call him a racist. Just say you're a racist incel, bro. Just say you hate black people, brother. Let's see what was so bad about this segment that it had to, like, it ruins the whole video. And the video was entirely positive up until this point. He's really not said anything negative about the game. Let's see what he had to say. This segment, look at how you can see like how long the segments are. The chapters, this segment is like nothing. Not even like 3 minutes of the video. That's 30 minutes long. It is 1/10 of the review. Let's see if it justifies the comment section.
Depending on your definition. Basically, the only left-wing propaganda I noticed while playing this game is the comical amount of diversity. The most offensive being the major of the Cadian guardsmen, who is an Indian woman, an ugly one at that.
She does look pretty ugly. She's not a looker.
Testosterone converts to estrogen.
But I don't know, like, pretty women aren't supposed to be in war, correct?
Speaking of estrogen. Yeah, that's something, alright. Can we shoot her? Just stomp on her.
For the usual DEI segments, like, if you watched me watch him before, whenever he talks about woke shit, like, this hardly compares, right? Like, he's gone harder than this. He's just kind of saying, I guess it is woke depending on how you look at it, but, nah, like, I couldn't ignore it, is basically, it's his point. Like, it's not, it doesn't piss him off, but he's kind of, like, pointing it out because he has to.
On accident. If you compare her to the woman from the first game, it's like night and day. And while she really doesn't do her to the woman from the
I will say she does look better in the game on the right, the first one. But what's going on with her nose there?
First game, it's like night and day. And while she really doesn't
I don't know how
do
long
much
it's been
during the story,
since the first
other
game.
than
Maybe it's been like
yell on
a
the
time skip or
comms
something.
throughout the first half of the game, it's just incredibly annoying seeing girl boss characters in this day and age, especially in a supposed.
Now, I was talking with Potter. Potter says the character is not a girl boss. To the people who played the game, you can maybe fact check me on that. Is she actually a girl boss? I was told that she was not a girl boss. Her specifically.
Grim dark universe, and the diversity isn't just the guardsmen, it's also the space marines.
Okay,
now,
she's not.
Again, I'm not an expert on
I'll
the
take your
lore,
word.
but
I'll take your word for it.
I understand that space marines come from gene seed, which comes from their primarchs, right? Which comes from ultimately the emperor.
Okay, this part is what pissed off like the legit people that did not like the video were pissed off because of this part, the Warhammer fans. Now, he admitted at the start of the video he doesn't know the Warhammer lore. But the contention here, to sum it up, he doesn't understand why there are black space marines. Now, to the people that do know their Warhammer lore, apparently this is pretty normal, you know, because they all come from different planets. Let me rewind a little bit.
Characters in this day and age, especially in a supposedly grim dark universe. And the diversity isn't just the guardsmen, it's also the space marines. Now, again, I'm not an expert on the lore, but I understand that space marines come from gene seed, which comes from their primarchs, right? Which comes from ultimately the emperor. So why are all these ultramarines different ethnicities? Shouldn't they all be the same race as Gilliman? Again, I'm not an expert on this, but I feel like portrayals I've seen of Space Marines, they're generally all white, except for the Salamanders, who are like charcoal black or something. One of Titus's squad mates.
So one thing I noticed in the comments that was pretty common was the legit people, the non-bots, upset with this segment were saying that he would like off himself if he found out about the salamanders, but he mentions them in the video right there, so that they see up to that point and then just stopped watching, because he does mention the salamanders, so he does know about them. They're like, oh, Synthetic would cry if he had to look at the salamanders.
Is black-ish, and the other one is like a Happa or something. It's hard to tell because they all have these weird Giga Chad features. Basically, every Space Marine looks like the Chad meme, so there is one Space Marine that is just straight up undeniably African, which is bizarre. He's corrupted. You can see it on his skin.
What?
Either way,
I can rewind if you didn't hear that.
Who are like charcoal black or something. One of Titus's squad mates is black-ish, and the other one is like a Happa or something. It's
a Happa. That is it's like when you're white and Asian. I'm gonna get that wrong, but just think of it like that. You get like a white parent and an Asian parent. That is not correct, really, but just think of it like that.
Hard to tell because they all have these weird Giga Chad features.
Half Asian, half white. Okay, so I was getting it right. I remember it. I remember it because there used to be this show called One Big Happa Family. I think it was on TLC. Let's see. Happa define. Happa, a person who is partially of Asian or Pacific Islander descent. So it doesn't have to be like half white, but it typically does end up being like half white, half Asian. But partial Asian is the only requirement there, or Pacific Islander.
Basically, every Space Marine looks like the Chad meme, so there is one Space Marine
you learn something new every day, guys.
Straight up undeniably African, which is bizarre. He's corrupted. You can see it on his skin. Either way, you get the point. This has definitely got to be a retcon for diversity purposes. And yeah, I got to say, it definitely distracted me. It wasn't woke enough for me to say like, oh, this is blatant propaganda, but it's clear to see that Games Workshop is going down a slippery slope. I mean, there's a female custodes, aka...
I could see why legit fans of Warhammer would get upset with this segment. I'll be real. I'll give you this one. This one's a little dented because there's like one parentheses uno one black person, and then like a girl boss who isn't really a girl boss, and then a Happa. Oh my god, I'm going insane! Ah, minorities! Oh no!
The super Space Marines that guard
Agreed.
the Emperor.
Hanley is not
if
Asian.
they're willing to make a female super Space Marine, you better fucking believe they're gonna have a female regular Space Marine in the next couple years. So certainly something to look out for in the future. For those of you who are concerned about dropping $70 on a 7 to 8 hour campaign that you might just play
70?
once and never again, of course there are also 2 multiplayer modes. There's Operations, which is more or less exactly what you think it is. It's basically like Spec Ops. And
Okay, well, yeah, that's the end of the DEI segment. It was 3 minutes long. Now, listening to it in full, like, I can, again, understand why the legit fans would get upset about it. But honestly, like, when you put that and stack it up to his previous kind of incel rage rants, seed rants about woke stuff and DEI, like, compare it to his God of War review or Spider-Man 2 review, like, it's really not the worst DEI rant he's ever had. I think the Zelda one is his most dented DEI rant of all time. It's kind of more par for the course. I don't think it justifies all the botted comments on there. So at the end of the day, I do think the botted comments are as a result of this being the first video after that documentary, which we're about to watch. I didn't forget about it. Yeah, it's pretty tame. Tears of the Kingdom had DEI. Well, with Tears of the Kingdom, he said on one of his streams that he needed that video to have like a hook because it didn't really have one. He liked it, but didn't like it enough. He kind of had like that same point of like diminishing returns after playing Breath of the Wild. They didn't have enough new stuff in it. He wasn't really wowed by it, but he didn't really hate it. And he didn't want to just go full DSP either and just like bash Nintendo because they're Nintendo and they're lazy or whatever. So the hook for the video was that he really hammed up the idea that Nintendo is going woke because the Hylians were retroactively retconned to be black just because of Sonya, the character that was Raru's love interest. But Sonya just kind of had like tanner skin. It wasn't like, you know, she wasn't as dark as the Gerudos, who were like the blatantly, yes, dark-skinned individuals of that Zelda universe. Correct. But he tried to turn it into like, Hylians are cucked now. They were always black, and also tossed in some stuff there about furries because she ends up marrying Rauru, who is like the furry goat man. It was all forced, and then after the fact, he admitted that it was forced because he needed the video to have a hook to it to make people watch it and get mad. So he does kind of ham up stuff in his videos to his own detriment.
Call of Duty or any similar optional side campaign, with the addition of armor customization, a progression system involving both a perk tree and upgradable weapons, and of course there's a bunch of character classes you can choose from that each have a unique ability that fills a specific role on a team. I played as Vanguard, which gets a grappling hook, which plays a lot like Vanguard from Mass Effect. You use the grapple to pull yourself to enemies and then either slice the shit out of them with your chain sword or shotgun them in the face with the Melta. The main problem I see with Operations is that this is supposed to be the grindy end game, but the combat was already starting to feel a little repetitive by the end of campaign, so I can't imagine fighting the same 2 enemy factions over and over and over again to grind loot or experience points or currency or whatever is going to be fun for very long. Like I've said multiple times in this review already, if
Matchmaking's
you have 2
fucked. I didn't even know it had multiplayer. I thought it was a
campaign-focused
experience.
If you really wanted a
but I guess if Gears had multiplayer, I should have expected this one too.
Options out there. I'm not going to recommend Helldivers 2 since
competitive multiplayer. Like I knew it had like a co-op
thing. I don't intend to, but I did play Deep Rock Galactic for a while, and that game has a lot more content and a lot more randomness that keeps it feeling fresh. Playing the same level on higher difficulty settings can only change so much, and honestly, just giving enemies more health, making them do more damage, and sending more of them at you just doesn't cut it anymore. That's the bare minimum. I'm not going to say they should do procedural generation, because one of this game's strengths is that the environments are so detailed, especially the skyboxes. It actually reminds me of Vanquish, which is one of Platinum Games' best games. You should absolutely play it if you haven't. But I just can't see this game being super engaging in the long term unless they're really gonna crank up the production on the games as a service aspect and add more enemies, a new faction, more weapon types, etc., etc. And I wish I had more to say about Operations, but I honestly was getting tired of the game already, so I don't know. If you really like this game's gameplay, maybe you'll end up spending dozens of hours replaying the same missions over and over over again, but I can't see myself doing that, honestly. And of course, there's one more
Like,
mode.
honestly,
There's a
man.
PvP mode, which, sorry, I didn't even try because
No,
I honestly
he didn't even
don't
try
really care
it.
about competitive multiplayer in games. I've heard this one is quite a bit more casual than most shooters are these days, which is definitely a good thing, but honestly, I just don't really care about PvP modes unless it's a game I really like, and that hasn't come around in a long time. The last shooter that I took even slightly seriously was Rainbow Six Siege, and that was like 4 years ago now.
We
So
love
I can't really
Siege,
confirm
man.
or deny if it's any good, but it's another mode just to show you that this game does have some content for the long term if you're worried that you're spending $70 on an 8-hour campaign, right? The amount of content is not the problem with this game, it's the diversity of content. Although I said in the story
never found out where Ash
section that the
was.
enemy variety was just fine, by the time you're done with operations mode, you're going to desperately want...
I guess it's fair if he didn't find himself hooked by the multiplayer. I understand the critique too. It's like you have to. It has to be a game that you're really willing to invest time in. Like the people that play Overwatch and whatnot. It has to be a game that you really want to sink your teeth into.
Some new
Almost like the
enemy
game has to be
types.
kind of built
But
for
I'd say
multiplayer
that's
from the
really
ground
my
up.
only major problem with this game. And so, in conclusion, should you buy Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2? I would say get it on sale unless, of course, you're a super fan of Warhammer and you plan to play this with 2 friends. Then I guess you could probably justify buying this at full price. I mean, even though the campaign's only 7 to 8 hours, the operations mode will probably provide at least another 5 hours of
Operations?
entertainment, perhaps much more if you want to beat it on all of the various difficulties and grind out your character to max. And of course, there's also a PvP, which I didn't touch because I don't really care about PvP in a game like this.
DSP
I think
ain't gonna
this
play it
game is
either.
just simple fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. In some ways, it feels like a time capsule back to 12 or 13 years ago when every game was sort of like this. But the upside being that this has much better graphics than PS3
They don't really
era
make.
games.
Well, I might be
Honestly,
wong. They
if
don't
you
really
would
make
ask
cover shooters like that
teenage me what
anymore. It
games
was
would
kind of
look
like a fad as a result of Gears of War, and then you had stuff like Uncharted and whatnot. But that genre is kind of like, I don't know. I don't really see games like that coming out no more. Kind of been supplanted.
In the future, Space Marine 2 is pretty close to that. In an era where almost every AAA game is either incredibly mediocre or full of propaganda or just flat out a buggy piece of shit, at least we have a pretty good game.
Now every
right
game has
here.
to be a
So I think I
Soulsborne.
can safely recommend this game despite the small amount of wokeness with the very weird out of place diversity. Now on to the Astrobot review. Now again, just like I said in the intro, I do have quite a bit of bias towards 3D platformers.
Don't
growing up
worry,
with
so
a
do
bunch
I.
of them. Spyro, Crash 2, Jack
Ah,
and Daxter,
yes.
Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, Banjo-Kazooie, Super Mario Sunshine. These are all some of my favorite games of all time.
Now you guys know-
And so
now you guys know why I
after
love
7
them so
years
much.
of no high-budget 3D platformers, and that last one not being that good anyway, I really don't like Super Mario Odyssey for various reasons.
Oh,
that
I hate
won't
him
go
now.
into
Fuck off.
here. The last Japanese Sony studio finally has to step up and create the next great 3D platformer, and they actually succeeded. It's crazy. Now, I know the vast majority of my audience doesn't really care for this genre. Most of you are edgelords like myself. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time breaking down the gameplay, especially since this video turned out to be a little bit longer than I thought it
The gameplay breakdown is the game is fun.
would be anyway. I guess the important question is, what kind of 3D platformer is this game? Because, believe it or not, there are not all collectathons where you explore around these mini sandboxes and pick up all the shiny
DK64.
objects. No,
Banjo-Tooie.
Astrobot is a lot more similar to a Mario game, or to a lesser extent Crash Bandicoot, where you go through a series of mostly linear levels containing a bunch of mini secret areas where you can find the various lost bots, puzzle pieces, and even some...
I would liken it to. I've seen Shroom play it. I've seen DSP play a teensy little itty bitty bit of it. I've seen other gameplay clips. It reminds me of Mario Galaxy and, like you said, Crash, where the goal is to get to the end of the level and not necessarily do like a mission to unlock a star or something. That would be like more sandbox 3D platformer, the same vein as Mario 64 or Mario Sunshine or Mario Odyssey. Whereas the get to the end of the level style It's more reminiscent of Galaxy and Crash Bandicoot. And, you know, 3D Land, 3D World. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Secret levels. You could basically think of it as somewhere between Super Mario 3D World and Super Mario Galaxy. In fact, this has a lot of similarities to Galaxy. It's only missing the ability to walk around many planets. Other than that, it's incredibly similar. Astro's basic moveset is actually incredibly simple, which might be one of my few real flaws with the game, that the movement and the jumping aren't really
He's got the
that
flood
fun,
jump from
especially
Sunshine.
if you compare it to like Super Mario 64
Very
or
original,
Sunshine's
guys.
basic moveset. Astro's is very simple, and you don't unlock new abilities like Banjo-Kazooie, so the power-ups and
That's a
the
shame to
variety
hear.
of level themes is what carries this game, definitely, without a doubt. And this game has a certain je ne sais quoi, or as we would say in certain forums, it has soul. You can tell a lot of effort went
je
into
ne
the
sais
little
quoi.
details in this game. Again,
mean it's based?
like an old-style Nintendo game. This really just has a lot of charm. It's a very cute game. And of course, you can't talk about this game without talking about the numerous references to old PlayStation franchises, and a lot that aren't actually PlayStations, but were exclusives at the time, whether it be Castlevania, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil.
That's cool to see, that they went to the effort of not just restricting it to PlayStation-owned IPs, but also franchises that are significant in their relation to PlayStation, even if they weren't necessarily first party. I think the only glaring omission on that front was Final Fantasy. I mean, we couldn't get like Cloud or Titus in there. Titus, whatever the hell his name is. Blame Square. It's always Square's fault. These motherfuckers wanted you to purchase Cloud again for Smash Ultimate. Even though he was already a DLC in Smash 4, it's always fucking Square's fault. That's why they got Sephiroth and Sora in there, because they were gonna bitch otherwise, because you were allowed to get Cloud for free again for Ultimate.
Etc., etc. There's all kinds of little references to older PlayStation titles. And
Would you
while
hate the
could
game if
say the
Astrobot was black?
member berries
Astrobot is a robot, he's not even white.
are pretty shallow, and in a way they actually made me sad because they remind me how much gameplay variety PlayStation exclusives used to have and how they actually cared about
Is Astro seriously 70? I thought that shit was like 40 or... No! Ah! I'm like DSP. Oh my god, it's $70. Ah! Now guys, I have a massive game purchase coming up. I have to be able to afford Astrobot by Saturday, right? And it's like, we got like $2 in tips. Leg slap. What am I gonna do with that? Let's fill up the king's coffers, guys. Come on. Come on. Can we hit it?
gameplay instead of making these condescending movie games with such morality lessons as be better and let minorities replace you. You'll actually be blown away how
60?
many great games in all sorts of different genres used to.
Ah, man. Considering the last Astro game was free, I don't want to be a hater on it too. It's like, oh, it's not worth the price. Oh, the length is enough to justify a price like that. And for some reason, I feel like a game of that caliber should launch at like 40 or 50. But I don't want to hate too much because then I do sound like DSP, because I know DSP has made arguments like that. Oh, it should be this, it should be that, it should be $20. He says fucking Nintendo games should launch at $20, and they probably should, to be honest.
Be PlayStation exclusives, but they're not just shallow references. There's also a bonus level at the end of each world that is themed after a major PlayStation franchise like Ape Escape or God of War or Uncharted, and I really enjoyed those as well. They each have a special level gimmick that you won't see in the normal levels that is themed around the character, and I thought that was just a really good idea. Again, to not go into too much unnecessary detail, I think this game is
11
just
hours,
simple
100%.
fun. It's not
So for
super
me, like 20
challenging, but it's
hours.
not completely brain dead either. You die in one hit to basically anything, and there are some decent platforming challenges, at least more challenging than most modern Mario games get.
And
until
DSP
the
was having
end
trouble with
game,
some on
right?
Saturday night.
It's not a hard game by any stretch, but if you're not paying attention, you can easily get killed. Not that there's really any consequences for dying anyway. but it's just enough to keep you invested, and that's really what I thought throughout this game. It does a very good job of keeping player retention because of all the level variety and just adding that teensy bit of challenge so that it doesn't feel completely brain dead. And like I've said twice already, I have a heavy bias for 3D platformers, so this might unironically be my game of the year. If not this, it's the indie game.
I question if it'll win Game of the Year at like the Game Awards, but I actually think it will knock Nintendo out of Family Game of the Year, the Nintendo category. I think it's got that category locked in because I'm looking at what Nintendo's got coming out, and unless Mario and Luigi Brothership is like the GOAT of all fucking time, which it probably will be for me, I feel like Astrobot has it locked in just so they can say for once a Sony game won that category and not a Nintendo game. Like, oh yeah, Sony finally beat Nintendo in the Nintendo category. Like, just to get those headlines a chance to exist. It's not looking good, Nintendo.
Yellow Taxi Goes Room, that's also a 3D platformer, so I'm sure that will annoy some people when I get to best to worst games in 2024, but yeah, I honestly just think this is a great game. It's definitely not as good as Super Mario Galaxy, but that's also one of the greatest games ever made. But yeah, I'd say if you actually own a PS5, you should absolutely try this game.
Or wait for it to go on PC.
Exclusive, which is incredibly sad, but I truly believe it. That's about it. I'll see you next time, guys.
Okay, so that was the video. He liked both games, and the DEI segment wasn't really any worse than his usual DEI segments. He's had much worse DEI segments. And then the comments section is, it kind of is what it is, as they say. No! Wait to get it on PS5 Pro? Yeah. Alright, I'm doing good with the time attacks. I'm already halfway done with them. And we're only an hour and 30 minutes into the stream. Whoa. Let's see if I can real quickly just give you an idea of the kind of comments he was getting. And why to me it looks suspect. Go ahead and pull it up on Brave here, the Brave browser. We're gonna brave the innards of the internet. There we go. So these comments seem to be legit. All these top comments, these are believable. Just these are the legit fans who are they're upset that he doesn't know all the lore. That's fair, but I don't want to be a gatekeeper and say you're not allowed to play and enjoy the game because you didn't want to watch 10 hours of Warhammer lore. I think that's a bit much, right? It's an action-based shooter situation. The part about DEI is just him embarrassing himself because he doesn't know the lore. Chud wants to whine about DEI and will do so even when it isn't relevant. Bro, the Emperor isn't even white. Edit. Let me get something straight because a lot of people are coming in arguing over this comment. When I made the comment, it is believed that he's not white. Oh, okay, this is just Warhammer lore. Yeah, the top comments, for the most part, seem to be from legit people. We might have found one of the last remaining Neanderthals on Earth. This one is questionable. He's got, look at the avatar. He has numbers at the end of the username. Now, let's go to newest comments. It is easy money. You're not masculine enough to make this video. You get a lot of comments like this. You should stick to something and knowing nothing about 4K. Cringe tourists. This person, this is a real, oh, wait. This person's commented on my videos. Okay, I know this person's real. Cringe tourist for getting another video. This is not Reddit. Go nutty word out somewhere else. Seeing all these comments from people who know the lore, no wonder your franchise is getting destroyed by lefties. You guys are nothing but cowards. And YouTube is allowing it to happen. Imagine calling for the existence of other races other than white offensive. But that's not what he said. You look how I imagine, straight degenerate specimen. Like, okay, we're getting into fake and botted territory. 1 out of 10 rage bait is too obvious, little bro. And look, they all spam bro and brother. Is corrupted. Wait till he learns about the salamanders. He did. He like, that's what comments like this make me question whether they watched it, because he shows a picture of the salamander in the video. You still are not a brother of the Imperium, you're a heretic. Still living with your mother, mate, at your age? Single too, I bet. Thank you, Master Yoda 9454. Please never utter your opinion on Warhammer 40k again, bro. Why don't you go ahead and log off for me, pal? Of course, this was the same dude who made the NTR Zelda video. Hey, this is what I was talking about. So we're racist? Another soft snowflake triggered by black people and women. Dingus pronunciation? Yeah, my pronunciation is as good as Dave's. Heretic. Retcon for diversity, man, you're a joke. You know little to nothing about Warhammer. Where do the Warhammer lore experts come from? Common synthetic man L. Dude probably asking, why is there diversity in my local grocery store? Constantly talking about Vedas and shells and bullying people's looks while being 30 years old, living with the parents and getting no bitches and being greasy looking is hilarious. Bro, why don't you come off your alt and say that? Bro is literally just raised. Like, why? These are, oh, obviously. Come on. And look, bro thinks black people and women don't exist in Galaxy. Shake my head, just say you're racist. A lot of these are like, just say you're racist, just say you hate black people, bro. Just say you're a little bro. Me when I'm slow. Ah, yes. But you kind of get the idea. Now again, before it comes across like I'm sweeping, let's compare this to his next, most recent video, which would be the one on Star Wars Outlaws. And you tell me if the video seems botted or brigaded. Doesn't help that newer books occasionally contradict the older stuff. Alright, Star Wars Outlaws is an unmitigated disaster. But yeah, it doesn't help that new books occasionally contradict the older stuff. Yeah, like, no franchise's lore is always, like, concrete without its own issues and plot holes. Okay, here's the comments for this. Star Wars. It's all the comments agreeing with them. They all like them. They're all like, oh yeah, this fucking sucks. Disney sucks. Ubi slop. Even the comments that are like the generic avatars, even these comments are favorable to them. And this is prior to the release of the documentary we're going to watch. All these comments agree with him, and they're all top rated. Compared to this video, where all the top rated comments are all negative style. I wish I had the thing installed to see how many dislikes it has. We've got 6K versus a Star Wars video, which has 5K. So with less likes, the comments are more positive than this video, which has more likes, but the comments are all negative. And this is a bit more recent, 75K September 12th versus 102K 11 days ago. I think Synth was right about the weird ugly lady, but the diversity rant felt unneeded. It wasn't, I still don't think it was that bad than like his past videos. I think it's sweeping more than a Zamboni. Come on, you see my point, right? These comments are all positive, and like, at least ask yourself this, Seal. Were these comments on this video? Did his audience magically go away? I filtered it to new, and I saw one comment that actually, you know, was from someone that has watched him before. Why am I only getting negative comments here? Interesting. Did his audience evaporate? Is all just people calling him out? Look, there goes my pronunciation again. And I think it just has something to do with the fact that it's the first video coming out after the doc. Because he blocks people. Dingus is the same thing we get with Dave. He blocks people. Then why are all these comments making it through? I'm saying, where are his fans? Where are his positive comments? Not where are the negative comments. I don't have to ask where the negative comments are. They're all polluting the video. But where are his usual viewers at? The people who would usually comment. Give it time, they'll be poofed. The vid's been out for a couple days. It's just all the same shit. Like, bro's just racist and hates women, so you're racist. Yikes, racism within the first 20 seconds. That gotta be a record. Bro, just shut up and stop embarrassing yourself. And they all use emotes too. Like, you don't see comments with the emote spam on this video. He will once a month clean comments. Do you have proof of that? Are you sure? I'm not saying you're lying, but that's a bold claim. That's as bold and specific. Did he admit that on a stream? I know he deletes all his streams, so it's kind of difficult to like go back and like quote him when he says something on a live stream. It's not a real Synthetic Man video if he's not saying something about a white replacement humiliation ritual. Ironically, he did say humiliation ritual in this video. Not factually accurate. Cog life. Oh, how about this dude? This comment stuck out to me when I was looking at it earlier. So you're a racist. Got it. Unsubscribed. This guy unsubbed because of this video. Allegedly, this was a person who was subscribed from like the previous videos. What was in this video that wasn't in like the past 20 videos he uploaded whining about woke shit and DEI? This video? This was the video? This kind of relatively tame rant was enough to get him to click unsub. Like, look at this. These aren't real accounts, bro. Look at him. Look, like he's got like a dog nose on his face. This was it's pain. Pain. His channel says pain. It's probably like an account that bro bought off of the black market. Get it? The black market. This is not a real person. This guy was fine with all the videos this guy had about DEI and woke shit before, but it was this one that convinced him that bro was a racist. Unsubbed. It wasn't until it wasn't until I don't believe it. Like, apologies if it smells a little fishy. It's got a stink to it. You're the epitome of a loser. Hey, at least this person has videos. I was debunked on this guy. But I think you guys get the idea. There's a difference in the comment sections between the two videos. Maybe he's black. I mean, saying black folk wouldn't be in a space is pretty blatant. He just said he was confused about why there are black space marines. He didn't say like, oh my god, black people exist. I'm going insane. And then his critique anyway is debunked because it's just because he doesn't know the lore about it. I was subscribed to DSP until his latest video where he was begging for money. I unsub. That's what it comes across as. DSP, I was subbed to you for years. And I like your content, bro. But this latest video, this king shit, cringe. You begging every day now? Cringe. You never begged before. Unsubbed. It's like, bro, do you know where you are? Obviously you do, because it's all a bot campaign, you guys. Okay, enough sweeping. If I was actually sweeping, I would not watch the documentary, but I am gonna watch it because I got an open mind. I'm gonna get felted so fucking hard, I'm gonna have to apologize for sweeping as much as I did. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the Synthetic Man documentary. Well, we're gonna have it. Where is it? I had the link somewhere. Gonna see what all the hubbub is about. This is 2 fucking hours. So I want you guys to come in with this with an open mind as well. Because I linked it, and people that watched it ahead of me said they had some problems with it because the person seems very biased. You know, I'm biased in favor of him, but I'm gonna dismiss it. If this video has the fucking smoke, I'm gonna apologize for ever sweeping for him in the first place, you guys. Who sent the bots? Presumably the people. I'm not even gonna say it's the person who made the video, but maybe someone who saw it. Maybe the people who were upset with his previous videos, like the God of War review. It just seems suspect, but I can't make any specific accusations. All I can do is say it looks botted. Check some accounts. The accounts ain't got nothing on them. They obviously look like fake accounts. No different than when you check DSP's chat and it's all accounts made within the past year or so, and they're all LARPing like they're big fans who started watching from Fallout 3. It's got that same stink to it. So, yeah, without further ado. Here's the title. The miserable, lonely mind of a YouTube Nazi incel, deconstructing Synthetic Man. 2.5 hours. Again, open mind. If this truly blows him the fuck out, I will kneel.
But people are desperate to take me down by any means necessary. I mean, this dead domain video could be the spiciest that people have seen in a long...
Oh, he knew he was coming out. Okay.
time. Most people are not autistic enough to go through my live streams to find out that I'm actually like an edgelord alt-right type of person.
Well, thankfully there was one okay, at least the documentarian is starting out by admitting that they are autistic enough to go through his live streams, which do get deleted. So I have to imagine they were kind of like either saving them or recording them on OBS whenever he went live. Okay, yeah. That's a point in the documentarian's favor, that they admit that they are autistic.
Please.
All of us kind of have to be, right, to be in this sector.
The last thing I want to do is waste my time watching your content. You can waste dozens of your hours making a giant hit piece. I stand behind everything I've ever said.
I stand behind everything I've ever said.
Pyro, fucking pop. Right. I have a few amiibos too. It's like whatever. Synthetic Man's a soy boy.
My mom just got it.
What's wrong with having amiibos?
Here, so I might see if dinner isn't.
The first of many dingus L's. No, it's out of context. No, you're putting the amiibo clip right next to a clip where he talks about his mom getting dinner ready. Ah, I'm going insane.
I've ever said.
I stand behind everything I've ever said.
Pyro, fucking pop. Right. I have a few amiibos too. It's like whatever. Synthetic Man's a soy boy.
My mom just got here, so I might see if dinner is an option, or if I'll have to make my own tendies. Want me to do like a?
There's not nearly as many of black male, white female as you would think. By the way, the toucan propaganda. Yeah, some of these
synthetic bros. It's over.
Watching their gay porn.
I'll drink a little bit more. I think that's what you guys want to see. It weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics.
What?
Because the idea of Fuda is some kind of like alternative Uber.
Oh my god! No, the Fuda expose. We saw this a couple months back. I am aware of this. If I disavow anything about him, primarily it's gonna be the Fuda shit. I'm sorry. Hell, I'm right there with you. Fuda is fucking nasty, brother. But I'll rewind it. I'll let the definition come up so you guys can read it. Yeah, yeah, homeboy. I am not sweeping for the Fuda. Fuck that. Thank you for the GPM shuffle. Are you telling me GPM's in the Fuda? That better not be true. Yeah, you lose me at that shit. I do not like Fuda. I can't necessarily co-sign that, goon.
You can go outside, baby boy.
Yes, Synthetic did get exposed for liking Fuda. It was a while back. It was by, I think the dude's name was Carl. Not our Carl. Hey, Carl. Or DSP's Carl, but like a different Carl. Look up the video defending Fuda satire like it depends on angles of What? Okay. That's probably against Toss. That'll be my cope. I am not watching that. My cope is... That's probably gonna get me banned.
That's what I want to see. It weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Because the idea of Fuda is some kind of like alternative Ubermensch. It's a butt plug for
no, that
Abby
is.
to shove her
Oh my god.
Fuda cock in my ass.
Wow. That is, brother. That is such a cope to say that Fuda is based because it's like eugenics. That is like. All right, maybe I'm understanding why they're calling him a Nazi.
You have to do things worse than Hitler to fix what's happening right now. Considerably worse than Hitler. An affirmative action,
hey,
blah, 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 blah. You know, f you. Kill. It's time to make it stop. Nobody says bigotry except subhumans. People who should be executed. Every single one of them, without exception. They need to face the wall. The pendulum will swing back when Larry Fink is decapitated on live television. Birth control.
That was out of context and a joke.
Hormones. And it's made women attracted to twinks. Maybe this next hit piece will be the one that finally gets YouTube to do something about me.
Maybe it will be. Okay, so of course, because it's a left-wing video, we have the content warning. And the Shroom Dukem Raid! Dude even looks incelish. He does look like the Soy Chud meme. The one with the Chud guy with the glasses. Big up Shroom, thank you for the raid with the party of 21. We're watching the expose on Synthetic Man, the obliteration of the Synthetic Man. Dude is so fucking over. He's cooked. He's in the Futanari. He's a Nazi incel. He's fucking done, brother. I'm gonna have to apologize. I can't sweep for him anymore. He has been exposed. This video has the smoke and fire, and
Nothing
I gotta
personal.
stand back. I gotta step away from it all. Thank you, Cerulean, the 10-bit cheer with the 1-bit cheer from Twitch. We got only a few more hours of bonus bits, guys. He's like a charisma-less medicer. They have a term for that. They call it gym walkers. Big ups Chris Poe, Farrakhan. The guy I watch who reviews videos, and he's very anti-woke and chuddy. I wish I could have a deeper... I wish I could provide a deeper explanation, but we're about to watch a video that kind of explains it for me. Okay. Content warning. The following video contains explicit discussions of bigotry, conspiracy, and hate, including misogyny, anti-Semitism, violence, whatever else this guy uses to justify not taking any accountability for his own choices. Viewer discretion is advised. It's quite the warning there.
The internet can be a pretty negative place,
Oh,
which
boy.
might seem like an understatement. The internet is a place where people are frequently targeted for harassment, death threats, doxing, swatting, and more simply for existing.
I
In the
think
darkest
Seal's
corners of the
definition
internet,
is
on
pretty
places
fair.
like 4chan, Kiwi Farms, and other places with lax content moderation, communities have developed dedicated...
Hey, Moitis. I told you guys the person was a tanky. I'm still gonna watch it. Now, to be fair, I don't think you can really comment on their voice while on a stream that I'm on, right? We're gotta, like, come on. Okay, if this is the reviewer, this person exposing themselves harder than Synthetic Man, I am not gonna say anything about him, because, toss, and I need to be friendly and open-minded. This person could have the expose of the century. You know what they say, right? Don't shoot the messenger. This guy, gal, might have the smoking gun. And, you know, doesn't matter who they are, because it's all just evidence from Synthetic Man's own live streams. It's gonna destroy him.
To misery of all kinds. Hang around the internet long enough, and you'll hear words like incel and blackpilled and even doomer thrown around. All various ways to describe people who seem to wallow in various states of misanthropy. There are entire communities built around people who just spend their entire lives being mad at other people, using slurs with reckless abandon in their little safe spaces. Now, it shouldn't be too surprising that these websites are replete with racism, conspiracy theory, violent rhetoric, and various bigotries to aperitif the slurs.
Oh, words have
And
power.
if you're a slightly more
Oh my God,
well-adjusted person,
violent
you might
rhetoric.
ask, how does someone become like this? How does someone choose to spend their limited time on Earth not chasing a creative pursuit, finding...
Thank you, Shroom Dukeem, the 6 months at tier 1 for 21 months. Dingus is the #1 black-pilled streamer. Thank you. What does that make Synthetic Man? The #2 of most black-pilled streamer? Very true, Easy Money. This is like when woke people try to make conservative people be gay or closeted like a negative. The Futanari should not even be brought up if you are LGBT yourself. He's captain for you at that point. It is kind of like, if you're on that side, shouldn't you be supportive of that, if anything? But obviously, it just shows the dishonesty of the argument when you're on that side, but you look at that and frame it as a negative. Like, oh, he likes chicks with dicks. And that is a negative, in my opinion. Like, that is absolutely disgusting. But think of it from their perspective. They're like the open-minded, left-wing. They're supposed to be, you know, all welcoming of these ideas. Yet, they go after him for it, or having those views, despite being left-wing themselves. Like, you'd think, if anything, the liberals would be more open to that, but instead, they mock him for it. It's kind of disingenuous to me. Now, again, I gotta say, I think it's fucking gross and disgusting, and it's not a fetish or kink that I enjoy or approve of. But it's like what Goon said. If you're left-wing, shouldn't you approve of that? But then you're going at it like it's, something to be derided for. So for me, it shows already how unreliable the narrator is. Correct. Leftists don't like Fuda, they see it as transphobic or fetishizing or some shit. Oh, that's fair, okay. I've seen the fetishizing argument get used before when it comes to the people who fetishize darker skin tones. Like I've seen that stuff on Twitter. Same thing for hairstyles, for like certain hairstyles that are associated with yes, the minority groups.
Love, investing themselves in a professional field, or any other of the myriad things you could do. How does someone become so miserable that their only recourse is to try and spread that misery to others?
Yeah, Seal, like at least have a stance and don't be like an annoying centrist fence sitter. I think we can all agree that fence sitters are kind of like the people who try to be enlightened and act like they're above it all. Oh yes, I'm very intelligent, you guys.
And form communities around wallowing, self-pity, and hating out groups. That brings me to the YouTuber Synthetic Man. While he's only been active for a few years, Synthetic Man has managed to amass a fairly sizable audience of over 120,000 subscribers through a combination of videos and regular streams where he mostly just goes on unhinged rants about wokeness and why he doesn't like things. He gets a spotlight every so often when he makes a video relevant to a popular property, yet infuses his ranting with open racism, sexism, or homophobia that makes him an easy target for reaction content from other creators.
Either that or it's some kind of multi-vault experiment, as they fail to adequately explain in the show. Vault 31, 32, and 33 are all directly connected to each other.
What do you mean failed to adequately explain, dumbass? You watched only one episode, dumbass. Perhaps maybe watch the whole first season where they do actually explain in detail. It's just called a slow reveal, dumbass. Bro just watched one episode and started chirping at the first sight of a black person. How are these people real? I feel like this is just like a meme personified, you know what I mean? This is the meme about like the genuine racist neckbeard.
He's had public spats with other anti-woke
Don't make me cap for Hassan.
content creators and even considers himself too extreme.
I do like how that got him so that got him so seething over like just that one line while he was eating. On top of that, like that was just supposed to be a segment. That was like the break segment, the BRB segment, him eating and just putting a video on. That got him so heated.
To collaborate with people like Mahler, The Quartering, Nerdrotic, and others. But he didn't start off that way. Synthetic Man, as he is on YouTube today, is basically an outright Nazi incel. And I'm not just the kind of left cuck soy boy who just calls everybody a Nazi. No,
You said
I'm
not me.
going to back up pretty much everything I say. And believe me when I say Synthetic Man, at least from what he says, fully has Nazi beliefs.
Basically everything after World War II. You could say World War II and its consequences were a disaster for the human
I think Vosh has shit on Synthetic Man before.
race.
Wait, what did you say?
Everything I say. And believe me when I say Synthetic Man, at least from what he says, fully has Nazi beliefs.
Basically everything after World War II. You could say World War II and its consequences were a disaster for the human race.
I gotta see the context for that line. I need the context. What was the context for that? That could have been a bait line. That's obviously a line, obviously, that they got him to say for the purposes of getting a negative style clip.
I can't remember which general it was that basically said we defeated the wrong enemy. I think of one Austrian who tried to save the world in all of history. Never mind. Anyway.
The YouTube terms of service violations he stacks up in an average stream are plentiful and constant. He laughs at explicit 4chan tier Nazi memes his viewers will send in his chat. He pushes conspiracies about global Jewish cabals controlling the
Well,
world.
they're memes, right? Like even with the lines that you provided to me, like I was saying, like the YouTubers directly providing me the clips, they do come across as like, hey, we're just joking around, we just have jokes. Like I've made jokes like that, certainly not to that degree or as like edgy or whatever, but I've made jokes like that as well. But I'm obviously I don't put any like actual stock into it. Like those aren't like my legitimate beliefs, you know. Hold up, let me do this level. Oh, no. Okay, I need to do that even quicker. Yeah, I'm over here starting the Fourth Reich.
He gets mad at any woman or person of color expressing competence or intelligence and will spin that into subliminal messaging. These aren't just me speculating, by the way, as I will back up everything I'm saying in his own words, and these are just the tip of the iceberg. Now, over the last 3 months, I've watched more than 200 hours of Synthetic Man's content, and you might think that would leave me bitter and angry towards this person who often talks in thinly veiled slurs and goes on tirades about wokeness and SJWs and BlackRock ruining everything. white people hold dear. But instead, I actually feel genuinely bad for Synthetic Man, because as I'll show, while he is a miserable person,
The
a
dingus
genuinely
hit
miserable
piece.
person, he is the one
Give it a few
responsible
more
for
years.
his misery. What started for Synthetic Man as a desire to have a gaming channel has become a cesspool of openly violent conspiracy, racism, and general misanthropy. Because
Wait, what was the lie?
Black Rock ruining everything white people hold dear. But instead, I actually feel genuinely bad for Synthetic
Oh, okay.
Man, because as I'll
Yeah, I
show,
don't believe
while
that
he
either.
is a miserable person, a genuinely miserable person, he is the one responsible for his misery. What started for Synthetic
sure.
Man as a desire to have a gaming channel has become a cesspool of openly violent.
I don't think he's like, there are moments on his streams where he's like obviously happy or in a good mood. Like, define misery. Constantly miserable? I can believe Dave is constantly miserable, but there are like, again, I need to see like what's the framing for that argument, because he's done positive game reviews. There are moments, just as there are moments of him out of context, so too are there moments of him in context having a good time and just being a positive style individual. And yeah, I agree with you guys. I don't buy the idea that I just feel sorry for him. That's why I make a video where I'm calling him a Nazi.
Conspiracy, racism, and general misanthropy. Because of how Synthetic Man chased an audience that encouraged his worst tendencies, in turn leaving him burnt out, passionless, and more bitter and angry than ever before. So up front, I want to preface this by saying this isn't a takedown of Synthetic Man. This is a cautionary tale. Now, if you're a fan of Synthetic Man, or even just the right-wing Gamergate crowd, or even just hate lefty SJW snowflakes like me, you're probably thinking this is a hit piece.
It is.
But I promise you, it won't be.
Okay.
I will simply be examining the things Synth has said in his own words, using his positions and statements.
That doesn't mean it's not a hit piece, though.
To show how much of a miserable, self-loathing hypocrite he actually is. See, if it were a hit piece, I'd be calling him names without backing it up, making assertions without any evidence, or
okay. It's not a hit piece. It's not a. I get it. They're arguing that they genuinely, for real, bro, they genuinely think he is a factually fucking based Nazi incel. Therefore, it is not an insult to call him a Nazi incel, because they just genuinely believe that he is like the Fourth Reich. Okay. That's to me, that seems like a hope to justify your insults, and just like a holier than thou mentality. Oh my goodness, sorry. I keep fucking up the death counter.
Insulting him for his habits or appearances. But I have plenty of evidence to justify anything I will call him, and frankly, I don't need to make Synth look bad. He does that all on his own just fine. Willingly and constantly. And I would encourage anyone who subscribed to him or considers yourself a fan of his content to watch this entire video and really actually consider the things I say. And if you still support him at the end, you have my sympathy too. And you can call me a f***it, and we'll go our
I probably
separate
will off
internet
stream.
ways. I'm also not too worried about Synth himself responding. While he talks a big game about masculinity and the eroding standards of being a man in society, he's not really
If I have your
confrontational type.
permission.
Like most internet tough guys, I'm willing to bet he just doesn't have that dog in him to actually handle criticism head on and develop a cogent response.
He's responded to Redditors making videos on him before. You say you watched 200 hours of his content, but you never saw those segments? He did it before, and in the end decided it was a waste of time, because the people making videos like this, haters, if you will, they're not people that you're gonna necessarily, you can't convince these people. So it just, again, it's wasted breath, wasted energy. Why waste your time? Just continue doing you. And it's better for you to ignore it and not give it credence, because when you give it credence, then it kind of comes across as you're giving their video validation by seriously addressing what they have to say. When it's better if you just don't say anything. And then when you give, it's like the Barbara Streisand effect, right? You give it attention, it causes more people to go seek it out.
I'd love to be proven wrong, but if he does respond, I doubt it will
only
consist of
DSP could
anything
take
more
advice
intelligent
from
than
this person.
elementary school insults and some ad hominem and straw man attacks. And for new viewers to the channel, I hear you ask, why? Why, Jordan, would you subject yourself to this slow-talking incel stereotype for over 200 hours? And it's not just because my kind of channel and brand has become all about doing things nobody else will really take the time or effort to do, it's because Synth and how he's become more radical and hateful are representative of a growing amount of predominantly young men in
Yeah, only
online
winning
spaces.
move is to not play.
Like, Synthetic Man here is more of an experimental subject. Like my deep dive into Matt Walsh, I needed a subject that had broad application, in the sense that in Synthetic Man's story, you can see a lot of commonalities with other more regular people. As I'll show, Synth's story has a lot in common with other young, disillusioned, primarily white men, and those commonalities are important to understanding how to try and help people going down a similar path, to prevent them from becoming...
Why do you think that is, though? Like, why do you think you know, all these people that are disillusioned, just like Synthetic Man, why do they happen to be white people in their like 20s to 30s? I wonder why that is.
As cynical and hateful as him altogether.
Anything like supporting
Also,
that
like Matt
mindset?
Walsh,
What could be causing
I needed
that?
a subject who had large swaths of content where he spoke off the cuff, giving an uninhibited look into his actual thought processes. As with any good observational study, I needed a large data set to work on, and Synthetic Man's variety of late-night drunken streams where he's goaded into racist, unhinged, and occasionally violent rants from his audience made for a perfect data set. Synthetic Man very rarely has a filter, and that makes him, at the very least, a degree more honest about his racism, sexism, and various bigotries than some of his contemporaries. There are plenty of other rambly, ranty, anti-woke dweebs in this pop culture and video game focused side of YouTube.
Hey, it's
but
the
dorks
Quarter
like the
Pounder.
Quartering
We like
are
that
too
guy over here,
invested
right?
in their grifts, to really be honest. They're focused on building a platform, expanding into a business, a podcast, selling shitty coffee and mugs, to the point that they basically only have the grift to hang on to. They pump out dozens of videos weekly to get the maximum amount of views on hot button issues with next to no effort put into any of their content. And then there are the
Look, they're not just exclusively targeting white guys. Here we have a white lady.
Wannabes following the formulas of the Quartering, Mahler, Nerdrotic, Heel vs. Babyface, Melanie Mac, and dozens of others. Posting
Heel versus Babyface would be the person who sieved over pronouns in Starfield.
Ranting outrage bait that occasionally gets them noticed, but mostly falls into the background. These C-listers, like Rev Says Desu, or Endymion, or Fratanga, aren't
Rev is the anime guy. I think Ludwig watches their videos. The other names I don't know. Nerdrotic I've heard of before. I've heard the name, but I don't know the content. I think it's someone in the Ricada sector.
The upper tier grifters, they kind of just follow the line. They want to get those sponsorships. They want that paper. So they will be anti-woke, but won't say anything too terribly upsetting. Which brings me back to the reason for picking Synthetic Man specifically. He doesn't have that same filter. While he'll still shill for useless products for sponsorships, at least while companies still wanted to work with him before he became too toxic of a name, he long ago stopped trying to censor his views for reasons we will see soon. Where some channels might just dance.
I only recall him getting one sponsorship for Raid Shadow Legends, and it was for one video. The audience wasn't for it, so we just never seeked out another opportunity after that. I haven't heard, well, maybe I'll be proven wrong, and they'll provide the video evidence here. I haven't heard him say that, oh, the sponsors delisted me, oh, they're not seeking me out anymore, I'm not getting any more opportunities because I'm too toxic. Given the content, though, it's probably likely. I'm just saying I haven't heard that.
Around blaming Juice for society's issues, Synth will just go on unhinged tirades about it.
Devontae, thanks to $5. Will the rainbow representation ever go away or die down? Is it possible to go back to the 2000s level of games? You'd have to fire every leftist working for the game industry right now, and of course, somehow we have to beat the influence of a certain toucans from space. We have to somehow, they have to pull out their funding.
What did he mean by that?
Every leftist. That's just not going to happen. Both those things are not happening. Omega Supreme W Cheese. Like, America's the center of the world, and we're against our will, because I don't think any Americans actually want this, but our government is imposing themselves.
I think about it, Goon, and like, I'm thinking about how you're summing it up, and most people that don't like this dude, you don't need a documentary to not like him, right? Like, most of you don't like him just from me playing his videos. You don't really need an explanation, particularly not a 2-hour-long explanation about why the guy is like a fucking caricature of everything wrong with people who go way too hard into the anti-woke shit, right? Like, you don't need someone to spell that out for you. And definitely not someone with a biased perspective all their own. Literal commie tanky individual over here. You guys hate him independent of someone of this caliber telling you to start hating them.
on the globe, right? And it's not, again, it's not even our government. It's the people puppeteering our government who are not Americans. I mean, they are maybe born here, but you get the point. Israel is doing it. It's
What
not
about Israel?
America's fault directly. So Israel,
You guys know Trump
puppeteering
likes Israel, though,
America,
right?
is enforcing American culture on the globe.
And in case you ever thought he was subtle, here's the thumbnail he made for his now delisted Last of Us 2 video that you can only find on Rumble. Where some channels might debate the merits of black
I don't know,
or
that's
strong
not that
female
bad.
characters and hint at ideas adjacent to white replacement or social engineering, Synthetic Man will concoct elaborate narratives around these conspiracies.
This guy should do a video on Ralph
Creating a
next.
slave race that will never stand up to their masters.
Did you guys know that Ralph is like a white supremacist, Nazi-style individual? The video's like 6 hours long.
That's why the Golem, if you've ever heard the Golem, like analog, allegory, whatever you
It
want
was
to call
Golem
it.
the whole time.
Again, you got to be careful about my words here. But they want to create a golem race, essentially. A slave race of people who will make society function. And it's a sustainable population, low IQ, right?
Right.
And they just, I don't know what they figured is a good number. Let's just say for the sake of argument, like 3 billion people. If they reduce the global population to 3 billion dumb people.
Big up
who will
GPM.
Just,
We got a 2-hour Synthetic Man expose.
Fucking equity, okay?
Not really
say,
convinced so
hypothetically,
far.
You're trying to create a race of mongrel slave people with double-digit IQs, while you believe you're the best ever. You're God's chosen people.
Okay, editors know, my bad. Anytime he or his chat references toucans or God's chosen people, they're talking about Joes. Oh, okay. That does help out, because maybe you should have put that the first time he mentioned toucans. It's like the second time they've talked about toucans. What an editor.
People, right? You need
What's wrong
to
with toucans?
encourage
They're rainbow colored and
creation of
have
the
big
mongrel
noses.
slave race.
Oh!
So what do you do? Okay, well, one, you
Well, they have big beaks, not.
show as many
I gotta be
interracial couples as possible in media. Every single commercial, every single TV show. That's one thing. Another thing, these people who, for whatever reason are considered, at least on average, to be the most attractive people, well, they also coincidentally are too intelligent and they have too much ingenuity, creativity, all of those things that could be a threat to you. Well, if we simply stop giving them jobs, they can't feed themselves. They're poor. Women, unless they're extremely high above average.
Just a reminder for the Twitch moderators sneaking in on this stream. I'm watching this for the purposes of ridicule and critique. This is me, the voice of the streamer. The other voice you're hearing is in the video I am watching, which, to clarify, is a video that makes fun of this person. Just so you know, this is a left-wing, liberal, like Kamala Harris-approved video. Thank you.
Average in terms of looks. Women are not going to date the poor white guy over
Thank you, Knock.
the diversity hire dude who's making more money, right? Unless he's hideously ugly. The point is to bring things
Big up, Stan.
to a balance.
It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened.
Combined with a channel well over 100,000 subscribers that has some videos reaching well past 500,000, and this makes Synthetic an ideal channel to deconstruct because when you actually look at his uncensored opinions, he basically has been allowed to spread 4chan style hate unchecked on YouTube's platform. The reason I picked him isn't because I dislike him in particular.
Unchecked would suggest that nobody has ever called this guy out before. I'm pretty sure every Frigma Pause has done multiple segments on him already. And then there's the Redditor Soyboy reaction to the God of War reviews. Spider-Man 2, they got the Redditors upset as well. Fuck, he fucking exploded. The reason I even know about him is because of his Last of Us Part 2 review angering all of Reddit. Oh yes, he was able to do this completely unchecked. Nobody called him out before this brave, noble soul decided to do so.
Particular over other people, it's because he's uniquely masked off in ways very few of his particular niche of content creators are.
And yes, true, he's not even very unique with this. Again, it's parroting 4chan talking points, as if to suggest that no other person on 4chan has a YouTube account. Even though 4chan does like the VGAs, You have smaller people too. The Carl person we watched who made fun of Synthetic Man for liking Fuda, that person is also a 4chan YouTuber. To say that, oh yeah, 4chan people, their rhetoric goes completely unchecked, this and that, it just seems a way for this person to elevate themselves as being like, oh yes, I'm the first person who actually took it upon myself to actually put this guy in his place.
That's not to say I think every anti-woke channel is harboring genuine Nazi beliefs. Synthetic certainly is, as I have shown and will continue to prove.
Yeah, what does this guy think about
I think
Medicare?
people like the Quartering are your standard mainstream conservatives, probably, possibly alt-right ding-dongs. They know to toe the line to maximize ad revenue, yet still draw an apolitical.
See, that's the thing with the Quartering, the Quarter Pounder, the thoughts on the Quarter Pounder, and Big Up's Big Ben. I would say, this person probably believes that Quartering is a Nazi deep down, but they don't have, because Quartering plays it so safe, clean, and, to be honest, boring, they don't have the evidence to really substantiate the belief that Quartering is a Nazi. But if they could say, without a doubt, that Quartering is a Nazi, they would.
Audience.
Like they want to
They
believe.
also still play a role in the ecosystem for people like Synthetic Man, helping to radicalize impressionable and occasionally emotionally detached young men, a story we've heard time and time again. For example, if you aren't super well versed in the internet, but you're thinking, hey, I've heard of 4chan and Kiwi Farms before,
I would say Nick Fuentes is more of a danger on that front than fucking Synthetic Man. Like, Nick Fuentes has people... He recruits exactly the same kind of audience that this person is talking about, the lonely 20 to 30s, college-aged, mostly white individuals who feel disillusioned and displaced by how things are going politically, and they need to feel a part of something. I would say on that front, Fuentes is probably more dangerous in that regard than Synthetic Man, who is just a guy who puts out video game reviews, who, as Carl notes, like that segment we just watched right now, that was pretty, that was pretty heavy. But I don't think this person is like recruiting or pignatizing new people into this ideology. I think he appeals to people who already have those beliefs. Or people who just don't like anti-woke shit in their video games? I don't know. Whereas I think Fuentes is more actively seeking out and pignatizing these people. And then taking them out to dates in like Catboy outfits.
probably because both have been linked to multiple mass shootings, where the shooters were avid posters and browsers on the boards. Needless to say, they aren't healthy or mentally...
That's my Kino Casino brainwashing. People make fun of him on Twitter, and like, Fuentes has documentaries on YouTube about him too. He's not just resigned to the sector. Right Wing Watch talks about him all the time. He is someone on people's radar. I would say he was more, he had more of an effect back then, a couple years back, compared to now.
Stimulating places to spend your time, and they truly only foster hate and negativity. Now, with the rise of the new half-assed Gamergate 2 movement, we've seen a new legion of people willing to harass and send death threats over very important issues like how big a video game character's tits are. And with the growing footholds of movements like Groypers and the alt-right on places like Twitter, gaming has once again become an unsuspected ideological battleground where everyday teens and young adults are being inundated with hateful ideology. Like the literal Nazi talking points Synthetic Man all but encourages from his audience. If you think I'm joking, by the way, Nazi...
So does he encourage it or does he spout it? Because the clip you played earlier would suggest that you believe he spouts it.
Jokes and explicit anti-Semitism and hate speech are regular occurrences in his super chats. People pay to have him read them out. Like a super chat advocating shooting all black people, Jews, and gay people.
Whoa, buddy.
Synth simply laughs.
Hold up.
That's a random name. Thanks, $5. I usually enjoy your
Disavow.
content by giving
Ridicule
platforms
and
to
critique.
meanies where I draw the line. Also, squirt, probably shoot. Shoot all. I don't even know if I want to read what those emojis are. Whatever. It's a.
So, okay, he didn't read it all the way. He didn't... So, the preface is that he reads it and then plays the clip and it's him not reading it. Did you want him to, like, scam it?
Monkey emoji, gay flag emoji, and then radioactive, and
It's
then
like when
Star
DSP gets a
David
fucking super sticker.
From orbit, chud face. There you go. Okay.
He knows enough to understand it's probably not something he should be reading, but he's not the type to scam the whole dono. I like when they mention anti-Semitism, all things considering with the current climate and the current issues in the Middle East. Yes. I think this person would have a lot to say about Israel, given the current climate. But for the sake of argument, we're supposed to like the toucans. We are supposed to like. There's nothing wrong with the toucans. But I'm just saying, you do have a point there. I didn't consider that. Types like these would probably be disappointed with Kamala's support of Israel. Correct?
Followed on the same stream, by the way, by a super chat that donates $14.88 while blaming Jews for all their ills.
OFN, thanks to the 14 Canadian 88 cents. Every time I read.
Wait a minute, it's Canadian, so it doesn't. Look, Synthetic is American. Ah, yes. So when adjusted for currency conversion, it is not actually $14.88 to him.
That I have to say it slowly. I'm starting to notice that the juice is behind all of the world's problems. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, and his super chats also make violent threats towards other content creators, like this recent one of Moist Critical, aka Penguin Zero.
That's a random name. Thanks to Canadian. Moist should be graped to death by.
This one's kind of weak sauce. I mean, like over here, people just shit on creators all the time, right? It's kind of shallow. Now, of course, I, as a affiliate of the Purple Platform, while live, I cannot actively insult people on the Purple Platform. That's directly against Toss. I am massively cucked whenever I'm live. But you guys can say whatever you want, right?
Fat N-word. Okay.
Almost every video I will show is still up on YouTube at time of writing.
Right, except the ones that are stream archives that he deletes, so whatever. But yeah, most if not all of the what he just went over were all super chats. So again, like, what's the thing here? We're supposed to scam them all? Medicare does the same thing, and nobody calls Medicare out on that. But I guess Medicare is Medicare.
Many featuring dozens of blatant violations of YouTube terms of service. I will be linking a document below divided into categories with a link.
Oh my god, of course they have a Google Drive document.
Each video and rough timestamps for where violent, racist, conspiracist, and misogynistic rhetoric can be heard. One major reason Synthetic Man likely still has a channel at all is because nobody but his most ardent 4chan fans are willing to watch so much of his content just to report him. If anyone should choose to notify YouTube of his multiple infractions shown throughout the video, that would have nothing to do with me. Now, for those still thinking this will be a hit piece, I'll even...
What? Was that a call to action?
Ardent 4chan fans are willing to watch so much of his content just to report him. If anyone should choose to notify YouTube of his multiple infractions shown throughout the video, that would have nothing to do with me. Now,
dude, I hate that shit. Bro.
Oh,
Thank you for the hand check, Mr. Pun. I legit don't like that shit. It's like, oh man, you're gonna get some pizzas at your house. Oh man, it'd be a shame if this happened. Like, you know what you're fucking doing. It's the most pussified thing you can do. It's like, oh, it sure would be a shame if someone sent a dozen pizzas at your house. By the way, if it does happen, it wasn't me, and I didn't encourage it, but I didn't have nothing to do with it. But I'm gonna bring it up as like something that could happen to you. Oh, it sure would be a shame if you got swatted and you lost your YouTube channel, and you lost all your revenue. It's like, be straight up. If you're gonna actually encourage that, don't be a fucking dick about it. Don't be a pussy. You're a coward. You know what? You know, if his channel got struck down or demonetized or whatever, this person would be cheering. But they have that, like, plausible deniability. Oh, I didn't encourage it. I just put it in my fucking big-ass expose video on my channel with however many, 100,000 subscribers that got, like, a gazillion views. But I didn't encourage it. But if one person who saw the video did do it, it wasn't my fault. It's so... I don't want to use the word, given that it's all just fun and games and making videos at the end of the day. But it is quite irresponsible of the platform you hold to encourage such actions, and to not even have the commitment to stand behind it. I'm getting ready for a bed, Pun. Helped catch a shy up on anime and played a bit of Hololive Treasure Mountain. So now it's time to go to bed so I can go into the office. Big ups Anne on catching us up here. I was already like, you're already losing me with the super chat. The evidence being super chats that he has to read out again, so that he's not scamming the audience. But to then make this bold claim, oh yes, you should do it, but if you didn't do it, it's not my fault. It's just so It's so cucked. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna take a sip. Big ups, Ann. We're gonna take a Pepsi sip for you. 7654. 3, 2, 1. Let's fucking gun. Big ups. But going back to what I was saying, again, it would be the pussified justification. So the justification would be they genuinely think he is a Nazi that is a danger to society. Therefore, they are in the right to get him off the platform. Hey, it's a duck shout out. He used to do the DSP thing with his CPU Mario Regardies. The CPU? No, I mean the DSP thing of filming your TV. I can't talk. I can't think. I'm too fired up by the documentary. But yeah, let me rewind and we'll see that segment again in full.
Conspiracist and misogynistic rhetoric can be heard. One major reason Synthetic Man likely still has a channel at all is because nobody but his most ardent 4chan fans are willing to watch so much of his content just to report him.
That would then suggest that all of his viewers, all the views he gets are his audience, which just isn't true, because we just trawled through an entire video of negative comments from people that don't like him. I'm willing to bet, again, my theory is that... excuse me. My theory is that many of those are botted comments, but there were legit people. Mostly the people upset about his lack of understanding of the Warhammer lore. But it's like, it has to be me. I'm the noble soul who's gonna felt Synthetic Man and destroy him, and you're coping, sir, and sneating. I'm the only person who has ever called him out before, and the reason why he hasn't been called out up to this point is because no one is willing to watch his trash content to be able to report it, because it's just that fucking toxic and negative. Excuse me if I'm expressing a little bit of skepticism here at that line. I'm thinking,
anyone should choose to notify YouTube of his multiple infractions shown throughout the video, that would have nothing to do with me. Now,
Cringe.
For those still thinking this will be a hit piece, I'll even bump up the difficulty to hard.
That's wild to say it's not a hit piece after suggesting that.
I won't attack him over personal issues in his past. I won't attack him over his appearance or perceived physical faults. I won't attack him over things like his family or his parents. I won't counter the political...
Okay, but he opened... to say that he would attack over appearance suggests that if he could do it, he would do it. Like, that implicitly says there's something wrong with how he looks. Which you guys have already said before. Like, yeah, he does look like the caricature of the sweaty, greasy incel man-child style person. But to say that you're not going to make fun of him for that would suggest that if you could, you would, and you would have something to say about how he looks. And then to say you're not going to make fun of his family, but then you include a clip earlier of the mom making dinner for him, and then like what's implied there is that you're making fun of him for still living with his mom. Like, I'm not dense. I can see where you're taking this, so you're already felted on that front.
Arguments I show that I obviously disagree with. I won't even argue about differences in opinions over video games. That one, you have no idea how hard that one is for me. Now, I will be thoroughly
What, do you hate 3D platformers?
Some of the various conspiracies he shares.
You're obviously not going after him for his gamer opinions.
That he clearly knows nothing about, but aside from that, this really can't be considered a hit piece, because it's not going to so much be about Synthetic Man as it is looking at people like him and how people become radicalized and miserable on the internet. Despite what people like him might think, he is not a unique individual. He's not a noticer. There's one concrete, assured thing I can tell you.
Yeah, obviously, he's not
of his content.
There are many people like him. That's why he has an audience.
Are not hard to understand. He is a deeply depressed, self-loathing, simple person who lashes out at anything that doesn't fit his incredibly narrow view of acceptability.
I wonder how much of that was projection.
And that goes for everything, ranging from relationships he doesn't think are okay to other people's opinions on video games he disagrees with. And almost all of that has to do with his hypocrisy. You see, for almost every point he makes, he himself will say something that either disproves it or shows that he takes part in something he condemns others for. For example, he loves decrying degeneracy and openly insulting trans people and anyone who's not a straight white man, really.
Okay, this is probably going to lead into the Futanari. So again, to go after him for the Futanari, which is gross and disgusting and all that. Like, I already stated my opinions on it earlier. But to go after him for it as if it is degeneracy when you're from the party that would ostensibly be more accepting of that.
Yep. He sure does seem to engage in degeneracy of his own.
Bro, I don't even know. It definitely is some kind of weird psychological damage. Because it's like, it weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Because the idea of Fuda is some kind of like alternative Ubermensch being also like sort of ties into the fetish. Because typically how Fuda are depicted is some kind of like superior mix of the sexes, the best traits of women while also having like a penis and usually also a vagina. I don't know, man. It doesn't have to.
He sounds a little embarrassed to be talking about it.
It's
no, you're that is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Synth, but that is a giant coat, bro. Just say you like women with penises. You don't have to tie it into eugenics because you're like a political guy.
Whatever. It's a butt plug for new Abby to shove her.
And yeah, Goon's right. This is the second time we've seen this clip.
There you go. I said it.
Not really very inspiring if we're 20 minutes in the video and we've already reused the clip twice.
You guys gotta stop jerking off to porn. I'm a living example. My head only is filled with disgusting shit.
Now that's just a little taste of what's to come. So
okay, it's just a taste. Okay, I'm sticking around. I'm not clicking anywhere. I'm not touching that dial.
He said.
The hypocrisy. Okay, I said if they had a smoking gun, I would disavow and stop watching them. I would apologize for sweeping.
I will get to his background and how he became more radicalized in a bit, but first I want to tackle how Synthetic Man is a hypocrite, because I think showing the examples of his thinking and how he goes out of the way to avoid accountability is foundational to understanding how someone becomes like him. It's a combination of a deep lack of curiosity and a lack of taking any accountability for one's actions. And when I say hypocrisy, I want to immediately say I don't mean the things he's gotten mad at others for criticizing him for. Like constantly blaming casual gamers, yet getting called out that he just buys casual type games to play on stream. Because that criticism is petty and beneath me. No, I'd much rather show how Synthetic Man, despite quite literally claiming gaming is...
He plays indie games on stream, which those aren't intended for the casual audience. And then he had the whole... I made a video about it, the DSP tournament, where he explicitly played hard games, and then it was like a fun little interactive thing. He challenged the audience to play the same games as well, and then they had like it was like riff tracks where they just made fun of each other. They did like live real time. This is how you don't plays. So to say he exclusively plays casual games, well, yeah, he does play the AAA Slappa, but it's not all that he plays.
Hobby calls himself a hardcore gamer, and getting mad at anyone who doesn't match his arbitrary definitions is actually
yes, a
not
hardcore
that
style
well
game.
Versed in the games he plays.
Like DSP.
He is a casual gamer. Now, most of Synthetic Man's content
define
revolves
casual,
around
then.
video games, and he seems to see himself as an authority on the subject, based solely on how often he unilaterally declares people who don't agree with him to be wrong, or more commonly, subhuman.
Fuck journalists. Fuck Discord subhumans. And people are like, why, do you have a Discord? No, I don't have a Discord.
Well, hating game journalists is nonpartisan.
Surely,
it's not
with
a...
the channel dedicated to video games,
It's a
Synth has
nonpartisan
some real
thing.
expertise in gaming. Surely he's played hundreds of games. Well, no. See, the thing about Synthetic Man is he feels qualified to speak on things he really knows not that much about. For
Don't
example,
speak on nothing.
here are
Don't
just
speak
a
on things
few
you know
of the
nothing about.
iconic classic games he's never played.
I feel like almost every stream...
We're gonna go after... Okay, so he can't have a perspective or an authority opinion on something because he hasn't played every classic game ever. Well, I must be in the same fucking boat then. The amount of times you guys have asked me if I played something and I didn't play it. I'm only one dingus!
I get asked, like, have I played X game like a million times? There are a lot of games that I haven't played that I probably should. Have you played American McGee's Alice before? No. I would like to play more of them, since I only finished 10. I haven't
the same
played
Ratchet
the
and
Devil
Clank
May Cry
stream.
either, Shunda. I played Turok 1's re-release on Steam for a while. I kind of got bored. I might just skip to 2. Have you played any of the Shantae games? No, trailer, but I never played Jet Set Radio. Play Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. No, I don't really play those games, but...
I mean... I can't really gel with this because, like, I could do the same thing with any number of you guys. Oh, have you played this? Have you played that? Have you played this? Have you played that? But he doesn't really posit himself with that, oh, I've played all these games, I'm this and that or the other. The argument is he considers himself a hardcore gamer, therefore he must have played every game ever. Wouldn't it just be easier to say he's a hardcore gamer, he's a hardcore gamer with the games that he has played? You can't be a hardcore gamer unless you played every game ever. But what about speedrunners who dedicate themselves to only a handful of games, like it's all they do? All they do is play the same fucking type of game. Are they not hardcore even though they've expressed a mastery of the game that they play?
Like RTS games, I don't play those, but I could try it. I didn't play Hitman 2 or 3 of the new ones, and
Yeah, like, dude, he's supposed to be a Nazi bigot, so why do I care about what games he has and has not played? Yeah, we're only 20 minutes in because I keep pausing. No, I've not played Crypt of the Necromancer. I am such a fake gamer, you guys.
Never played the original Super Mario RPG, so yeah, I kind of want to play the Xenosaga games, even if they end up not.
I'll shut up. I'll let this segment play.
Okay. I never played Control. I know some people recommended it to me. Admittedly, I still haven't played Morrowind to this day. Morbid friend, thanks for the €5. Why'd you stop at the 2B playthrough near Automata? The third playthrough, which is completely different, amplifies the game exponentially. Yeah, well, I would have to play through a second shitty playthrough. Yeah, I know. Bully, I know. People tell me to play Bully all the time. I will before GTA 6 comes out, that's for sure. I'll also play GTA 4.
Granted, some of those examples might not be on par with Mario 64 or Halo, but for someone who has invested so much time and energy into depicting himself as some kind of authority on games, you'd think he'd at least try more of these things.
He said he tried Turok.
A growing point of recent...
Again, like, you're really losing me with this one. You have to play every game ever to consider yourself a hardcore gamer. ... period, ellipsis, at least according to this person's definition on what a hardcore gamer is. Even though I would consider, again, a speedrunner who has, like, an explicit mastery of a game, but only plays one game. You know, they do speedrunning of a certain game, a certain category. They do it so much they don't have time to play other games. I would consider that a mastery, a hardcore gamer. So, like, there's no hard definition of it. So who cares? This is a nonsense point.
Dominating.
Bet Dingus didn't play every Fire Emblem game. I have not. I still owe Goon a lot of them. Got a Carl DM. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know Synthetic Man had a thread. I guess that shouldn't surprise me. Yeah, exactly, Goon. I think, like, speedrunner, like, really defines that to a T. Because that... people who literally only play one game. But you wouldn't call them casuals. Carl sent me this. I assume this looks like it's from KF. Let's check the comments of view ratio on his recent vids, meaning Synthetic Man, Space Marine 2, 39, like almost 4,000 comments on 72k views. Star Wars Outlaws, which was the one I checked on stream, 2004 comments to 104k views. Black Myth Wukong, we'll say almost 1,800 comments to 68k views. Borderlands movie, so on and so forth. His most brigaded video covered by all the breadtubers, the Fallout show, had a ratio of 6.6%. And we have, this video gave us proof of that because we had the Hassan clip of him watching the Fallout synthetic video. This is bot like traffic and is no different than forum sliding or intentional spam as seen on 4chan, for example. Ban them all! Janny it up! I can already predict the but since supports free speech, you guys, yet he won't let us spam regarded bullshit and manipulate voting systems, making the comment section unusable. Hypocrite much? Yeah, the free speech of spamming your channel with botted comments. So that's so base, bro. Let me spam your let me bother and annoy the shit out of you with botted comments, or else you don't support free speech. Well, shit. I'm glad I saw this, Carl, because this kind of supports what I was saying earlier. If only I had this earlier to supplement my point, because I feel like I didn't have a good enough argument just scrolling through the comments. But yeah, okay. The proof that the video was botted. Thank you.
Frustration in his community is that he really just plays the same kind of games over and over. Those being open world slop that he never stops complaining about, games from his childhood that he never stops sucking off, and the woke slop that he...
What's wrong with... Why can't you just have like a genre of games that you kind of specialize in? It's like, okay, you don't have to play every fucking game, bro. You don't have to play every game. It goes back to what we say about Dave when he forces himself to play games that he obviously doesn't like and then fake fans about them. You don't gotta play every game, brother. You don't.
Forces himself to trudge through, at least try more of these things.
It's the variety.
A growing point of recent frustration in his community is that he really just plays the same kind of games over and over.
What's
Those
wrong with
being
that?
open
Look at
world
me.
Slop that he never stops
I turned out
complaining
okay.
about, games from his
I think.
childhood that he never stops sucking off, and
Because
the
games
woke
were better back
slop
then.
that he forces himself to trudge through so he can prostrate it before his audience.
As if, okay, forces himself to trudge through a AAA slop, as if he would be any more appeased if he did not play the game. Then he would say, oh, you're critiquing the game and calling it woke without having played it the whole way through. And then he does just that, and it's like, oh, you forced yourself to play a game you don't like?
Does he actually go out of his way to play any games other than the AAA releases he's always bitching about, yet always seems to buy and play? Or his nostalgia fix and random regurgitated open world slop he seemingly loathes, yet can't get enough of? No. Already you can see some of the hypocrisy here, and how Synthetic Man is quite literally just making his own problems to complain about them.
I don't think that's hypocrisy.
Kiwi Farms
like, he's a reviewer, so due diligence if you're gonna review a new game. Oh, I guess you should review it without playing it.
Praise thread. People are mad at him for not playing more diverse games, though they also note that it's probably because they don't think he's skilled enough to play games.
I guess this person thinks their points will be elevated if the critiques come directly from Kiwi Farms, which they noted earlier in the video that it's that's like a scary Nazi forum, even though Google recently silently re-indexed Kiwi Farms, so now you can search for Kiwi Farms on Google again. Well, I think Google avows Nazism.
Ninja Gaiden and Devil May Cry 3. This is interesting because he did get bizarrely touchy over criticism of his video on Doom Eternal, where he complained it was too complicated.
Because you wasted, hundreds of hours or whatever getting good at a game, again, does not make your opinion any more valid than mine. I still beat the same thing you beat that I'm talking about. And I didn't like certain things. And learning stupid mechanics that I think are exploits, like hot swapping all these different guns and different cooldown timers and throwing in frag grenades, ice grenades, blah, 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 which I do that stuff, I just don't do it well enough because my reflexes just aren't fast enough. I'm not good at, quick reacting to a...
Okay, here we go. You may notice a trend throughout of Synth loving to tell people how valid their opinions are or aren't, something he doesn't hold himself to, like with dating, women, most political issues.
Situation as much as some of these people, because the game's just too fast. The game's too fucking fast for me.
That's quite a jump there.
If you wanted to boil down a lot of my complaints to Doom Eternal, I literally just think it's too fast.
Despite making his channel to ostensibly cast light on classic games, he's kind of just bad at game criticism in general, not just taking criticism. Synthetic Man has never been able to just say, hey, this game isn't for me, or more tellingly, is never able to break down why gameplay systems interact with each other, how encounter, environment, or gameplay design contributes to his criticisms. Instead, he usually just hand waves away everything, even when it reveals his own ineptitude with the gameplay, in the process revealing even further ineptitude with criticism and then being able to take criticism.
Having fun. I would just
like this video where he can't take criticism of his gameplay, so he makes up an elaborate addiction fantasy for his critics, then says they can't deny it.
Call it addiction. Because if you've ever watched any speedrun in your life, and I'm not even going to count GDQ, because all of them are degenerate.
What I miss, Dingus? Synthetic Man is getting exposed or watching a far left-leaning liberal tanky blow him the fuck out.
But if you just count normal speedrunners, look at their face while they're playing the game. Do they look like they're having...
Also watched his Warhammer review, which was botted to hell by Redditor bots calling him racist.
I would just call it addiction. Because if you've ever watched any speedrun in your life, and I'm not even going to count GDQ, because all of them are degenerates, But if you just count normal speedrunners, look at their face while they're playing the game. Do they look like they're having fun? No. No, of course they're not, because they've played the game like 1,000 times. They know exactly what's going to happen. They've done the same thing over and over again just to beat us slightly faster because their dopamine receptors are fried. And so are yours, whether you admit it or not.
Even his fans have noticed that he's just not very good at playing.
That wasn't a very dented take on speedrunning. Speedrunners are kind of autistic, right? That's why they play the same fucking game all the time. Right?
Games. They even make fun of him with the inside joke of a DSP moment when he fucks up on stream, a reference to the infamous internet lolcow Darkside Phil.
Yes. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I brought up the DSP tournament. So they call him. Yes. I know. Super cool. They set the guy's name. So the context, just in case they get the context incorrectly. Whenever he messes up on a live stream, and this is all in good fun, this is all from his regular viewers, it's all positive, they joke that he's DSP Junior. So again, in response to the jokes, they did the DSP tournament, where they all played difficult games, and then did like a Rift Tracks segment, like a live, this is how you don't play, where they all made fun of each other's gameplay. It's all in good fun, you guys. But yes, he is literally DSP Junior. Except for the masturbating.
It or not.
Even his fans have noticed that he's just not very good at playing games. They even make fun of him with the inside joke of a DSP moment when he fucks up on stream.
Is that really even unique to Synthetic Man, though? Like, I've seen a lot of game streamers get called, oh, that was a DSP moment. Oh, it was worse than DSP. It's just kind of a consequence of DSP being the guy with the 16-year legacy.
Reference to the infamous internet lolcow Darkside Phil. For his part, Synth seemed to be in on the joke until recently, where I think he just got so mad at people calling him DSP and son of DSP that he just banned it from the chat. Again,
Uh-oh, maybe things have changed. Maybe this is from a live stream I didn't see.
Not great with criticism. Now, these might seem like a bunch of pithy points.
But is that really criticism, though? They're just calling him calling him a funny name. That's like saying, That's like calling DSP dented is criticism.
I promise they are going.
Versus like specifically highlighting why his gameplay is trash. Like, I don't know, getting a segment from Black Myth Wukong is Black Myth Wukong gameplay, and like you played the game before yourself, and you can very specifically explain why DSP's gameplay is garbage. That's criticism, at least when I think about it, versus just calling, oh, you're just fucking dented, bro. Like, that's just you calling him dented. There's nothing wrong with that.
Somewhere. I bring up gaming first because
it's non-constructive criticism.
Synth constantly claims his channel is about, that he just wants to play games. He doesn't want political arguments.
But I don't even have a fucking political opinion. I just care about video games. That's it. Caring about video games is being right-wing in current year because, like, fuck you. How dare you not accept all these, shit that I don't even have to say. Because, saying it is offensive. But no, I've really gotten that mad over things that most...
Okay, so with that, I think the idea is because you're forced to kind of interact with that just as a result of the cultural shift. You're forced to kind of address politics from time to time, at least in the sense like from the cultural aspect of it. And again, it just comes back to the woke shit. So I actually believe him when he says that. Like, intrinsically, if Synthetic Man would, if he wanted to talk about politics all the time, he would, right? But he doesn't, because he wants to talk about games. But it's as a result of how the climate is that he has to address politics because of the way that it affects the sector that he primarily inhabits. That is what Craig said during the DSP interview, isn't it, Seal? I mean, is it... No, guys! Side Strollers is not a political show. It's just that we have to address politics because of how it affects us culturally. Is he... Mance isn't wrong. Like, there's a difference between the Side Scrollers podcast and the Kill Stream, right? Question mark?
He doesn't want political arguments.
But I don't even have a fucking political opinion. I just care about video games. That's it. Caring about video games is being right-wing in current year because, like,
I believe this though, because if he could just do videos on like straight up anti-SJW quartering level, if he could be the quartering if he wanted to. He could just do it tomorrow and just put out like 5 fucking videos calling out the alphabet people. But he doesn't. But he could, but he doesn't. So I don't know. Makes sense to me.
You. How dare you not accept all these, you know, shit that I don't even have to say. Because, you know, saying it is offensive. But no, I've really gotten that mad over things that most normal people would find pretty trivial. But that's because I love video games. Unlike people who claim they love video games by jerking off whatever the most popular game is released at the time, I've been playing games since I was 5 years old. I played probably well over 1,000 at this point to save my own skin. Honestly, just because I don't care about politics that much.
See, he thinks it's a hypocritical left that's always injecting their politics into everything, which apparently he must be a secret leftist because he cannot go a fucking stream without making some pretty explicit political points.
Blatant white humiliation ritual I think I've seen in any media, where it's literally just like, you know, what, you think I'm a diversity hire? You know, I had to be checked 4 times more than everyone else for this job. Do you think we are not qualified for this? You know, things like that. And she's like, no, I do. You know, I mean, she said like some corporate speak shit, and I'm just literally like,
big up Zero Jank RPGs. I think I saw you play that game.
Yes,
when it came
you
out.
are diversity hire. You're not qualified for this. You know, like, it basically just rattle off everything. You had lower college scores than everyone else. You're fucking an affirmative action hire. Blah 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 blah. You know, fuck you. Kill. I'm losing it. The low birth rates in the West are completely artificial based on
Bet they
what
think
the
that
elites
that
have
Spurgout was
imposed on us,
sincere,
like, you know,
and not just
birth
a
control and
played-up joke.
microplastics and high fructose corn syrup, etc., etc., etc. Whereas in Japan, it's, you know, it's a result of the lifestyle, but the lifestyle is certainly nothing admirable. No comment. I love how even the fucking aliens love human women. This is, you know what, this is an allegory for race mix.
Disavow.
See, this is why I started with gaming, because everything about his channel and all of his hypocrisy just stems from there. The very first thing he sells himself as, a gamer who doesn't want politics in his games, is basically an outright lie. He loves—
But it's a very, and in my opinion, a very narrow and deliberate surface level analysis of the channel.
To call out other people who don't play games.
He just wants to play games,
journalists
bro.
and casuals, the people who are ruining the game industry.
See, that's the difference between me and most of you who watched the original video that you'll never understand. I actually care about gaming. I actually care about this industry.
Craig.
For
God
you,
damn it,
it's
now you
just
got
a
me doing
casual
it.
hobby. If video games disappeared from the earth tomorrow, you would move on with your life and would be like nothing changed. Because that's always what you fucking normies do. Every guy—
Hey, Mr. Lion. I mean, like, what he's saying ain't wrong, right? Like, the royal we, you guys don't like this cringe leftist shit either, right? It's just that it probably honestly doesn't affect you to the point that you would be a synthetic man about it.
Damn time. Doesn't matter what the hobby is. You invade it and you ruin it. Because you feel excluded, or the rules are too hard, or it's too hard to get into. So
Yes, I canceled my pre-order of Dragon Quest III, the remake, because it changed the male-female labels to body type A and body type B. It has nothing else woke in it, but because it has that, I'm gonna cancel my pre-order.
Change things to make it more accessible.
Saw some people legit
and
arguing
then you
that.
move in, and then you change everything, and you make it go to shit. And it's the same exact thing with the fucking feminists, leftists, SJWs, cucks, beta males, whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter what buzzword. The group of people who are perpetually—
No, they really did do that, Diddy Duke. I think they released previews, so I saw a couple threads on V talking about it. To me, and I've talked about my personal perspective on these issues, is that it sucks. really, but it's not really my hill to die on anymore. For me, I used to argue about localization and how they would rewrite shit and remove content. Like when it's one thing to like make the script different, but when you're outright removing gameplay features and shit, like the worst of it was when Nintendo was doing it in the mid-2010s. So that was when I was the loudest about it, long before, yes, the Dingus Dongus era of me, But nowadays, it's just kind of like, yeah, it sucks. Ring me up a copy. It's not worth for me, it's not worth the energy, especially knowing, like, I can't do anything about it.
Offended and ruin things with their politics.
Look, dude, you got the right idea. If this really fucks with you that much, and I'm not saying it does, but like if you're the hard line, look, if it has that shit, I'm not gonna buy it. You know, you can do pre-owned. You're not giving them money that way.
Politics, ever-changing rules, constantly.
Oh right, yeah, Dead Rising. There was talk about it too at Dead Rising, where it's like is that a remake or a remaster? I feel like if it's a remaster, it's even more fucked up. Sorry, I do keep pausing a lot. Let me rewind.
The fucking feminists, leftists, SJWs, cucks, beta males, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter what buzzword. The group of people who are perpetually offended and ruin things with their politics. Their ever-changing politics, ever-changing rules. Constantly more fucking rules.
But look at what he plays. He's the casual player. He constantly lashes out at commies and the left for making things about politics, but from his jokes to the chat he encourages to the bizarre conspiracies and pretty blatant calls for violence, often inspired by something as simple as seeing a black woman in a video games.
Bailey, thanks to 5 Euros. How are you disappointed by the Elden Ring DLC? Were you expecting them to tone down the difficulty to cater to it? Okay, you fucking retard. Or, you know, that's a good thing. I'm sorry, this is Pride Month. You have dog shit taste. Absolutely an embarrassment. Are you kidding me? If the only thing you like about Souls is the difficulty, you're not a fan of Souls. You're not.
I think we might have to issue another disavow for that. Disavow, ridicule, and critique. You know, we love everybody over here, except Fuda lovers.
Though that is not the reason
all
why the
degenerates.
Souls games are good. Never were. Never, still is not. If the only thing you like about the games is that they're hard, you're a subhuman.
And hardcore gamers, we hate those.
Like, what makes someone a subhuman for using Discord or liking Souls games for their difficulty?
I don't know, ask Mr. Mediker. He hates Discord.
This is so weird. I don't want to get too off track here, but it is bizarre how limited his lexicon of insults is for someone who spends so much time on 4chan. Like,
what was it called? The violence? I believe the previous played clip of him reading the super chat with emojis. That wasn't sent by him, but he read because it was a dono.
You should have an arcane tome full of racial slurs nobody's heard since the Ottoman Empire, and the best he can do is just to call someone by the social media they use. Second best is usually call them a subhuman or a degenerate. Like most things he does, it's just so toothless and lame. The same goes for words like leftist, liberal, and communist, which, by the way, he uses all three interchangeably, probably because he doesn't know the difference, but also because he has to immediately label any dissenting opinion based on politics. For him, it's practically reflexive, like flinching. Most of the time, he has to make up political alignments and conspiracies to inject into his rants. Like, there can be no political statements made whatsoever, just a woman or person of color, and this will be how he reacts.
Dude, how do these keep getting made? BlackRock,
Here he is explicitly advocating bombing BlackRock, Ted Kaczynski reference, over a Xbox showcase trailer with a black woman protagonist. Okay, well that's the framing. Let's see what the clip is.
How do these keep getting made? BlackRock, this is how we, never mind. I'm not gonna Fed post. But if you just look at history, I'll put it this way. If you look at human history, when one man decides enough is enough and does something, okay, it would have happened by now. We are all domesticated soy boys in comparison to the Giga Chad of the past. Uncle Ted was right. Goddamn, we need the new Uncle Ted. Come on, there's gotta be. I'm
gonna say that was like a serious thing right there.
To go down. Like, no one's buying it.
Returning, okay, of course disavow, but returning to the framing, according to the comment here, explicitly advocating, like they seriously think that he is seriously advocating for a new Ted Kaczynski to come about and bomb BlackRock.
There's only so many times they can get one.
And at this point, I don't even know if they legitimately believe that, or if they're just LARPing as if they do believe that he is advocating for that to further their point.
Could go broke before people realize, this money's coming from somewhere. And they seem to have unlimited...
He's explicitly advocating for this as much as the person was explicitly advocating for people to brigade him with reports. And then to say the earlier comment about, oh, all his insults are toothless. Oh, you'd want him to outright say slurs, right? So your brigading would be all the more easier. You'd want his comments to be more toothy, to have more teeth to him, more bite to the bark then. You'd like it. You'd like it if you'd had more of a grounding to actually get him banned, wouldn't you?
Limited money. It's almost like voting with your wallet isn't enough, okay?
He just sees a woman or a person of color in his chat, brings up a political point, and he goes off with very little self-restraint. He cannot help himself but to bring up politics constantly, and for a portion of his fan base, that's why they watch him, for his base takes.
Well, it's like, okay, so it's a video game conference, and you have like 1,000 or so viewers, and the chat's moving very quickly, and you're just joshing and you're having fun, right? And they see, for example, and I remember watching that showcase, there was a substantial amount of, protagonists with which you could point at and make fun of. So you have a very fast chat, and you have an audience that is predisposed to not liking that stuff. And they see it, and they mock it and make fun of it. Well, obviously, as the streamer, you're gonna join in a little bit and josh along and like bub elbows with your chat, right? I think that's what happened.
And you can go to his Kiwi Farms thread to see them say as much. His chat often goads him into these political tangents. And
okay, so at least the knowledge is that I should have just let the video keep playing. I've been debunked.
Seemingly pushes for more violent and unhinged rhetoric, especially during his drunken streams, but I'll get to that in a moment. First, we gotta keep hearing about how Synthetic Man is everything he claims to hate and be against. Let's get back to his opinions on the leftist commies ruining games who want to push their political ideologies on everyone.
This is what happens when you live in a far left echo chamber and have 4 years.
Bold of him to say this when he can't help but freak out at like a black video game character.
Everything you see is propaganda, but they're essentially just people who bitch and complain about anything that isn't leftist propaganda all day, and that's their entire life. They don't consume product because they're all fucking broke. They live with their parents, they're unemployed, and all they do is surround themselves with people who think exactly like them all day. That's all they do.
Oh, is that the purported hypocrisy there? Because he has a big chat?
Making fun of losers who still live with their parents and have no experience in the real world.
The video opened with the person making fun of him for living with his mom.
So far, the things he's getting mad at just describe him.
No, I just don't have
projection
nearly the bills most people do, because I'm one of those people who lives with their parents. Well, I live with my mother, not my dad. But, job, yes. Full-time, definitely not. In the sense that, I mean, it's full-time in the sense it's my only form of income, kind of. I don't know. I mean, it is.
Aw, you can tell he's embarrassed. Bro, just say it's okay. It's okay to say it. My career is YouTube, and I make my money helping mommy with the bills by calling out the woke SJWs. SJ double Jews, to be precise.
I'd say it
you didn't want to bring that up.
Say for the sake of argument, it is. But I don't work full-time by any stretch, no. I'm a lazy motherfucker. I do, what it takes.
I mean, okay, Dingus advocate here. It's like expensive to move out, right? I don't know how much he's making for the amount of views he gets. Maybe he could get an apartment.
exactly.
Yeah, there are worse fates out there. He's never really lived anywhere but home. He's 29 or 30, hasn't had a real job in years by his own attesting. By the way, this is not me speculating.
So he has had jobs before.
He basically spent his entire life.
It's like more than DSP, except, well, at least DSP owns his own home.
Just playing and caring only about video games.
You should have a full-time job and this should be your hobby. That's just not gonna happen. Because first,
doesn't like the framing here kind of dehumanize the people who do make this their full-time career, their full-time job? Doesn't it dehumanize like game journalists who they're like their job is to like literally just talk about video games all day? What about other people? What about left-wing streamers who make their bag by playing video games or anything like that? It's kind of like, it's almost like a self-felt to say, oh, you're just a fucking gamer guy. You act like this is your fucking full cringe and you still live with mommy. When that's like not an exclusively right-wing thing.
So I'm way too lazy to do a real job. Second of all, most people who have real job, if they make quality content, can't make the video. Like, look at how many videos ER released this year, and you wonder, I mean, everyone wants to be a perpetual child.
Yeah, I like ER's
videos.
videos.
This existence by bad parenting, partially, but also.
Oh, don't,
choices I
no.
made.
Don't tell me he doesn't like Mommy Synth. You're supposed to love your mama. No, just not to Christian levels. No.
Like everything with Synthetic Man,
I can't necessarily co-sign the mommy slander man.
he has a double standard here. Practically the only consistent thing about him is his hypocrisy. While he fully admits that he's too lazy to have a real job, he doesn't take any of that responsibility on himself, instead blaming his parents for what he calls learned helplessness. This is a misappropriated psychiatry term that he basically uses to justify his ineptitude. We will talk more about this plenty later, but for now, it's worth pondering that when this laziness is brought up to him, his defense is that nobody knows what he's been through unless they've lived his life.
When are you going to accept your parents are trash and teach yourself what you need to know? You can't do that. That's cope. I would love for
that
you to
sounds
show
like
me an
cope from
example
you,
of
brother.
someone with
See, look, I can criticize him.
Basically learned helplessness, teaching them all the skills. Because every time I've heard something to that, they exaggerated their parents' issues, because that just doesn't happen. At a certain point, it's just not gonna fucking happen. Therapy isn't for men because men want solutions, not validations. Women want validations. Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, I wanted validation.
Yeah, I'd say this is a fair point. 30 minutes in, all right. But the thing is, this doesn't really have anything to do. So this is like a him issue, right? This doesn't have anything to do with his channel, games, his stance on politics, which was supposed to be the point of the whole expose. This is kind of like a personal issue. And honestly, it's not really exclusive to him, right? There are a lot of people who like still live in with mommy's house, or they can't get a job, or this, that, or the other. They gotta be like me and work from home and talk to like grandmas every day who have issues with their ACs. But it doesn't have anything to do with the thesis of the video, which is supposed to be exposing him as like a Nazi incel grifter. It's kind of divorced from the thesis, but it took this long to get to an actual substantiated point. Big ups to Nurgle for the video redeem, but I don't know if we're gonna get to it because the expose is 2 hours long. I mean, you can still get a house and help one's mom. I do not exactly a great area to live, but she's getting old and needs me to do lawn care and such on the weekends. Just needs to spread his wings. Yeah, no, I don't want to, talk too much. My parents aren't ancient, but, Mama Dingus, as you grow older, you gotta be there for the folks, right? If they're still around, I know people's situations are all different. Some people don't have their mom with them already. They don't have their papa there with them. I feel like as you grow older, that's like your obligation, right? To give back because they gave so much to you and they reared you up growing up, so you gotta do this and that for them. Even if it's like the small stuff, right? Or if it's like Seal, like you're mowing the lawn, or maybe they get to a point where they can't walk that good anymore. Kind of like that with Granny Dingus in her final days. Again, not to get too deep into my personal stuff, but there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, again, as Seal brings up, you can spread your wings. I feel like he's using this as like an excuse to prevent himself from spreading his wings. It is possible to have gainful employment and go out and do stuff beyond the realm of the video, and just being there at home and whatnot. It feels like he's thinking of reasons to keep himself chained there. Yeah, it's a crutch.
Patient for a long time, but not from therapy from my parents.
What if your parents were cruel to you, Dingus? Well, I just said that everyone's parental situation is not the same, but generally that would be the thought process as you grow older, to give back to those who gave them everything in their lives to you.
I never did get that. Eventually you learn to give up on those things.
And some of you might already be getting ahead of me and wondering, does he reserve that same sentiment for the experiences of other people? Does he require that empathy and understanding for others' lived experiences and emotions before allowing them to be valid? Say, for example, when it comes to women, trans people, or people of color.
Oh boy.
Fuck no.
Some anti-Zionism making me pro-Palestine. Sure. It's not like, I don't even care about the Middle East. That's the truth. I wish nobody cared, and I wish they got no foreign aid or any of that shit. I wish, you know, everyone had to fend for themselves. And so for those of you who are NEETs, obviously depressed,
ask the YouTuber what they think about Israel and us funding Israel.
Probably not gonna get a girlfriend, etc., etc., etc. You have to realize that if you can somehow manage to...
But what about the lived experience of the Israelis? Got a note. NEET is internet slang for not an employment, education, training, basically a burnout, which here he is projecting on the trans people who actually do things. Trans people who actually do things? Are you saying like all trans people do things?
Work up the motivation to do something. Literally anything. Some creative pursuit. That's why you see all these who are making video games. Because they're the NEETs, dude. I'd say probably most of them are not working a real job. They're probably living off of disability. Maybe they're working part-time or something. The type of people who have the time to work 5 years on a game, they're the people who don't like actually work hard.
Throughout history, women have been attracted to men older than them, which is a conflict because women over 30, you know, roasties, are extremely jealous of young women. They take it out on men by saying men are pedophiles for dating a woman younger than them, when the younger women are seeking out older men.
Okay, be careful with that.
This is why.
Be careful. People can spin that.
This is why, like, it's fucking. Anyway, never mind. We're gonna get into severe incel talk in a second. But the point is, these empty egg cartons.
I like how that's my favorite thing is the title of the stream is Pikmin 2.
Are an extreme issue with online discourse. They need to be banned. They need to be like banned en masse because their opinions are corrupting future generations because they have nothing better to do. They have a lot of them have successful careers. You know, a lot of these women probably make more money than I do, almost certainly.
Already, you can see how Synth is deeply insecure, lashing out at so many things, often with tired insults, but for everything he bases his channel and personality on, he is undermined by himself. He's the one who can't go to a game without injecting politics, even when there are none. He's the casual who doesn't play a wide variety of games. He's the person who has issues with difficulty. And I know in the extremely unlikely circumstance...
It really bugs me how they don't focus on the camera, but it seems like they're focusing on the script in front of them. Like, can at least look at me.
As he's made it this far into the video, like, come on, I've seen how he freaks out at being forced to watch a 2-minute cutscene. But if he's still watching, he'll likely be saying something to the effect of, but leftists say all art is political. Which is a true statement, but not in the way he thinks. Where he believes leftists need all art to push a political agenda.
Ubisoft claims their games are not political, which obviously is false. Their games are political. I don't want to get into an argument of everything is political, because that's something that commies say, for good reason, you know, if you understand anything about communism or socialism. And if you want to get into like bitch
but what's the politics
semantics,
of Astrobot, since we want to say all art is political?
Yeah, everything is political.
And that's just pure fun, guys.
But that's not what people mean. They just don't have the words to describe what they mean. And as society has made the slow march into making literally everything political, with many people simply telling you that everything is political, yet out of the other side of their mouth also telling me that I'm making things political when everything's political. So figure that one out. If they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all, right? But obviously The Last of Us Part 2 is probably the most infamous example of being unable to escape propaganda in modern games. Despite the fact the apocalypse took place in 2013, which is a few years before the trans movement even started, one of the major characters in the game, Lev, is trans.
When people say all art is political, they mean that art is political because artists are influenced by the culture around them, which includes the political strife and developments of the time, or how those political developments have affected them. Quick tangent, but one of the best examples I can think of to illustrate this is Francisco Goya. Francisco Goya was a court painter for royalty in the 1700s who made amazing photorealistic portraiture. Then after witnessing some awful shit during the Spanish War for Independence,
What a
his
fucking
entire
tangent
artistic
for a
style
video
changed.
about
He made a series of
synthetic man.
drawings depicting the horrors of war in stark, brutal reality. Later, when an illness relapsed and he almost died, he made arguably his most famous works called The Black
Shut up,
Paintings.
Renchick. I didn't want to
When
talk
you
about
compare
that,
and
miss.
contrast his early work with his later work, there is a stark difference to the
Oh, no, that wasn't
twisted,
Renchick. That was
hellish
BR
style
Joe.
in
Sorry.
the Black Paintings. While the art itself is depicting death, sadness, madness, and whatever else Goya was going through, the art itself is undeniably influenced through the lens of its creator by the political state of the time. This is what people mean when they say art is political. It's not that the art is taking a political stance or pushing an agenda. It's saying that you can't properly
sometimes it just
discuss
outright
these works
does.
of art and their themes without acknowledging the political upheaval in Spain at the end of the Napoleonic era and how it directly and deeply affected Goya. No art class or history teacher would bring up Goya's black paintings without talking about how they were affected by politics. And when you consider his proximity to politics, witnessing of war and strife, and falling from royal favor, it makes sense that the art he's creating reflects a more pessimistic and macabre worldview. Was this an elaborate tangent just to show people some of my favorite paintings?
Yes.
But also, the next time somebody scoffs at all art being political, you can immediately tell how much they actually know about art and its themes, and how art is directly affected by the time and political climate it's made in. There are plenty of trends in films that
A bit
reflect
fart
this, by the
huffing,
way.
I have to say.
Economic anxiety is represented by the slew of haunted house horror movies.
Really,
after the
really getting into that
mid-2000s
fart
crowds,
huffing
or
territory.
the glut of slasher movies
Ah,
depicting
yes,
teens
I'm very
engaging
intelligent,
in ruinous
because
sex
I
and
know
drugs as killer fodder during the height of the AIDS epidemic and the crack crisis in America. So when Synth goes on a rant about Jews or black people or women and says leftists can't say anything because they say everything is political, that's not how that argument works. All art is influenced by politics, but that doesn't mean all art is trying to push a specific agenda, a mistake that he makes constantly. In fairness, Synth's chat brings things up almost as much as he does, though, particularly when it comes to things they can make fun of him for. One of these things is an in-joke in his community.
The point is, he doesn't understand that all art is political. That was the whole reason he went on that tangent.
About Fuda. Now, I don't want to go and like do a whole tangent on
Nah,
Fuda,
you love
Nori,
Fuda. You're the party that loves it.
because you see, Synthetic Man is wildly transphobic. Basically doesn't believe there's any such thing as a passing trans woman, that it's gay to like trans women, that they're physically repulsive. So he hates women with penises, you'd think. Unless it's in...
Thank you for the big Ouija moment. So he's about to point out this is you could argue if this is valid or not. He's about to point out the hypocrisy of him being against trans and alphabet people, but then having the sexual fetish of the Fuda shit. Thank you for the Let's Fucking Gut. We got a few more worlds to go. And Zixrelli brings up a good point. I was actually thinking about it while they were describing it in the video. If society died in 2013, how come they have the same values of SoCal people in 2024? It just doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah. I mean, he said in the video that trans people were not a thing in 2013. I wouldn't go that far, but I would say it wasn't as prominent in 2013 as it is now as an identity for people to take on. So in that, if we're arguing that, then I agree with Zixrelli. I think you could have a case to say, well, why are they trans in 2013 if that was such a rare thing? And on top of that, if you really wanted to work around it, you could have played into it, right? You could have had that as part of the character arc. Is, oh, it's something that's not like a lot of people aren't really at. A lot of people don't understand me. This is like not a popular thing and whatnot.
Anime.
My experience with seeing women's cruelty, what made me food built.
Can it be?
Bro, I don't even know. It definitely is some kind of weird psychological damage. Because it's like, it weirdly
Remember
also
when DSP said he was going to play this game because it was Toriyama's last thing that came out with his seal of approval?
Food built.
Can it be?
Bro, I don't even know. It definitely is some kind of weird psychological damage. Because it's like, it weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Again, like Fuda is some
third time we ever used this clip. This is basically pure cope and justification for him looking up Fuda and fanboy porn. Like, just admit it, dude, who cares?
that really only works in anime. There's many fetishes that only work in anime. That's why, like, autists, dweebs, whatever, always say 2D is better than 3D. There's a lot of ideas. Like, femboys are another one where it's like, if you see, like, the real feminine men trying to be femboys, it's repulsive to any straight person, no matter how feminine they try to appear to be. The best they can accomplish is with filters on photos, but whenever you see video, it's never enough. There's gonna be a primal part of your brain that still knows it's a man, you know what I mean? But with anime, you can make anything look like anything. Husky, I said this earlier this stream. Some fetishes are meant for only fiction, okay? I'm sure in like...
I'm thinking about it. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm kind of like where Goon is, where the people that look at the hentai and shit, would they really seek out the same kind of porn, but like IRL, you know, 3D porn, like, or would they only keep it, especially for someone like this, right, who's like a gooner, synthetic Nazi incel type of person, and he likes Fuda. I don't think he would seek out trans porn then. That's like a different category. Even though ostensibly on the face of it, you could argue that it's the same shit, and therefore, like the documentarian is trying to do, very generous calling them documentarian, like the documentarian is trying to do, trying to draw out the hypocrisy of that. But I struggle to accept the notion that just because he likes Fuda, he would go out of his way to look up like actual 3D trans porn. I think that's a different category, or at least he would see it as. Yeah. Golem nails it. No femboy looks like Astolfo in real life. So even when you have 3D femboys, do they all look like the 2D femboy that you goon to every fucking day? Probably not. Let me rewind that again just so I can make sure for myself that I heard it correctly.
Weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Again, like Fuda is something that really only works in anime. There's many fetishes that only work in anime. That's why, like, autists, dweebs, whatever, always say 2D is better than 3D. There's a lot of ideas. Like, femboys are another one where it's like, if you see, like, the real feminine men trying to be femboys, it's repulsive to any straight person, no matter how feminine they try to appear to be. The best they can accomplish is with filters on photos, but whenever you see video, it's never enough. There's gonna be a primal part of your brain that still knows it's a man, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I maintain what I said then, because like it's supposed to be ideal when it comes to, you know, anime and whatnot. Like that it wouldn't be something that you would see in real life. Again, with the notion that, oh, a femboy like Astolfo wouldn't exist in real life, so it would be different. Same thing would go with Fuda and trans, and I'm not into Fuda, but I'm gonna look at it from how he's looking at it, or the reason he's into Fuda. But that wouldn't mean that he would be into trans porn, because as he said, your mind, the cockles of your mind is able to discern that it is a gross, repulsive thing. So it wouldn't be into it. How do you know what most Fuda is like, SEAL Team Raz? Oh shit, called out! Ah! Taking every fetish and putting it under the vast umbrella. Like, come on, man, this is some incentive and childish stuff. How's it feel, Fuda? If you know something isn't real, it doesn't affect you the same. This is the most interesting part of the video, and it's just Sin talking. Yeah! The one that's inspiring the most conversation doesn't have the YouTuber really talking, and just the most the YouTuber put in of their own opinion here is just saying that it's cope.
But with anime, you can make anything look like anything. Husky, I said this earlier.
I know too much about the subject. I read Goon's opinion, and I think it was Golem's opinion, and then I was like, oh, okay, that makes kind of sense. Let me rewind. And now I'm applying my own surface level understanding on top of their appraisals, and I'm agreeing with them. This doesn't mean I look up Fuda porn.
Meant for only fiction. Okay?
Thing is, that is like a gigantic cope right there.
I'm sure in like, I don't know, anime, I've said it a million times, anime can make...
Again, he talked too much about it and got embarrassed about it. He doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
Anything appealing. That's the problem with anime. Anime is unintentionally helping the globalist agenda by being an art style that can manipulate the minds of the at least slightly autistic. You know, which I may be. That's what I'll say on this matter.
Because of what he cites to be a porn addiction, Synth apparently does find trans people attractive just when they're anime girls with big cocks. Like,
I guess if you want to boil it down to that.
Dude, as long as it's not.
But generally, if you want to be so pedantic, you could just boil it down to that. But the people against the alphabets don't really consider, like, you have never really seen the people who are into that refer to, yes, 2D characters, yes, they're trans and whatnot. Actually, I've seen that more from the left when they try to claim like a character is trans. And more often than not, they don't have any proof whatsoever besides their delusional headcanon. But the people into it for the gooning purposes, I don't see them happily championing that as like, oh, I like trans people, but only if they're animated. I blame Bridget for this. The Guilty Gear character, I agree.
Lolly shit and nobody's getting hurt. Knock yourself out. I don't give a fuck.
What? Hold up.
To be a porn
rewind.
At least slightly autistic. You know, which I may be. That's what I'll say on this matter.
Because of what he cites to be a porn addiction, Synth apparently does find trans people attractive just when they're anime girls with big cocks. Like, hey, whatever floats your boat, dude, as long as it's not lolly shit and nobody's getting hurt.
Okay, I thought for a second they were avowing that.
Yourself out. I don't give a fuck. But if you're gonna say that Fudanari isn't trans, you're definitely wrong. Trans is anything outside of cisgender. The Fuda stuff is a point his chat is constantly making fun of him for. And like, everything he says is kind of just cope that he got drunk once and admitting to liking Fuda muscle mommies.
I mean, yeah, I'm a coomer, but like,
hey,
I don't even fucking really have a waifu. He'll definitely grill me on the Fuda question. Well, that could be entertaining. I don't really care. Like, what do you
everything that isn't cis is trans. Let me hear that again.
Knock yourself out. I don't give a fuck. But if you're gonna say that Fudanari isn't trans, you're definitely wrong. Trans is anything outside of cisgender. The Fuda.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, that was the line. Again, if the definition is like cis, it's so, I get it, but I can't phrase it, right? Like, you can just hear that in your mind, you're like, that literally can't be right? But I can't really put it together myself as to how that is wrong. Because cis is like, yes, the default, yes. And like trans is like, when you're like, whatever, and in between, and you're non-binary, and this, that, and the other. I thought gay was also considered not cis. I think it is. ... I'm not an expert on this shit, you guys. I'm learning the same as you.
stuff is a point his chat is constantly making fun of him for. And like, the Fuda stuff is a point his chat is constantly making fun of him for. And like,
rightfully so.
Everything he says is kind of just cope that he got drunk once and admitting to liking Fuda muscle mommies.
I mean, yeah, I'm a Coomer, but like, I don't even fucking really have a waifu. He'll definitely grill me on the Fuda question. Well, that could be entertaining. I don't really care. Like, what do you expect me to say? It's like, I'm a Coomer. What do you want from me? Openly have waifu? You're a Zoomer, bud. I was just joking. I don't have a waifu. And also, plenty of millennials have waifus. You fucking... whatever the opposite of an internet person is, I don't know, third world shit skin. I'm kidding.
I guess my only advice for him would be to just own it, since it got like exposed. He kind of is, but I also get the impression that he's embarrassed and wished he didn't get drunk and admitted it. But again, it's like the documentarian, in quotes, is trying to make fun of him for it. Because it is embarrassing. While at the same time saying like, oh, I don't care, bro. Like what you like as long as it's not like illegal and whatnot. But obviously the clips would not be here if they couldn't be used as like a point against him to make fun of him.
People are really good thing I'm
Big ups on 1,500 deaths.
Fast Mystery, thanks 20 pesos. Griffin thinks Poison is a Fuda you like. I think technically she's a she-male, so that would make
What's
her
the difference?
A man. With, you know, extensive
I legit
surgery,
don't know.
like a Brazilian troon, basically.
Oh yes, the expert.
I don't think... There's very few canonical Fudas in fiction.
Real quick, one other point. It should not surprise you by now that Synth is like crazy racist. Despite the fact that he did this very scientific poll to prove, specifically to me, like by name, that his chat couldn't be racist because they aren't all white.
And I wanted to say I would shoot myself before I save a crimer. All right. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, in Game Sense, it's Indian.
Super Chat makes reference to crimers. So again, a clip about a Super Chat that isn't him that he has to read because he's not going to scam the donos. Super Chat makes reference to crimers, an internet slang replacement for the N-word.
So this is not like some white guy being like, again, for the lurking leftists, this is an Indian saying this, okay? So if you're thinking like, oh, only white people are racist or whatever, no. I have a very diverse chat. In fact, if there's any lurking lefties in here, let's do a poll right here. Are you, hold on, it's been a while since I've done a racial poll. Are you
The way you
white?
phrase that could mean a lot of things.
There you go. So here you go. So all lurking leftist.
I can't be racist, you guys. I have black friends and black viewers.
Than any bread tuber. Get shocked. Be about to be blown away at your own because I know you're lurking, especially a certain troon who's making a hit piece on me. Make sure to get this for the video.
This is so good. This is so good. You want to see how he constantly contradicts himself? Buckle up. You might think that's not how polls work. You're going to give an audience an end goal you want them to meet, and then they meet it, shockingly enough. Well, not only is there basically no way to do an accurate poll like this in this setting, but people who...
Yeah, to be fair, I agree with that. It's obviously going to be shifted in the favor of like wanting to debunk the people calling him out, right? So they're obviously going to vote in favor of the thing that makes them look good, which in this case would be voting for diversity.
Who aren't white can be racist too? As
Big ups on the
evidenced by
backs.
something that happened in another stream where a Mexican fan of his started posting anti-Semitic memes in the chat. So he even had...
Big ups to Seribot. Yes. They're trying to get me shut down for watching a documentary that makes fun of the type of people they don't like. Okay. Again, big up Seribot. If you have trouble with bots, Sarah, you're here. Download this bot that's like automatically banning all these people. Seribot, you don't have to have anything open. You don't have to have anything downloaded. Just have it as a mod in your chat, and they're just felted on fight. Same thing for you, UNF, and maybe even Goon. I don't know if Goon has bots like that.
As fans in other countries,
I don't know if you guys have
acknowledges
problems with these
that
guys.
They're also racist.
Just some guy in chat who's just Talk about JQ shit out of nowhere. How many people in this chat just come here to fucking get on the soapbox? We know Klaus Mystery. Klaus Mystery. I should figure out how much a Mexican peso is worth, and
it's like 20 pesos to $1.
And as for being not racist, Synth did this poll to show he's not racist. On the exact same stream, he said this shit.
The whole
I was fine with just doing that too, Goon, but recently they started changing up their scripts, and it's like you have to go back and manually update the auto shit every single time. Seribot's a bit like kind of like set it and forget it.
Point of the race shit is for the divide of the white man. I don't think they really needed the help though. I don't think the white man has ever stood with each other. We would also have to count the light Hispanics if we're counting Italians due to Spain. No, Hispanics are mixed.
Same Klaus Mystery did and band? I actually don't know.
South Americans, though, or I guess Mexico is technically North America.
You found
a
found a new crowd to roll with if it's the same Klaus Mystery.
Some of the dark Italians, I'm sure, are mixed with North African.
I don't know too much about them,
but that's not the entire race. Hispanics are an entire race of mutts, quite literally. Disavow. An entire race of mutts.
Now, that's not where this little polling saga ends, because in another stream, when his chat was pestering him about being Aryan Chads or whatever the fuck, he talks about if he did a poll, half of them would lie.
Aryan is not a meme. Aryan is not a meme. You motherfuckers aren't even blonde hair, blue-eyed anyway. If I did a poll, half you would fucking lie.
Well, yeah, and that's why you can't take the polls as like the be-all, end-all, because it's a live stream where people are having fun.
The real Aryans weren't even German.
So, not only does he acknowledge that his chat lies during polls, but also that non-white people can be racist. So, good job, I guess, at proving nothing but your own ineptitude in this case.
Make sure to get this from the video.
Like, the dude can't not contradict himself. From just that little interaction, you might get the idea that Synth isn't very smart. I'm not saying that.
Yes, you are.
I'm not gonna say that.
Yes, you
Somebody
are.
else might say it.
That's what you're implying. Oh my god.
Remember, I'm not actually asserting anything here.
Ah, yes.
Can't not contradict himself. From just that little interaction, you might get the idea that Synth isn't very smart. I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna say that. Somebody else might say it. I'm not going to. Remember, I'm not actually asserting anything here.
Speaking of Toothless,
just someone out there might. But to that point, I'd recommend looking at this part where he has his friend on the stream and brings up a thought experiment. See, the next part has it all. Him not being good at games, him being wildly racist, and him contradicting.
Yeah, it's just this catty shit, Nurgle. Like, you've heard it all before. It's very, very catty, cutesy, and shallow. It's supposed to, like, steer the audience into believing that with the, what they're about to show. Oh, but I'm not like, I'm not saying that. Proceeds to show you clips that would point you into that direction so that you come to that conclusion yourself. But I'm not saying that.
Himself.
It's womanly behavior, baby.
You hadn't eaten breakfast this morning.
I never eat breakfast.
Right, but how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast? Or how would you feel if you had, since you don't eat breakfast?
Kobe, what are you trying to get at right now? Just fucking spit it out.
Oh my god, this is... I'm DSPing this so hard, but it's partially because you're distracting me with... Look at my drive jacket.
I genuinely don't know what the fuck you're talking about. How would I feel if I ate breakfast?
Okay, the whole point is, it's based on a psychological experiment.
So they're just, it's just like bro talk, shit posting and having fun, and this is like, oh, this is proof he's dented, guys. Maybe replay the Fuda clip again if you want like his proof of him being dented.
I in chat, I was talking about it last time. Was it Bisky? I don't know. He was describing it. It's based on a psychological experiment where basically can't conceptualize. Well, they can't conceptualize multiple things. They can't really imagine an alternate past or future, or imagine the future, and they also don't have sympathy or empathy, and it's basically just an analysis of criminals.
Unsurprisingly, this little thought experiment originated on a 4chan thread. This is nothing but black people stupid memes, which is how it spread online, and probably how Synth knows about it. It's also, I cannot stress this enough, not how IQ works. It won't surprise you to know this originated on 4chan as a racist way to say black prisoners basically don't have object permanence. There's literally no proof this experiment ever happened outside of this one 4chan post, so at most it should be taken as probably fake.
You're seriously dissecting the 4chan post?
Surefire proof of how to tell who's smart and who's not. To ask them a hypothetical question, if they're unable to grasp that hypothetical, they're an idiot. And then his friend says
actually bad about this?
Like basically, dumb people can't conceptualize hypotheticals. Like that's.
I just gave the example of you never conceiving the idea of mine and Devin's hypotheticals.
No, I understand the hypotheticals.
Or fact-checking the individual known as 4chan. Yes.
What are you talking about? Name an example.
The first thing that popped in my head, I don't know why, but when we were moving shit to when you still lived at your old house, we were moving shit to your storage locker, and Devin and I asked you a hypothetical. We're like, Devin, what would you do, or Kobe, what would you do if right now a plane crashed, like right beside you? And you're like, I don't know, I would just it would crash, I guess. I'm like,
I can't stand your lies. I can't stand them. Your lies.
What would I do if a
Lie like
plane
you
crashed right
breathe.
now near me?
Now,
I
this
probably
could
wouldn't be
a
alive
friend
because the plane
just making
crashed
up a story,
right near me.
but I kinda doubt it. The specifics are too off the cuff. Plus, Synth has attested many times to having memory problems. At any rate, I believe the friend story way more than a just random 4chan post. But the point here is that Synth is ready to believe the 4chan post was an entirely real thing, a real way to determine people as being mentally inferior, literally eugenics. And then it applies to him too. Now, again, this could well be a...
The clip didn't really convince me that he legitimately believed that, to be honest. Kind of like, oh, I saw a meme on 4chan, let me bring it up on my stream, because my audience is largely people that are also clued into the 4chan stuff. Like, a lot of them are 4chan users themselves. So let me reference that meme in my content. On my chill stream where we're just, again, bullshitting around, playing like a multiplayer game with our friend or something.
Fake story from his friend. But judging by Synth's reaction, his insecurity, which you already know about, and the way he kind of just quickly dropped the subject and moved the fuck on, I kind of doubt it's fake. You'll notice plenty more little hypocritical points for Synthetic Man throughout, but I want to start here to really hopefully give you a sense of who he is now. We will go more into the depth of his radicalization and his beliefs, including the provably false places he gets his evidence for his beliefs from later. And as I'll show, these aspects of Synthetic Man, more than any opinions on gaming.
And then again, like the proof, the evidence is that when asked what would happen if a plane crashed near him, which is like just a stupid question from the outset, like he didn't immediately have a detailed answer. I don't know, what would you do if a plane crashed near you?
And wokeness
Oh,
are what
have an
seem to
answer? You
draw
must
his
be
most
dented.
fervent fans. The ones that identify with his life, the way he chooses to live, and who he chooses to blame for all the problems in the world. This reflexive, reactionary streak of lashing out at the slightest perceived infractions of wokeness, existent or not, is why people congregate in places like Kiwi Farms and 4chan, and on Synthetic Man's channel. But Synth's channel wasn't always such an open cesspit where his chatters felt confident making allusions to Moist Critical being sexually assaulted by N-words. Synthetic himself may have had some questionable and borderline extremist beliefs, but the work he was doing started very differently. In fact, when he started his channel 3 or 4 years ago, he seemed like an entirely different person, and a much happier one too.
Yeah, he was toxified. Guys, I know you're as mentally drained as I am, but we have approached part 2 Ouroboros. Everything beforehand was like part 1.
In 2020, Synthetic Man set about creating a YouTube channel that, in his words, was mostly meant to review current games and shine a spotlight on games he enjoyed and wanted to show to more people. This is evidenced by the first few videos remaining on the channel, a video of the Resident Evil 3 remake and a video talking about 10 games he wished were more acknowledged.
on this site made a top 10 list, there would be countless games worth your time left unmentioned. Really, 10 doesn't even do a list like this justice, so don't think of this as the definitive 10 games that you
A lot of us were happier back
These are
then,
just the 10
to be
best
fair.
games I've played that didn't get the praise, attention, or copies sold that they deserve.
Going back to these videos, there is a stark difference in his style, presentation, and attitude. While there are minor hints towards some transgressive attitudes, like complaining about Jill being too much of a girl boss, they are mostly run-of-the-mill YouTube videos, and also videos that for a new YouTube channel only did okay in terms of views. Then he did a few unscripted videos ranting about The Last of Us, Pokemon, and a video titled Gaming is Dying, You Are Killing It, featuring the faces of other YouTube critics like Stephanie Sterling. And these are where his modern persona originates. Synthetic Man has spoken many times about how he doesn't script his videos, he talks off the cuff, and as a result, records what he calls rants about certain topics. Which started
Ah, yes, raw, unedited commentary. I've heard that one before.
his content likely meant to pad his output until he could put together more thoughtful videos he enjoyed and started the channel for, such as a
It was an older video, BR Joe, so I don't think Plucky Squire existed yet.
retrospective series. These intensely negative rants quickly became his most popular content. Just compare the views between retrospectives and rants released around the same times, like the Demon Soul and Spyro retro.
Now, I've made this point before too. In fact, I think I made it on this very stream that he doesn't do positive content anymore because it simply does not get the clicks. And that's more of an issue. I would say that's more of an issue with YouTube itself as a platform and the kind of content that it rewards in the algorithm versus, you know, like his fault. Like he's only making content that he knows would get views rather than just making content that would not get as many views because, you know, as was noted earlier, this is kind of like what he does for the money.
Perspectives not cracking 20,000 views, while the Gaming is Dying rant is over 400,000 after 4 years. This would become a trend to the point that it's been over a year since his last video that wasn't a review on a recent game, commentary on an industry event, or just ranting about something dying. And he's always talking on stream about eventually getting to various ideas for videos that just never materialize. If you go back to the beginning and watch his videos, you also see how frustrating this experience was for him.
Well, you guys asked for it. You want another rant? I'll give you another fucking rant. You gamers are addicts, and you would buy the shit anyway, because you can't be fucking bothered to go play some old games. Like, that's all it is at the end of the day. That's why I started this channel, was I just wanted to talk about old games that I thought people should play, right? That was it. That's literally why my old
half
video
my fucking
titles
stream
are
is me playing
why
old
you
games.
should play, you know, even if nobody clicks on that and nobody cares, because people don't want to hear game suggestions, right? The gaming audience is pretty much just divided into two categories. People who want to hear somebody complain, which I guess is what I'm doing right now, and then people who just want to hear, you know, someone jerking off and like...
Thank you, VR Joe. It is a shame, like, real talk, like, honestly, man. But again, it's more of like a YouTube thing. And then on top of that, just like generally the human condition, right? We want to see people get angry because that fulfills our own dopamine receptors rather than we want to see someone talk positively about something.
Getting hyped about whatever the new big thing is. I just, in my Spyro video, which you guys didn't fucking watch, some of you, you know, my...
Yes!
I know some of you...
Dude, I would be crushed if I did a Spyro video and nobody watched it. I'd have like tears running down my eyes.
Watched it. Those of you
Thank
who
you,
commented, you know, love you guys. But everyone else, you didn't fucking care because as I've said before, you don't want to hear game recommendations. You just want to hear someone shit on something or somebody hype something up coming out.
It's unfortunate, but like he's right. Like people don't want to hear this shit, and I'm not saying that's right. That like that reality is right. He's right. What he's saying is right. But I'm not saying that reality is right. Like it shouldn't have to be that where only the videos that are negative and toxic get the fucking views. Think about like DSP's rise to prominence. Ah, yes. Beyond the fact that he was one of the only people doing it. Correct. It was also that he was calling out the developers and saying this game fucking sucks. Right? Correct.
new.
Synthetic Man began his channel to make games.
If you want to go back even further, you can point at the Angry Video Game Nerd. Ah, yes. Now, I know his videos were like skits, and they were actually scripted, and they weren't like reality. But that was like the outset of it, like creating the Angry Reviewer. That stuff, even though it kind of went away in the sense of like having your Angry Video Game Nerd clones and whatnot, the Angry Joes, the Game Dudes, like that stuff has went away. But the stuff associated with it, like the idea that we gravitate towards content that is like by people that are passionate about something, and they're just shitting on everything, like they're not happy, they're miserable, everything sucks. That kind of like translated from Angry Reviewer to the anti-woke, anti-SJW. Like everything is woke now. It's all shit. Everything's garbage and trash. It's kind of the same thing. Just like it's the Angry Reviewer of the now.
Videos and seemed genuinely interested in playing and talking about the games he loved from his childhood.
And it's frustrating. It's because I kind of see myself a little bit in that like I like to talk about the stuff that I like, but it probably wouldn't get viewership if I did do it, right? Well, it's kind of like it's like I see myself a little bit into that. It's like you want to share something that you like, and you kind of want to, you know, you want to share your passions and whatnot, and then people don't give a shit. They just want to see you hate on shit. They just want to see you be a hater. Wait, hold up. Sorry. I should unpause it, but this level sucks. Yeah, Jaded Dingus. But that's the thing, right? Because what could I compare it to? Okay, the Dingus novel, right? You put like, you have a passion for something, you had a hobby, you put real heart, blood, sweat, effort, and tears into it, and you put it out there, and it takes a lot to do something like that, right? And then nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. I look at his comparison with the Spyro video here as like the same thing, right? It's a game he grew up with his childhood, which me too. I also grew up with Spyro, but it's like a game he grew up with from his childhood, and he wants to make a video about it and talk about it. And it's a genuine positive video from the heart, blood, sweat, and tears, yada yada, effort. He had to edit it together. Maybe that probably might have even have been scripted, right? And he puts it out there, and he gets 150 views. Within 5 days. And then he puts out a video crying about The Last of Us 2, and it's unscripted, it's very lazy, it's a rant video, it's talking about a subject that's popular in the news, and it's what people want to watch and click on because that's what the YouTube algorithm favors. And he gets like a gazillion views on it, and the channel blows up, and that's all they want to watch. It's unfortunate, right? Like the thing, they actually put passion in, and like you care about it, nobody cares about it. But the thing that you don't put passion in, and you just kind of off the cuff ranting, that's what people want to see. And then you kind of feed into that because that's what gets you the clicks, and you need the views, and you know that's his primary source of income there. So he's more inclined to do it than the average hobbyist YouTuber because he needs that money, bro. He needs that money. But you get where I'm going at. Over time, jaded, burnout, miserable. It wasn't the case when he was starting out. I don't like True Crying, Kino Casino, and half the games Dingus plays. That's okay, Goon. I know you're here
a point
for
of
the
view
bond
of
that we
elitism
share.
or decrying wokeness just because he genuinely loved games, despite
Hey,
his
Wild
lack
Tiger.
of overall knowledge about.
There's way too much to explain. Just Synthetic Man is getting destroyed, and it's in the worst way possible. Let me rewind that. Like, just genuinely feel how he's coming across here with the little Spyro commentary.
Like getting hyped.
Am I still writing a Dingus novel? I haven't had any time to do writing in a while, unfortunately. One of these days.
About whatever the new big thing is. I just in my Spyro video, which you guys didn't fucking watch, some of you, you know, I know some of you watched it. Those of you who commented, you know, love you guys. But everyone else, you didn't fucking care because as as I've said before, you don't want to hear game recommendations. You just want to hear someone shit on something or somebody hype something up coming out new.
Synthetic Man began his channel to make games.
You can hear the
videos and
frustration.
seemed genuinely interested in playing and talking about the games he loved from his childhood, not from a point of view of elitism or decrying wokeness, just because he genuinely loved games. Despite his lack of overall knowledge about games, I do genuinely believe that he at least loves games, or at least his nostalgic memories of the ones he loves. I believe he has an abiding appreciation for games from his childhood like Crash, Spyro, Darksiders, and others. Yet, he also quickly realized it wasn't enough to stand out in a crowded content landscape, or at least that his audience reacted more positively to content where he was complaining or getting angry.
No, Nurgle, I was being a little facetious. This is a 2-hour video by a tanky, and God, the points we've listened to so far, maybe 1 or 2 good points, and then one of the points was that one of the points doesn't even have anything to do with the decence of the video. It was more like a personal thing, like oh, he still lives with his mom. Okay.
This is not a persona.
It was a little
I'm
deeper than
putting
that.
on.
I apologize.
This is legitimately what I think. Unlike channels like Angry Joe, I have never had to fake anger for a video. I actually used to review some older games I'd never played before at people's request or on Patreon. Honestly, I just couldn't stand to do that anymore after a certain point. My passion for YouTube has dwindled despite my increasing success. So now I pretty much only make videos
Many such
I want
stories.
to make for one reason or another. But that said, there certainly is a lot of credence to this criticism. There's certainly been many times that I've wanted to talk about a game, but I feel like I couldn't because I know nobody would watch it. Now, you might believe otherwise, but I have the numbers to back it up. It is certainly much less successful than my lazier videos like these TV show reviews I've been doing this year, which kind of brings me to another side point. I don't really consider this as a criticism, this is just a suggestion, but a lot of you seem to want me to cover any pop culture, especially really shitty, woke TV shows or movies, and I understand why. I clearly have a anti-SJW audience, whatever you want to call that, right? I'm not surprised by it all. Obviously, in my first dozen videos on my channel, I made those 2 Last of Us 2 shit
No, it's not a hit piece because they said it wasn't a hit piece.
posts.
And here's a point that I absolutely understand Synth and what he's been through. I started my channel around the same time with a similar goal. Occasional video essays and explorations of forgotten games. I didn't do retrospectives so much as in-depth documentaries where I interviewed game developers with interesting stories to tell, and polished video essays dissecting the themes of games. But like Synth, I didn't get much traction because it is a very crowded space. I wasn't able to make this a full-time job until I started making political content and intensely researched deep dives. And on the now rare occasion I might make a gaming video, the views are absolutely paltry compared to even the stream highlight videos I throw out to pad views in between bigger projects. Like, the views I get for one of my shooter ranking videos, where I play through Xbox 360 era shooters and rank them all, are literally not even worth the effort I put into that.
That's what I was saying, Mr. Pun. It looks like they're reading off a script, and they probably absolutely are. I would prefer it if they just, like, fucking looked at me. Oh well.
But I love doing them, so I kind of just suck it up and put them out for the people who do want to watch those. I understand the grind, and I understand how demoralizing it can be to be excited for a video.
Is this where the earlier espoused sympathy for Synthetic Man comes from? Because you're also a YouTuber that knows the reality of it?
A lot of time, effort, and passion into it, and then have it fail. But on YouTube, you don't always get to pick your audience so much as your audience finds you, and you have to choose to follow them or not. Which brings me to the Synth Cells, the joking name his fans go by. His fans come in a few flavors, with some being casual Gamergate types, or 20-30 somethings looking for a place to say slurs they could say in middle school and reminisce about a time when Edge Kino 360 games were all the rage. I'm willing to bet a sizable portion of his base are people like this, or even fans of adjacent channels like Nerdrotic or The Quartering. A lot of people just seem to yearn for a less woke
I hope he doesn't
time,
share an audience with the
perpetually
fucking
stuck in a high
Quartering.
schooler state of mind and looking for a place where they can tell edgy jokes without worrying about offending the leftist woke tards or whatever. These people tend to identify with Synth on some level, or at least agree with his more milquetoast takes on things like the gaming industry. But what about his more hardcore fans? Synth himself has admitted to browsing 4chan threads and Kiwi Farms boards before, so it shouldn't
Oh my
surprise
God,
you that
admitted.
some of his fan base
Exposed.
congregate in similar areas.
You browse
What's
4chan.
interesting here is that they gather out of a genuine fandom, it seems, and Synthetic Man has made no attempts to make
exposed for browsing Kiwi Farms. You admitted it. Like, it's like, you can type it in your URL right now. It's like, the framing is like it's a dark web thing. Like, oh God, you admitted to it. It's basically a crime to admit that you browse it.
Gay fan Discord or website of his own, despite plenty of people asking in the comments. He has professed to be incredibly lazy, a point we will talk about more, but that leads to this odd balance where he has a loyal audience, but doesn't want to do anything to maintain them. In fact, he kind of seems to hate them, actually, begrudgingly accepting their super chats out of obligation at this point. Instead, the fans have created their own private discords, both of which I managed to get into, and have additional gatherings in places like Kiwi Farms, a site well known for gathering private information to lead harassment and doxing campaigns.
Ah, yes.
The Discord is filled with the same kind of detached cynicism and I'm too cool to care about anything, open racism and bigotry you will see anywhere on 4chan. Hardly a conversation that goes
you know what? Let's do this. What's in the Discord that's so inflammatory? The private Discord not run by him, but run by his fans. But we're gonna use that as a point against him.
The Discord is filled with the same kind of
The culture war toxicity is worse than I thought. Deleted users of someone that got banned.
Detached cynicism and I'm too cool to
Yeah, the secret Discord.
Care about anything, open racism and
half the point of Synth from the start was that he was toxic. That's why she liked him. She's a fake cell.
Bigotry.
I'm not really
you will
seeing
see
anything
anywhere
here.
on 4chan. Hardly a conversation that goes by.
Random memes.
That doesn't throw in a random slur, but
the third one is kind of toxic, but whatever.
It's a kind of hollow hate that just doesn't feel genuine. Their heart isn't in it. His Discord might talk about Uncle T and Uncle A, barely coded names for Adolf Hitler and Ted Kaczynski, but this is just another empty corner of the internet for
But it's a private Discord not run by him, so does he have responsibility over that?
Sad teenagers and college dropouts to come together and vent their frustrations to blame anyone but themselves for their problems in life. The Kiwi Farms thread, however, is particularly interesting because it gives a look into just how close Synthetic is to the mentality of his fanbase. See, they don't see Synthetic Man as some kind of ideological leader. They see him as a loser just like them. They don't regard him with much respect, and many people barely seem to even like him. They simply...
Well, of course, I mean, it's Kiwi Farms. It's different from Discord. They're a little bit more blunt over there, if you haven't noticed.
Follow and goad him because they find his meltdowns and conspiracy rants entertaining. Some might identify and like him a bit more than that, but from what I saw, it seems like his fanbase doesn't find his personality entertaining so much as the meltdowns they can push him into. I read over 100 pages of the Kiwi Farms thread, and all I really found was that Synthetic Man's most passionate fans think he's an autistic loser who's bad at video games. They make fun of him for the Fuda and lolly stuff they speculate he takes part in. They openly say he's bad at any games that aren't for kids, and that despite having a gaming channel, he doesn't seem to actually have played many games. I'm sure it's all meant to be in good fun in their twisted way, but they also note that he can't take jokes, is prone to melting down, and other flaws they poke at alongside, calling him a Zoomer, despite his open hatred of Zoomers for whatever arbitrary reason. And they also constantly insult his gaming abilities and choices in games. Yet many stick around because they themselves appreciate how doomer and black-pilled he is. They appreciate how real he is for calling out Jewish people and calling out wokeness and not being another shill in the game industry. But way back when he was first getting started, his base takes and veiled conspiracies and slightly edgy jokes were what got their attention to begin with. They encouraged him in a very real way. They made Synthetic Man the channel he would become. They drove him through ever-mounting stages of constant cynicism and negativity, drawing his conspiracist and bigoted impulses out into the public for their own edification. Maybe not his entire audience, but to these folks, Synth is a lolcow. They don't care about his mental health. They don't care about whatever problems he has.
Should they?
Dude, I could. I mean, I probably made more money this stream than any other stream by far. I could drink a little bit more, but not much, because I'm already like fucking blasted. You know, I'm sure there's other synonyms for drinking, but I'm not into the culture, so whatever, fuck. Okay, I am gonna pee. I'll drink a little bit more, just because I think that's what you guys want to see at this point. I'll be back. I do need to pee again.
He has been pushed into being more radical by the worst parts of his audience, which in turn spreads unfounded conspiracies to members of his audience that might just be following or watching because they enjoy a sense of edgy humor. So when there's a black person or woman on screen and Synth freaks out, it's never just him alone, but his chat and viewers typing in thinly veiled calls for violence.
Oh my god. When I think of World of Warcraft, that's I think. Oh. Nothing out of the ordinary here. This is normal. Just keep seeing it over and over again. It's normal. I mean, it's clear that's what works on normies. They should just start showing me.
Well, okay, you can literally watch any stream that features a black character. You'll see Synth and his mods engaging with the chat's open racism. So that was we talked about that earlier, where it's like you kind of engage with it because look at how fast the chat's going, and then you're just joshing and having fun. What do you think the reaction would be if he just openly disavowed that within that moment with however many viewers he has? Like, would that generate a good response, a better response, if you will?
Of mutilating, like, maybe I should be careful about how I say this, but I really do mean it. If they start showing TV shows of like encouraging, we'll just say, medical procedures on children.
Like pretty much any time they type in T something D. This dog whistle began in neo-Nazi circles as TND, the N standing for a racial slur, and no points for guessing which one, making up the phrase total blank death, as a now memeified call to kill everyone is part of that group. But you can basically swap out that slur for any others, so you get TTD for trans people, TKD for Jewish people, and more. Just as a quick explainer of what you're seeing now. And so Synth is encouraged by these ravenous dipshits in his chat, who constantly try to push him to acknowledge events he doesn't want to or engage.
Earlier in the video, Carl, the tuber said they had a Google Doc with all the vids and timestamps, along with some huge thing about some YouTube guidelines and how he only needed 3 strikes for termination. Who is this person? Why is the eyebrow show? This is Dead Domain. This is the first video of theirs that I've seen, and probably the last one.
In rants that he has to censor himself on.
You should talk about women of your past. I'm not talking about women. Talking about women is a dangerous game. That's a dangerous game. Because I've made comments. I haven't said horrible things, but I've said some things. I've revealed my power level a couple times. That being said, there are some based women. It's pretty rare. It's pretty fucking rare, but there are some.
And they very openly want him to continue being more radical and even violent with his content based on what they say in the Kiwi Farms thread. In turn, I imagine Synth has played a part in taking some of those casual fans and exposing them to his wildly stupid conspiracies, further spreading often outright Nazi talking points and often explicit calls for violence.
In the synthetic regime, everyone would have mandatory test injections.
Explicit calls for violence, and, like a joke about Ted Kaczynski.
Things I'm not allowed to say, but yeah, that'd be step 1. Well, that's not step 1. Step 1 is
during a racuous Xbox Live game showcase restream.
Yeah, I can't say who those people are, but you know, there's a lot of people who need to not exist anymore. It's time to make it stop. Nobody says bigotry except subhumans. People who should be executed, every single one of them, without exception. They need to face the wall. It's time. Firing squad time now. No, you know what? I'm gonna do what all the claims about World War II. This is what I'm saying. Like, people, they keep saying the pendulum will swing back. It's like the pendulum will swing back when Larry Fink is decapitated on live television.
People in his comments and chat will parrot the conspiracies he spreads about the Jews and BlackRock. I've done an entire video about anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that
Are we supposed to take Synthetic serious when he says the Synthetic Man regime will force you to take injections and they'll be firing squads? Apparently so, for the purposes of the point that this person is making. The thing is, I can't even believe that they believe that Synthetic is being serious. They're just pretending that they are legitimately believe him, again, to forward their points.
Has more research than Synthetic Man or any of his loyal adherents have ever done in their lives, so check that out and you'll be able to recognize why their conspiracies are bullshit right on their faces. And don't worry, we will talk about and debunk the scary conspiracy around BlackRock a little later because it's just so fucking stupid. Synth is well aware of how much of a cynical doomer he is. He practically wears it as a badge of honor. He distinguishes himself, according to himself, as different from other anti-woke creators because he isn't a shill. He'll always tell the truth. Also, the dude has no self-esteem, like, whatsoever, which is part of why I think he's gathered this group of misanthropes like flies on shit. Because you have all these incredibly vitriolic, hateful people mad at the world and that nobody agrees with them or understands them, and he probably felt like he found his group. It just happens to be a group
just
that
like
he
DST
hates
when he discovered
and
the
that
arcade
also
scene.
seems to hate him. So, 4 years after starting a channel, failing with his initial premise, and then chasing an audience that has really only repaid him with endless criticism, insults, and prodding, how has this already incredibly insecure, lonely man ended up? I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Even as a 27-year-old man, my mother still treats me like a child and then wonders why I'm a man-child. It's kind of... just
no.
It's
not.
obviously the alcohol is making
Not
me
upset
say
that.
on stream.
It's kind
but
of like
I have been thinking about this too much.
that's a
lately,
mom
just 'cause I'm
combing your
28
hair
years old.
kind of thing you
Things
should
aren't
not
getting
say.
any better.
Tell us about a day in the life of you. A day in the life of me is not exciting. It's not exciting. It's not that far off from being a NEET. It's not that complicated. I haven't had a real...
I would say Synth won if he got people seating this bad. He did something right. He says, his last stream he said he wasn't going to respond to it and he was just going to ignore it. That is the right approach in a situation like this. Again, wasted breath. Don't even bother and let them seed in their own little corners, I guess.
Job in quite a while. Listen, some things, I'm not saying to follow my life advice at all. I'm really not, because I'm sort of black-pilled on certain things, and the black pill is not a good way to approach life. It usually just leads to bad things, because you need to have some kind of optimism to achieve anything in your life.
For me, I just feel like in normal circumstances, I would probably be married by now. But unfortunately, you know, my life path just didn't happen that way. Now I'm thoroughly fucked in the head. So, yeah.
And this all comes down to blaming others, parents, women, elites for his depression, as he does nothing to even try to alleviate it. Well, we brought that up earlier with the notion that this is like a crutch and he should be able to spread his wings more, and there's nothing preventing him from doing that.
No, it doesn't help that.
Again, a good point, but it took us like an hour to get here, and then it doesn't have anything to do with the initial premise, which is that he's a Nazi incel.
The relationships between men and women are so thoroughly just a tattered phrase.
It's like a him
really
thing.
bad
It's like a
state because of
personal
online
thing.
dating. I don't want to talk about it. That's not even the type of thing this video is about right now. But let's just say I'm not nihilistic because life does have purpose, but I can't get that purpose, which is why I'm sad. There you go.
By now, I hope I'm giving a pretty comprehensive idea for the kind of cage Synthetic Man and people like him form for themselves, lashing out at everything over perceived slights until the only thing remaining are other hateful and lonely people like them, spending their limited time on Earth tormenting and mocking each other with these toothless slurs and pointless mind games. For Synth's content aspirations, it also probably explains why he's stagnated so much. He's latched onto this community that found him, and they got him to perform like a trained monkey, using his skills in editing and video production to dance on command. And now he has no recourse but to keep dancing because they are the only audience who will watch. Despite claiming he's been blacklisted, the odds are that his channel growth has stagnated because he has gained a reputation for being overwhelmingly toxic, racist, and misogynistic. Like, when these guys are calling you out, that's not good for business.
Bad about reducing enemies. Oh, why is that a problem? I don't know, dude. How about you?
Oh wow, every frame of pause. Well, I guess this person also doesn't like these people and also thinks they're Nazi incels. No familiarity. Other than I think the dog one used to hang out with Sargon. That's all I got.
Just stop sharing your shitty opinion. There's an idea.
There is an idea.
Consider your opinion rebutted thoroughly.
I like where this idea is going. Stop sharing your shitty opinion.
Yeah.
The other half of that stagnation probably has something to do with the fact that his channel has very little variety in either the games he streams or what he makes videos on. As I mentioned, he's basically given up any kind of retrospective videos or positive conversations of any kind. Most of his modern game reviews are overwhelmingly negative.
Debunked. We just watched the Space Marine and Astrobot video, baby. And he ended up liking Black Myth Wukong too. So, wrong.
And the rest of his content is just ranting or reactions to wokeness and game industry media events, or random games he can double up on content by taking his streams and editing them into videos. Content that even his loyal audience is finding tiresome and phoned in. And hey, I don't begrudge anybody using their own content or reusing it. As I've mentioned, I've done the same thing with my audience to give them something to watch and help with views between bigger or scheduled
I was about to say,
projects,
like,
but
they
your
just admitted to that earlier in the
output
video.
can't only be that, and you still expect to grow. However, I'd caution you to hesitate with sympathizing too much with Synthetic Man. While he certainly made his own miserable bed and has no choice now but to lie in it, he has made the worst of his situation by using his platform to spread outright lies about Jewish people, black people, COVID, election fraud, conspiracies about elites controlling society, violent rhetoric and threats, and plenty more. So now that we know how
Trump's Project 2025? Anyone? Anyone? No, only right-wing people have conspiracy theories.
Synthetic Man thinks, and how he kind of got that way. Let's get into what he actually shares
Russia?
about his beliefs.
Hello, Russia? Russia? Anyway, we have entered part 3, thinking about reading.
I'm going to start off by addressing the big bad BlackRock conspiracy that he loves to share. Synth usually just makes assertions about BlackRock funding games specifically to a variety of ends, all driven by, according to him, elites trying to control society.
This is just random fucking ethnicities all together. Like, fucking the globalism is too goddamn... Arrived the house right, thanks to $2. Alex Jones is right about the globals, absolutely. It depends on how the homosexual romance is handled. If it
Okay, so the point is going to be he just uses BlackRock as a catch-all for thing he doesn't like, and then it's going to debunk him by saying, oh, here's what BlackRock really does. Debunked, you can't just say this and that, because in reality, they do this and that.
is like a major part of the main story, like mandatory cutscene, yeah, I mean, I would say it almost certainly was made for propaganda purposes. When you know that BlackRock exists, and, you know, their social credit score, ESG, it exists, and they fund companies that put woke shit in, then obviously it's all going to seem unnatural. They gave into the corporate funding, and now the game's going to bomb. I don't want to get too edgy in this video at the risk of getting banned, but at what point do we as a collective have to realize that voting with our wallet is not enough, because these investment firms effectively have unlimited money, especially if they're getting that money.
Okay, we got a citation. This is a great example of how Synth knows nothing about how investment firms work. According to him, they both fund developers and are funded by Microsoft, who could just fund developers, but also funding isn't how investments work. Better explain how BlackRock works.
From Microsoft, and yes, Microsoft is one of the biggest contributors to BlackRock, or if they're getting that money directly from the government, which the Canadian government has funded many woke games at this point.
The BlackRock elite stuff kind of blurs together with the anti-Semitism stuff, which I will get to in a minute, but his whole thought process is very obviously driven by either Alex Jones or people close to Jones, like Paul Joseph Watson, both of whom Synth has admitted to agreeing with and getting information from.
Oh no! How dark!
Like, Feds set up to kill Trump.
At least he didn't say Ethan Ralph.
That we've seen. It's most... Because we live in the age of the internet, it's so easy to find all the little details, you know? The Paul Joseph Watson videos cover a lot of them. Just so we understand what just happened, I paid $17.76 for a 40-minute game. That was only 40 minutes. It's basically you're just donating to Alex Jones, probably because, you know, if you kept up with the Sandy Hook situation, you'll know he needs the money. Because the feds finally said no. He spoke too much truth. So,
Synthetic Man is constantly pushing
how's that
the
a toxic
idea
clip?
that
He called
there's
Alex Jones a
shadowy New World
broke
Order
bum.
cabal putting chemicals in our foods to
He
make
needs
us
the
feminine,
money.
and saying that if we weren't so cucked by GMOs and processed foods, people would rise up and kill them. That's what he's implying here.
And I don't know. Like, a lot of us have been poisoned by chemicals, quite literally, for our entire lives. And that has irreparably damaged us. And there still seems to be no end in sight to it, because everything is about making things cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So we have seed oils and everything. We cook things in plastic, so we're consuming microplastics which have xenoestrogens in them. Well, long story short,
I mean, liberals do argue that too.
This
that
could sound like a fucking conspiracy
microplastics
theory.
and we're eating
I don't
it
feel like
and
bringing shit
whatnot.
up.
They probably don't argue the
Birth
estrogen part,
fucks with your hormones, and it's made women attracted to twinks.
There you go. There's my conspiracy theory for you that is not a conspiracy. The elites know that. You think they don't know this shit? They know they can't afford to starve people because something then might actually happen. That's the only way. I have become so black-pilled to the point where I think if guns were taken away, it still wouldn't be enough of a pushback. Like, honestly, I might be wrong because they obviously haven't pushed heavy enough. They're just, the ATF is just their tool to slowly wear away gun rights over time. But, well, the easiest way to get rid of soy would be to stop consuming vegetable oil. The problem is vegetable oil is in everything, because vegetable oil is soybean oil, which literally
I guess we were all
changes your
soy the
brain
whole
chemistry.
time.
Like, the point is, she's going to choose whatever is the most attractive to her out of the 1,000 people.
Big ups,
That's
Kami.
all it is. And so what ends up happening is that a small
You're coming here a little bit late. We're an hour into this Synthetic Man expose.
the population is
I'm gonna have
having
to
more
put my broom
sex
up, bro.
than ever, and then a significant amount are having none at all.
Okay, we got another citation. Another debunk, if you will. May also be noticing his rants about NWO control and elites poisoning food are often tied to rationalizing why he can't get a girl. I just thought I'd point that out. Ah, yes, another sneak diss. But you're not trying to put him down or make fun of him or this and that. You're not saying anything.
Well, basically. And what happens when that happens? Well, historically,
Just be honest. Like, commit to the bit. Call him a pussy. Say he can't get strange.
Because generally, men are supposed to, you know, breed. They're supposed to get with a woman and have children. That's the whole point of continuing life on this planet. And that's starting to not happen with a significant percentage of the population, which is why there's so many people who are saying 2 more weeks style shit. The only difference between
Big ups, Capital
now
Goldman.
and all those other times.
This far left liberal, left leaning, tanky ideologue made a 2-hour documentary about Synthetic Man, and a lot of people don't like him. So I was like, well, I like his videos, even though he goes overboard a lot. Let me have an open mind here and see why people dislike him. And we have like 1 point, and we're like an hour in. It's pretty bad. It's pretty rough. It's pretty tough. I think I agree with, I think it was Carl earlier, where it's like, you don't need a video like this. You certainly don't need a 2-hour expose to decide whether or not you like him. You either like him or you don't like him. The people in this chat who don't like him certainly don't need this documentary to reach that conclusion. Correct? The conclusion, all they needed to reach that conclusion was watching me watch his videos.
In history is that there's so many chemicals flowing in our body that are lowering our testosterone, and society is so complicated, and there's so many different there's escapism, there's so much escapism.
Oh, but it's not
That's the only
hippies. They
reason
told us
something
at the start it
hasn't
wasn't
happened
hippies.
yet, because there's a million copes, and we're not half the men that our grandparents or great-grandparents were.
Quick note, this isn't how it works. While the chemical fillers used in processed foods are not good for you, they're yet another byproduct of the ever-churning machine of capital-influenced government or lack of government oversight of commercial products. Maximum output for companies with minimal safety or care. That's kind of capitalism's whole thing. However, the idea that people are being poisoned to be less combative or whatever is ridiculous. I recommend watching H Bomber Guy's video on Paul Joseph Watson and the soy conspiracy for a full breakdown.
I recommend not.
But there are levels to the stupidity of this conspiracy, and the gist of it is that soybeans contain chemical compounds called phytoestrogens, which dumbasses like Synth believe are the same as estrogen, but they aren't. They just have a similar chemical makeup. Similarities in molecular composition.
Now we know who he
all the time
rolls
for
with,
things
Goon.
drastically different jobs and effects. For example, you couldn't switch CO2 and...
So wait, they cited Hassan earlier spurging out over a Synthetic Man clip, and now we're citing H Bomber Guy? I like their video on, who was the guy? Tommy Tallarico? They didn't really go full politics until at the end. It's kind of just like an expose on that guy, and he's a weird fella. And generally, no, I'm not a person who I agree with on most things.
Oxygen molecules and expect them to do the same thing just because CO2 is primarily made of oxygen. Similarly, phytoestrogens are different than actual estrogen produced by the human body. The exact same feminizing chemicals, according to people like Synth, are found entirely naturally in fruits like berries, apples, and pomegranates, veggies like celery, potatoes, and garlic, and tons of other plants. The prefix
Do people
phyto
who generally joke
literally
about
refers
soy
to
like
plants.
take it to this level?
Phytoestrogens can work in
I
conjunction
don't
with
think so.
estrogen and are able to bind to the estrogen receptors in the body, but they do not have the same effects. In fact, they come into
Do I sound different? Well, I have been talking for a few hours. I feel like as I talk that I sound a little bit different than I usually do. Maybe. I don't know, you guys. I'm being gaslit. I've been ranting, and I haven't been sipping like I should.
variety of chemical compounds of their own, some of which help estrogen's effects, others negate them. But regardless, there's no evidence that they cause harmful effects. And after this conspiracy spread several years ago...
Drink your water, I should. I should, but I keep pausing the video to rant about the non-points this individual is making. I'm sounding a little hoarse. I can hear it. I can hear it. I probably should get water, given that, you know, we're 4 hours in. But to answer Lost in Technicolor, Synthetic Man is a anti-woke YouTuber that I watch who complains about woke shit in games. Now, that would be alright, all on its own, I suppose. There are a lot of people who are like that. But this person has put out a 2-hour documentary claiming they are a Nazi incel. And so far, the claims are a bit biased and unsubstantiated.
There was extensive research done completely disproving the idea that soy had literally any feminizing effects. The fact that Synth simply regurgitates these old, tired talking points shows he never actually does any research into the conspiracies he spreads, because if he did, he wouldn't be able to spread that. He just parrots what he hears from reactionary grifters like Alex Jones, Paul Joseph Watson, and whoever he goes and meets with on 4chan boards. Which brings me to BlackRock. Like most conspiracies, when you actually do like just a hint of research, it's actually super boring. If you're in the games industry, you have probably heard BlackRock in conjunction with Sweet Baby Inc. So let's...
Oh boy, okay. Well, this is kind of like, this kind of like applies to everyone. You guys hear all that all the time, right? Sweet Baby bad, BlackRock bad. So even if you don't know Synthetic Man, you probably know these companies. And this person is going to explain to us what they're really all about.
Talk about that. For those not in the know, Sweet Baby Inc. is a marketing and consultation firm that consults primarily on diversity and representation in video games. Earlier this year, a bunch of people on the internet latched onto Sweet Baby Inc. as the surefire reason for wokeness being forced into their games. Wokeness here meaning like a person of color. Like that's it. Well, gamers reacted...
Let me guess, the debunk will be they're just a consulting firm.
Very normally, and began a hate campaign they called Gamergate 2 a few months back. While it's mostly fizzled to nothing, as ringleaders like Mark Grums Kern have had to jump from one controversy to another in a desperate attempt to stay relevant, essentially merging with...
Now, the Grums guy I don't like. I don't like that person.
The already existing anti-woke nerd space consisting of channels like The Quartering. This is just the same grip.
I don't like The Quartering either.
Losers. Synth definitely buys into a couple of these narratives, mostly when it comes to the go woke, go broke mentality, where people look at games that didn't sell well and lay the performance on the fact that they have, like, women or something.
The Hollywood elites, with 3 parentheses, just, they're pissing on you because, like, yeah, gaming's nothing to us. Goy, you know, you're fucking worthless. Everything you like sucks. Really pushing the ugly black woman pro tags on us so aggressively, maybe they want black women to be eventually preferred by us, but it's having the opposite effect. There's just certain things in this world that are not going to work out well, and having black female protagonists in video games is one of those, where it's like, listen, nobody cares if you have a character creator and you can make any race, gender, whatever. Though actually,
if it's just about women existing, then we really need a whole consulting. They really need a whole consulting group just for that purpose.
You know, some people do care about that.
Sure, games had women in it before that group came about.
This is just a recipe for disaster, and it puts a massive fucking hole.
What kind of assists the argument there that there's more to it than just, oh, it's only about women existing in games, bro?
This wokeness is about the money, but it's bombed a million times. Like, there's already been so many, you know, go woke, go broke games at this point that it's an NPC response. There's a
Why don't I like Quarter Pounder? Just remnants of IBS era. Was kind of lame. Always kind of a hanger-on. We need a guest, so we'll get the quartering on because he was always available. Same reason for Chungus. And then again, it's just not compounded. It's not at all abided by the fact that nowadays they're just like, you know, just because you're on the right side doesn't mean I gotta like you. Correct?
Of evidence to say this isn't about the money, it's about the message.
Yeah,
right?
wishy-washy.
The reality here, of course, is that despite often blaming game journalists for the industry's woes, those
Just
game
kinda
journalists didn't
tepid.
even like these games. They got tepid reviews from critics and fans, which is
Very
a
milquetoast.
contributing factor of why they failed. There's also plenty of incredibly diverse games that have sold well and continue to sell well. Look at the diversity of games like Mortal Kombat, Fortnite, Valorant, Overwatch, League, and plenty more. It's not a surprise that more developers are following suit and putting more diverse characters in their games because there's so many games that prove you can go woke without going broke. You just have to actually make a game that people want to play, which games like Flint...
Yeah, the reason that I dislike him has nothing to do with the DSP interview that he did. I haven't even seen the whole thing in full yet. I feel like that goes for a lot of people too. Issues with the DEI stuff is that it's very phony and very obviously we're doing this because it makes us look virtuous. Yeah, just look at this stuff like it lacks. This is such a nothing argument, but you're gonna see where I'm coming from. It's so soulless, and as this person said, toothless. It doesn't really have anything to say. Like, look at that game, Dustborn. Quarterman also gave Phil a really real interview asking Denton-style safe questions. Yeah. Fighting games win yet again. It's very corporate. Yeah, it's very corporate. That's the issue. It doesn't feel genuine. And even when they claim it feels genuine, like with Dustborn, it still feels corporate. It doesn't, like, paint by numbers, focus tested, market tested, focus group, stuck this shit in front of them and said, hey, do you like it? Do you not like it? What do we gotta change about it?
Block and Conquered didn't. Like, gee, I wonder why another middling indie Souls-like didn't sell well. Couldn't have been a crowded market, must be the wokeness. And probably most importantly for game companies as businesses, there is a shit ton of market research that supports the idea that going woke broadly is profitable, or at the very least, is something that most of the biggest and most profitable gaming franchises have in common. But alongside Sweet Baby, BlackRock kept getting brought up as one of these companies fueling...
Okay, so Goon again brings up a good point where it's like, oh, woke, go broke isn't true because look at these games with diversity that have done well, like Overwatch and Mortal Kombat. Okay, but did Overwatch and Mortal Kombat succeed primarily because they have a diverse roster of characters, or was it the gameplay? In the case of Mortal Kombat, was it the brand name? Was it the competitive style situation? And like the diversity was just something to the side that really people didn't even like consider when they made their purchase. Is Overwatch or MK1 doing well right now? Well, if I believe everything DSP ever said, he would have me believe that Mortal Kombat is in the tubes right now, in the pits. And Overwatch, I think, is still afloat? Question mark?
Wokeness being forced in everything. People on the internet endlessly repeat the claim that Sweet Baby Inc. is in fact entirely funded by BlackRock or DEI initiatives. There's literally no evidence I could find of this. I'd love to be proven wrong, but as far as I can tell...
Usually when you mess with the game story and gameplay for the sake of diversity, the games fail. Yeah, like when you change a character's race for no reason or gender. We see that controversy like a couple times a year when they like change a character's the traits about them for no reason. It becomes like such a big issue that people gotta talk about it. So we see it with that, and then of course the gameplay and what's the style of gameplay that gets changed. People gotta cry about it. Remember that 3DS Metroid game? It was like some co-op thing. I know that's so far divorced from like the point, but it's like the thing that my mind jumps to. It'd be like if they made Splatoon 4 and it was like, I don't know, if it was like a racing game. Yeah, Federation Force.
Sweet Baby Inc. isn't even a publicly traded company, so there's not even stocks for the investment firm to actually invest in. So For the last few years, BlackRock has been in conspiracy crosshairs of conservatives like Matt Walsh and others for pushing DEI.
Federated Frijoles, it was fun though. I didn't play it.
Also ESG,
I fell for the
scary-sounding environment, social and
anti-campaign.
governance policies. While this, of course, conjures to mind evil puppet masters
Though I wasn't really that big into Metroid back then
society
anyway.
and government, it's in reality just a blanket term to describe broad ways companies can try to polish their image to keep making money. When it comes to why conservatives might hate ESG and DEI, it's because a lot of it involves these companies appearing to support progressive causes and capitalism, or kind of rainbow capitalism, if you will. See, they don't like that queer people and people of color are broadly appealing in the marketplace of ideas, so when companies try to capitalize on that, they say it's woke brainwashing. I've discussed it before, but while Matt Walsh and his ilk want to make it seem like these efforts are going to mean companies like airlines will hire black women who have no qualifications over qualified white men, the reality is that these measures are meant to help increase awareness of jobs and opportunities in communities that have historically been marginalized, usually so that companies can use that workforce to keep making money. So, in an example,
don't people like this individual hate rainbow capitalism because it's like milking their identity for even more money? Like, I'll see, we see it during Pride Month, so last Pride Month wasn't as rainbowy as it should be. I saw a lot of people of this individual's identitarianism, ideologues, that would agree with this individual on a lot of stuff. They were complaining and not really falling for the grift this year, because I guess they had woken up to the idea that, again, right-wingers first espoused years ago, that these companies kind of just use their identity to make even more money during the month of June. So you think this person would be against that?
Example, let's look at this video from Channel Fave Matt Walsh.
Simply allowing markets to work without crude demographic manipulation. The Biden administration's allies in state and local governments are doubling down. They've decided that they know exactly
I guess
what
we're
the
back to Matt
demographic
Walsh.
makeup
I thought we
of
had a
each
whole video on
industry
that
should
person.
be. And it just so happens that white men aren't wanted in any industry. So I'll start with Maine, where this week, Democrats have determined that the field of construction, where blacks and Hispanics make up nearly 40% of the workforce, simply isn't diverse enough somehow. Specifically, the governor, Janet Mills, has determined that more women need to be construction workers, and therefore Mills has signed an executive order that, among other things, will use state and federal funding to prioritize construction projects that involve women.
Governor Mills signing an executive order at Maine DOT in Augusta, alongside female leaders in Maine's construction industry. The executive order will kickstart data collection in collaboration with partners in the construction industry and implement grant programs to incentivize the hiring of women, while providing supportive services that recruit and retain women in the construction industry.
We need construction workers, especially women, now. Why? Why especially women? And this is odd coming from Janet Mills, who spent her college years traveling through Europe and learning French before going into law school and spending the rest of her life in government.
Matt Walsh
What does
stuff.
Janet Mills know about construction exactly?
Flame.
How is she qualified to say anything
Really
about what
not
the
as
construction
it's not
industry
convincing
needs
me to go
or
search
who's
more
most
of it out.
qualified to fill those needs? Now, as always, this DEI initiative is a solution in search of a problem.
broke.
There is absolutely no reason to believe, and not a single shred of evidence to suggest, that the construction industry was in any way suffering due to a lack of female representation.
Put aside for a moment that Matt also doesn't know anything about those things. What he purposefully fails to bring up is that the executive order.
Oh yeah, like Goon said, if you're coming in late, the first 20 minutes of the video had a segment where it was like, now I don't want to report him, but he had like a lot of TOS violations, and if a lot of people on my 100,000 subscriber channel were to report him, it would have nothing to do with me. Hint, hint, hint. And there's just been like a general cattiness throughout the video, where they say a lot of things equivalent to that, where it's like at that level, like, oh, I'm not supporting this, but if it happened, I wouldn't have anything to do with it, while saying that it's not like a hit piece.
Order wasn't signed to push out white men. It was signed because of a historic shortage in Maine's construction workforce, combined with the fact that they just got
Did this
a
need to be
bunch
2
of
hours?
federal
No.
renewal funds for infrastructure. Maine needs workers, so they're attempting to tap into a largely
You either love or
unacknowledged
you don't
potential
like this
workforce.
guy.
Of course, facts don't get.
You don't
in
need
these
a
folks'
2-hour
ways, so
documentary
DEI
by
and
this
ESG has become
individual
the narrative,
to tell you
the
that they're
boogeyman, the blame
a
for
bad
why
person
everything is
or
woke now.
whatever.
It's not because companies are looking to diversify their workforce or diversify the markets that they're selling their products in. No, it's a globalist plot to demoralize white men or something. Which brings me to BlackRock, the largest investment management firm on the planet. I want to be clear when I say BlackRock is a terrifyingly evil company, and along with its entwinement to the other big investment firms, Vanguard and State Street, forms an undeniably terrible precedent for our economy. Between these $3 trillion is
Oh my god, you guys are right.
daily.
I do need
But
water.
what do they actually do, and why do so many people
I'll
on the
let you.
internet
I'll
think they
force you
control the
guys to
world?
listen to BlackRock
So
as I
BlackRock
acquire
is an
water.
investment firm, which means
Thank you for
rich
caring
people
about me.
pay them to make rich people more money on the stock market. They use a series of algorithms to detect market trends and buy stocks on behalf of investors, in turn making BlackRock a shareholder of massive companies they invest in. But these investments make up a large amount of these megacorps, and between BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, these three control over 20% of the stock market. Again, this is a problem with a monopolized market where control of massive sections of companies and money are just basically overseen by companies and money. Because BlackRock invests on behalf of its investors, it has a lot of shares in companies like Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Amazon, but not because, as a lot of dum-dums online like to depict, they own these companies. They own stocks in the companies, and they technically don't even own them. They hold them for investors' portfolios. That's why they're called holdings. Now, because BlackRock does have such large interests in these companies, they are occasionally able to sway a publicly traded company toward diversity interests, DEI, ESG, through things like shareholder voting, which is a common occurrence for publicly traded operations. If you own a ton of a company, you get to help vote on the direction it gets taken. To which I hear some of you saying, aha, so you admit they're masterful manipulators trying to engineer social change through funding DEI to ruin video games. No. First off, conspiracies about BlackRock owning everything are easily disproven because, as a publicly traded company, all of BlackRock's assets are by legal requirement available to see by its stockholders and the public. You can just look them up right now. They publish regular reports on them too. As for ESG, this comes back to the idea of corporate wokeness, which I've talked about in this essay. Corporations don't have feelings or opinions, they have shareholders. And if shareholders and public opinion are moving towards something like climate action or social change, like plenty of companies noted following Black Lives Matter, for example, then corporations will act like they give a shit to keep making more money. This is what BlackRock is doing. They aren't driving this social change, they are following it. BlackRock began offering investments into ESG around 2017 and 18 after bringing on a sustainable investing supervisor who worked in the Obama administration. The operating thought here was that they might be able to entice more or new investors by sugarcoating investment to appear to be doing social good, kind of like when you buy a soda that says less sugar and part of you goes, that means it's better for me, when actually you know that's just bullshit. You want the soda, they just convinced you to buy it without feeling quite as bad. It's the same reason why BlackRock started doing ESG. At the time, less than 10% of investment funds offered ESG options. So essentially, they were helping their investors diversify their portfolios by simply diversifying their offerings, a very standard investment practice. Now, I want to be as clear as I can when I say BlackRock is a vile, evil company, but not because it's run by master manipulators or Jewish people, but because it's the manifestation
How the fuck are we
of
still
everything
talking
wrong
about
with capitalism.
BlackRock?
It shouldn't surprise you that as a massive firm, BlackRock, State Street, and others have access to
Got my
huge
water.
oil stocks, for example.
Doing great.
They also
Thank you for
have
asking.
a shit ton of shares in weapons manufacturing. In a pretty direct way, they are profiting off the genocide of Gazans by...
Look, I gotta be honest, from the few mentions, here's my fucking take on this. From the few mentions, the clips they had to provide of him loosely surface level critique of BlackRock, it kind of just sounds like he heard V talk about BlackRock and then is just echoing and parroting the sentiment. It didn't really come across, I wasn't struck as though he had like any deep analysis on what BlackRock really does. So as a consequence of him kind of espousing that once, I gotta hear this fucking lecture on BlackRock from this individual.
Israel
Thank you,
right
Captain.
now. But
I said I was gonna go get water. There's an your voice, I know. Yeah, I just need to take a sip.
Larry Fink isn't rubbing his hands together mischievously as he thinks about all the games with black women protagonists who will be making white men in their 30s mad. He's counting stacks of facts.
Maybe it was this video that's frustrating me and making my voice hoarse.
Cash and telling his investors how awesome they are and how BlackRock isn't actually an evil company. BlackRock is a case of the wealthy and elite continuing to make boatloads of cash, which has always been the case with Wall Street. As much as conspiracists
Oh yeah, sorry Repsy, we're 1 hour into a Synthetic Man expose. You've missed a lot, but at the same time, it's kind of like you haven't missed anything.
Pick them as behind Pfizer or the COVID vaccine, or saying they made money on lockdowns because they own a company that makes paper
doing
masks
World
or
Tour.
something. yeah, sure, that shit is probably evil for massive companies to make money on if there's something people need, but I guarantee at some level, they also made money on bumper stickers protesting the vaccine, and shirts and cardboard signs, anti-vaxxers packed to marches. Because they own a little bit of everything. It's their job to own a little bit of everything on behalf of their shareholders. And because they make so many people money, the government is kind of just fine with it. Does that mean it's right? No. Should a company this big be broken up for the good of the economy? Probably. But none of that means BlackRock is a conniving front for a satanic cabal, and I guarantee they have very little interest in ESG or DEI outside of seeing potential profit in trying to appeal to new markets or investors.
But that's the... Okay. So first of all, the notion that like people seriously believe that they're like this cabal of Satanists that want to like ruin everything, like that's a bit cartoonish, I would say. The only extreme minority sincerely believe that. But then goes into the idea that's like, oh, well, they don't really care about DEI, they just see the money in it, and that's why they go for it. So that's still bad. Like, if you don't like DEI or ESG or any of this nonsense, like, that's still... You're still saying that, like, yeah, they do fund that. But they're not, like, personally, they don't support it, they just see the money in it. So the end result is that they still fund it, and they're still responsible for that stuff polluting our media.
Something that, as more conservatives continue to get mad at DEI and wokeness, BlackRock appears to be backing down from. Because again, companies don't have values, they have shareholders. They're going to follow their nose to wherever the money is leading. So remember when I said all of this was super boring? I've spoken about the habit of conspiracy to take things that are complicated and simplify them, and make them more exciting
You did not
at the same
simplify
time.
it at all.
Because the banality of our corporate overlords and how evil they are feels dissonant to most people. Here's a fucking company called BlackRock that makes trillions of dollars, that capitalizes on environmental destruction and war while also putting up a face as a progressive organization. That's some diabolical shit, right? In our American conspiracy-laden pop culture poisoned brains, we might just instinctively feel that there needs to be a more exciting story. We need a satanic cabal. That's the only way this makes sense. How else could we let a company do so much evil and profit while so many people are suffering? It's why conspiracies are so tempting, because they spice up the otherwise unremarkable. The truth is that this is unfettered capitalism working as intended. Every politician who's talked about the free market of trade and defended billionaires helped this happen, and they continue to help it happen.
The
And
real
probably
villain
because
was
either they or
capitalism the whole
lobbyists
time.
Who support them and pay them had a little skin in the game.
It always
We're
is
actually looking
when
at the
these
facts of
people
BlackRock,
argue
who
stuff.
they are and what they do results in boring ass graphs and investment jargon. A conspiracy about BlackRock.
Actually, pushes up glasses. This is your precious capitalism working as intended, sir.
Being a front for Jewish control of video games and society is more exciting because it comes with lore. Lore that Synth loves to share on stream, so let's try to concoct a cohesive vision of his worldview where Jews control the world.
We have now entered part 4. We are an hour 40 in. New World Disorder.
Now, according to Synthetic Man, Jews control all the markets and Hollywood and basically the world. So all of their efforts in both DEI and food processing are to basically enslave people.
The
to
way-
exert control
the way,
over an unsuspecting
they said
populace. DEI, in particular, he believes is a way to create a mongrel slave race by race mixing. I'll just let him rant here for a second.
There are many layers as to why this is happening, and it's not just about fucking equity.
Hey, finally
okay?
a synthetic clip.
Let's say, hypothetically, you were trying to create a race of mongrel slave people with double-digit IQs, while you believe you're the best ever, you're God's chosen people, right? You need to encourage the creation of the mongrel slave race. So what do? Okay, well, one, you show as many interracial couples as possible in media. Every single commercial, every single TV show, that's one thing. Another thing, these people who, for whatever reason, are considered, at least on average, to be the most attractive people.
Yeah, wait a minute. It's another... Carl's right. We did hear this clip. Why do they reuse so many clips? How many... This person said they listened to 200 hours of Synthetic Man, yet have to reuse so many clips to make one point. And doesn't this clip kind of sound filtered compared to the last time we listened to it? Interesting.
They also coincidentally are too intelligent and too, they have too much ingenuity, creativity, all of those things that could be a threat to you. Well, if we simply stop giving them jobs, they can't feed themselves. They're poor. Women, unless they're extremely high above average in terms of looks, women are not going to date the poor white guy over the diversity hire dude who's making more money, right? Unless he's hideously ugly. The point is to bring things to a balance, because obviously the 10 out of 10 Chad who's broke will sleep on the bitch's couch and he'll never have to get a job, but that's an exception. That's 1 in 1,000, right? They need to bring the white people down and bring the other people up. Of course, also, women are being brought up in society in general, so they'll expect more. And so women, the white women will breed less because their expectations for men are so high that white men can't possibly meet them. And despite what all of the toucan propaganda would have you believe, most people date within their race, the vast majority. Okay, and so if white people never breed because the women's standards are impossibly high and the men can't get a job and they can't do any of these things, is any wonder how we're getting replaced, you know?
In fact, it seems the only reason he thinks Americans haven't risen up to kill their Jewish oppressors is because, as I mentioned, he thinks we've been so cucked by processed foods, soy, and high fructose corn syrup. Otherwise, yeah, totally, dude. That's the normal thing to think. However, this is
I want to know the YouTuber's opinion on Israel versus Palestine. Benjamin, we were saying that like within the first 20 minutes of the video.
So ironic once again because Synth just regularly eats
like the first thing my mind went to.
Like of his own volition. Aha, but it's not just that Jews control food, according to him, but that they also specifically want to take video games away from the white man. Apparently, yes, the evil overlords who are manipulating multi-continental markets, wars, entertainment, and media are also very specifically invested in annoying incels who live with their mom at 30. This is just one way they demoralize and humiliate. His way to describe anything he seems to think is woke. So, for example, a muscular or even competent woman having agency in a piece of media is meant to be demoralizing to men, according to him. Which, like, if that's your reaction, that's kind of on you. Like, it's not someone else's fault if you have such a weak sense of self and who you are that seeing someone else's competency is a demoralizing conspiracy. He loves to parrot his 4chan fascist talking points about DEI and wokeness as trying to erode the standards of beauty and make ugly art. And he can't really seem to decide if that's the fault of creators who are ugly and need to insert themselves, or the global elite overlords he thinks control everything.
Isn't that
I guess it's probably more of a middle management job somewhere in between there.
Like, this is disgusting. This disgusts me. But I think good game design will be a lost craft after the death or the retreat of the golden generation. This could easily turn around if ESG...
I would like to once again remind everyone and inform people who came to the stream late that the deepest cut we had for like kind of like discussing the video was when they talked about his Futanari fetish.
He disappeared and all the evil fucks who are behind all the shit going on, you know, fired all of the political ideologue developers and then hired talented creative people again. We could turn this industry around in like probably 3 to 4 years. I mean, that's never gonna happen.
Like
but, I mean,
Ricada?
It's absolutely possible.
I think Ricada, it's like a different kind of breed.
Everything that's happening is intentional.
He also doesn't seem to get what subliminal messaging is, because everything he thinks is subliminal not only isn't, but if it represented what he thought, which it doesn't, it would be explicit messaging, which is how he can recognize it. Let me give you an example where he goes on a tangent.
I don't know, would Synthetic Man like the Baldo?
Link being made gay in Breath of the Wild.
Is borderline
okay. Now, I've brought up this video like 3 or 4 times before up to now. So this is one of his worst reviews because I think it was very try hard and forced and whatever, but I'll let him talk and we'll see. We'll see why it's so bad, you guys. Rewind a bit.
You can recognize it. Let me give you an example where he goes on a tangent in a video about Link being made gay in Breath of the Wild.
Is borderline satanic imagery. I have no idea if this is intentional or not, but Japan used to be infamous for putting weird Christian symbolism in anime and occasionally video games. So this could be an extension of that, or again, if you want to take the schizo angle, this is a result of a certain cult organization full of quote-unquote elites that are subtly inserting their propaganda into video games. Not to mention the quote...
No, I know. That's like... It's so stupid. But he did say after the fact that he intentionally hammed it up in the Zelda video because he had nothing else in terms of content or really even critiques or criticism for it. It was kind of like it wasn't the best Zelda game, it wasn't the worst Zelda game, but he didn't just want to have the whole video be about bashing Nintendo like a DSP situation. But I don't, like, he doesn't really think it's like, oh, Satanism and whatnot. It was a pretty bad video, though.
Unquote, subtle.
Also, Link looks androgynous because the idea is that you're supposed to self-insert to him. So, like, women with like a prettier male, whereas males will just like as long as it's a dude, they'll play as the dude, right?
Sexual imagery from
and that's gone back. That goes as far back as Ocarina of Time.
Breath of the Wild has been expanded even further in this one, and I already know people are gonna say I'm reading into it and no kid's gonna see this shit, but that's exactly how you desensitize people and how you groom them, right? You expose them to things. The vow that each of the new sages takes to Link looks like they're proposing to him. And Sidon, the giant shark guy, people already made a bunch of gay lewd images between him and Link when Breath of the Wild came out. Well, now
it was kind of a self-report. How do you know about that?
Quite literally putting a ring on his finger.
Also, the people who made all that art, they got so fucking pissed because Tears of the Kingdom revealed that Sidon is a straight male who has a fiance. They really didn't like that reveal.
And man, their relationship is too fucking weird, dude.
They're just bros being bros.
This take about Radahn in Elden Ring.
So some of you might remember.
Oh my god, the Radahn take. This one's more recent. This Radahn take, I think this is the Elden Ring DLC video. This one went a bit overboard, I would say.
Mikola, aka Melania's brother, the femboy who everyone loves for being
I didn't play Elden Ring,
child in Marika's family. Well, of course, this being a From Software game, he's actually evil. What is a problem is that he's not just a femboy, he wants to have gay, incestuous sex with his older brother Radahn, and because you killed him in the main game, and you also killed Mohg, he uses Mohg's body and infuses it with Radahn's soul, and now they're gay lovers for eternity.
Now, if you're thinking, wow, he sure seems to think about femboys and gay stuff a lot.
I mean, like, real talk, if that's how it is, that is pretty weird.
You notice that too, huh? For example, this thumbnail featuring a femboy porn cutout of a character, which he would only get by having gone to a porn website to look up porn of this character. As I mentioned a while back, he has suffered from what he called pornography addiction in the past.
Well, it's supposed to be like clickbait, so just put porn in his thumbnail.
Something he largely blames for his lack of interest in women.
I guess, yeah, you would have to go search that up.
I started my channel, I think. So I guess almost 3 years. Yeah, almost 3 years. I honestly, I was fine on them, actually. I think they were perfect for me. It's just the...
Yeah, what's weird, Lost in Technicolor, is that they claim they don't want to kink shame, but they're obviously making fun of them for the Futanari thing. And then I guess the part here where they're like, oh, Link and Sidon are...
Like I said, the erectile dysfunction
But they're
is
not
horrible.
kink shaming, though.
Granted, you know, being a porn addict will do that to you anyway, but it was worse on
you hear that, Derek?
On the drugs. I'll tell you that. And the thing is, being an incel is obviously like the worst thing you can be in society, which is a very smart psyop because it means
What about
they
a
can
Nazi
never
incel?
organize. Zoomers are depressed primarily because of how they grew up on the internet. If it wasn't for pornography, their generation wouldn't have been so hypergamous, ergo miserable. Yeah, I mean, porn is definitely a huge part of current issues. I have to wonder if I hadn't gone so deep into that rabbit hole when I was a teenager, if I would have, like, nutted up and asked more girls out. Granted, you know, when I did ask the girl out...
Goon makes a good point. If he's an avid 4chan user, even just going on V is inundated with, like, porn threads, if we want to talk about fucking porn. So it's possible, like, a charitable assumption, you could go to, like, an Elden Ring thread talking about the game, and then someone posts that fan art, and maybe he's on V and then sees that and then saves that, and he's like, okay, I need clickbait for my thumbnail, and then he just has that from the V thread. It doesn't... I could think of a scenario like that, where it's possible he didn't go actively looking for it. I say as Synthetic Man, like, admits to having a porn addiction. So kind of a moot point, I suppose. Maybe he did look it up himself.
I thought was interested in me. She rejected me, and I think it's because she thought I was autistic or some shit, and that's why she was being friendly with me. So, that was brutal.
But as we've seen, he is consistently still porn-brained. One of the clearest examples is in a Crash Bandicoot 4 review, where he talks about Rule 34 art of this children's cartoon game character saving the character design. His words.
Just like DSP talking about the female form when he was playing Crash Bandicoot. Remember that clip?
Not mine. Something, again, he'd literally only know and think about if he had gone to the porn site specifically to look for.
But isn't that okay? Maybe I'm gonna self-felt by saying this before the clip is played, but isn't that a very tame observation when you say, oh yeah, the Rule 34? Isn't that one of the first things you kind of learn? That's like a classic meme. Oh yes, if it exists, there's porn of it.
Or said art.
Rule 34 has salvaged her design a bit, though. Kids, avert your eyes.
I don't know.
Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like the new Tana though. Thank you, Chris, for the lurk. Big ups. You invoke Battleborn. Yeah, when what the fuck is his name? Randy Pitchford. He made like a Battleborn Rule 34 subreddit, and then tried to claim like he wasn't the one who made it, but he was like the only one posting there.
This is, but it's kind of hot.
And wouldn't you know it?
Also, why did I pause there? Thank God it was censored.
Choices he makes, he also blames on porn, who he blames the massive world-owning cabal for.
Do you think the small heads are the reason for what you are now? Indirectly, I mean, they cause most of the current issues in society. You know, I don't have to point it out to you guys how much more popular certain genres of porn got, you know, a handful of years ago. Now, some of that was absolutely pushed by their algorithms, you know, like BBC shit. Any of the interracial shit was obviously, you know, push forward propaganda. But
anyway, much like the way he interchangeably uses commie.
If you know about algorithms and popularity of porn tags and shit, you may just be coon-brained.
Distant liberal, his conspiracies about BlackRock or Jewish control are interchangeable. He probably can't tell many specifics of what he believes because he doesn't actually look into specifics. He doesn't.
Yeah, like, okay, so I was right earlier when I just said it seems like he just parrots, very loosely parrots, and echoes what he hears about on V, and doesn't really go into any specifics about it because he doesn't really have, he didn't come to that conclusion on his own. He's just repeating what other people have already said. So why did we have to go on to that whole tangent about fucking BlackRock?
Do research, and in general just doesn't seem to be a real seeker of knowledge. Just as an aside, I think this clip is a great example where chat asks him if he reads, just in general, just reads books.
So be it.
And this is his response.
do you read?
Big ups to Wild Tiger, the 50-bit cheer, and they say, it's true, I whoop out for Tana. Is it Tana or Tanya? I used to call her Tanya, but then I saw a gameplay of Crash 4 from DSP, and in that game they call her Tana. Just because I knew people once upon a time named Tanya, but like spelled Tanya. So just that pronunciation comes to me when I see that character. But thank you. I whoop out for Tana. I whoop off for her, okay? This is me reading a cheer. That's not me saying that I do that. Thank you.
Read. Not really, I'll be honest. No. I have a very low attention span. I've thought about it.
I've thought about it.
You've thought about reading?
I've thought about reading.
Yes, again, he answers the question and then feels embarrassed about it because it makes him look, I guess he feels like it makes him look it makes him look dumb if he says he doesn't read, so then he copes about it afterward by immediately saying that he has thought about reading. When in reality, probably would have been better for him to just say no and then immediately move on to the next subject.
I've thought about reading like it's rock climbing or visiting the Eiffel Tower, not something you can just do for free. We have literal places where people can go and read for free. They're called libraries. Yet it's such a wonderful summation of the brain of people like Synth, completely incurious. and as a result, he kind of just swallows whatever garbage he consumes to vaguely regurgitate later. So many of his views can be traced back to the incredibly stupid and wrong idea that BlackRock or Jews are manipulating everything. He thinks that because he's never even done a hint of research before, making him incredibly gullible, yet confident in repeating his half-remembered conspiracy theories. But he didn't come up with them. Oh no. Let's talk about who did.
Part 5. The War for Your Mind.
You might not be surprised to know where he continually gets ideas like this. Not just the COVID vaccine conspiracies, but election conspiracies, ideas about Jewish control, evil cabals, the World Economic Forum, BlackRock, and more. While it's partly just leftover bile from 4chans and other sources, Synthetic Man is a fan of channels and sources like Paul Joseph Watson and Alex Jones. In fact, he gets news from them and bases his opinions on them. Now, for those who don't know, Paul Joseph Watson has a long history of being a total bullshit grifter. Watson also has a famously anti-Semitic streak where he went on a tirade about killing Jews, so he and Synth have that in common. He was a longtime collaborator for InfoWars under Alex Jones, more on him in a minute, but also had a bad habit of immediately hearing a story that suited his needs and reporting it as a verified fact, only for it to be later revealed that the story was a hoax.
Did I learn anything new about Synthetic Man from this video? Not really. I mean, I knew he was insecure and then, like, had insecurities and shit. I guess I learned how deep those insecurities ran. I'm really stretching here. Like, I even knew about the Futanari shit because I had already watched a video about it earlier in the year.
Or inaccurate. For example, the time where he believed a satirical article about Common Core teaching sixth graders to use
shit. I'm learning about everything but Synthetic Man.
It as a fact. Or like when he said depression isn't a real medical condition. He also claimed an entire host of mass shootings were false flag government operations or staged, falling directly in line with Alex Jones and his InfoWars job at the time. There was never anything to actually confirm his suspicions. Paul Joseph Watson was just saying shit to generate controversy and try to be the first on a conspiracy train. So essentially, Synthetic Man is repeating the opinions of someone without checking if they're real, when the person he's taking from has a history of doing the exact same thing. I guess they have more in common than just anti-Semitism. Watson was also a big purveyor of the soy feminizing conspiracy, so take from that what you will. This is how conspiracy spreads, through dumbasses looking for anything to confirm their preconceived biases, who will become just an infection vector for their own.
But sometimes conspiracies can be right. Especially if they involve sweaty JPEGs.
I don't know how often Synth follows InfoWars or watches their content, but from what he said, he was exposed to it from a young age through his dad. And what can I say?
I guess, Carl, like, I didn't know how you didn't know how deep it ran. But simultaneously, learning right now that it's really not, because learning that he's just echoing shit from other people, doesn't that take away a bit of the tooth to it? Doesn't that take away, like, the authority? Because now you know whenever he just says stuff like that, oh, he's just parroting other people. Like, it makes you question the commitment he has to that stance, because he actually doesn't know a lot about what he's talking about. For me, if anything, that just makes it so in the future, if I ever want to take his political advice or listen to him about politics, to keep that in mind. That's really not his own thoughts. It's just stuff he's took from other people.
About Alex Jones that hasn't already been said. The Texas Tomato himself, Jones is constantly bloviating about a new world order, and for over 30 years has consistently lied about almost everything he said. I've said it before, but the podcast Knowledge Fight does a phenomenal job of charting Alex's lies, and they are far too numerous to count. Like, seriously, go listen to like 2 episodes of Knowledge Fight, and they have to spend hours
That's precisely why I watched him, Jay Frosty.
Breaking down why he's lying and how he's lying. So suffice to say, Alex Jones is not a trustworthy source for any news. But
Shock of
he's one that
shocks.
Synth apparently thinks is right about at least
funny,
a couple
though.
things. You can judge simply by the fact that Alex rarely gives any sources for his ludicrous claims, and when pressed on his sources, he simply either gish gallops by overwhelming the conversation with a series of random tangents, or turns to insults.
In the spirit of a proper debate, and you've had a lot to say so far on the show, and a lot of it aimed at me, which is fine. But I want you to try and answer the questions. It's a proper debate, okay? I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, it's not a debate. You're running the show. You bring in your victims up front.
Actually, no.
Look, you got your little note cards.
Okay.
I just gave you FBI statistics that violent crime and gun crime is down over 20%.
Wait, the YouTuber said Alex Jones doesn't have sources. He has FBI statistics right there. The most memeable source you can possibly have.
Let me just ask you. And you want to go to little factoids?
No, they're not little
Anybody can pull
factoids.
those up. Listen.
Do you know what...
Do you have a bodyguard?
Alex.
Why do you have bodyguards?
I don't have a bodyguard.
Yeah, I've seen you on the news with them.
I
Don't
don't
you
have
want
a
to protect
bodyguard.
your wife from hoodlums, or you want to call the police?
Let me ask you this question.
Why does Dianne Feinstein kill 60 Minutes?
You said the whole thing is a giant hoax. How do you deal with the total hoax? It took me about a year with Sandy Hook to come to grips with the fact that the whole thing was fake.
At that point, and I do think there's some cover-up and some manipulation, that is pretty much...
Thank you for the raid, Riku Zephyr. Hello, sir. We're, God, I wish I could say we were exposing Synthetic Man, but we're like an hour in, and there hasn't really been much exposing. Very disappointing. Not exactly the BTFO I was expecting. You know, we got a few minutes left. A few minutes. We have a whole 30 minutes left. I'm sure he'll be destroyed before long. Thank you for the massive raid. And now we're learning about Alex Jones for some reason, because we need to know where he gets all this information from. We need to know where Synthetic gets all his conspiracies from.
That's what I believe. But then I was also going into devil's advocate, but then we know there's mass shootings and these things happen. So again...
But you're trying to have it always, right?
No, I'm not.
If you wrongly went out there and said it was a hoax, that's wrong.
But what I already answered your question was, listeners and other people are covering this. I didn't create that story.
But Alex, the parents, one after the other, devastated. The dead bodies that the coroner autopsy.
And they've blocked all that and they won't release any of it?
When you say parents faked their children's death, people get very angry.
Yeah, well, that's all I know. But they don't get angry about the $500,000 package from the sanctions, or they don't get angry about all the illegals.
That's a dodge.
No, it's not a dodge. The media never covers all the evil wars it's promoted, all the
That
big
doesn't
things.
excuse what you did and said about Newtown. You know it.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. I looked at all the angles of Newtown, and I made my statements long before the media even picked up on it.
In our interview, we asked Jones numerous times what he now believes, and he never completely disavowed his previous statements.
Now, like I said, I can't say how often or if at all Synth still watches Alex Jones, but knowing that Synth still goes to Paul Joseph
great, we're
Watson
back to Synth.
and has been exposed to Jones's content since childhood does give a pretty good idea of why he thinks the way he does. You can see shades of both of their argumentative styles in his rants, but mostly
He sees Alex Jones as his
content
daddy.
with no research, no proof, no substance, but maximum confirmation.
Where's your
bias.
sources at?
See,
Supply the
Synth will just
evidence.
say something as evidence for a claim he will make, and then he just uses what he's saying as confirmation it's true. It's so self-evident. Just look at the thing I'm saying is self-evident. But if you were to look into any of these things, even just a little bit,
Go ahead and switch
you'll
out my
find
controllers.
It's just bullshit he's throwing at a wall, attempting to form some semblance of a cohesive worldview from his ignorance. Again, there's never been any evidence that Sweet Baby Inc. was funded in any way by BlackRock. They aren't even publicly traded and don't need investments to make money. They work on a project-by-project basis. So next time someone tells you about Sweet Baby, ESG, or whatever, you'll know they probably have a hard time drinking
is
a
literally
glass of water
rage
without
baiting.
drowning. Like, by now I've explained
I'd say he's done a good job.
Paul Joseph Watson, and
Considering
plenty
the
more,
length
so
of
you get
this
the idea
video.
that despite Synth apparently believing these conspiracies, he didn't actually do any of the research. Even when he tells other people to go do their own research, chalk one more up for hypocrisy on his part. But more importantly, it's another example of how Synthetic Man lashes out at everything he can with anything he can, which is a perfect time to talk about the other beliefs Synth has. The ones that were influenced by real-life experiences, according to him. Like most racists and conspiracy theorists, he doesn't have many actual beliefs. He bases a lot of his current beliefs on things he experienced in high school. For example, he loves to cite how he went to a predominantly black school, so had an inside look into the black people of America.
Do you guys remember me telling you that I went to a majority black middle school? Because I did say that. I'm not sure if you guys are memeing or if you remember that or not.
The source on his racism?
Because I did.
They would probably point to this video.
It's very true. It's not as bad as you would think because... there's almost no way to say this really, but the classes were, you know, I was in an academically gifted class, so it was essentially, it was like almost segregation in a sense. There was some black guys who were in, black kids in the classes.
But more interestingly is Synth's opinions on women. Synth actually hates women. Like, he is a deeply misogynistic creature. And from what I can tell, a lot of that resentment began in high school.
High school relationships didn't go, like, that whole situation didn't go well. You know, I dated a black chick in high school. I told you guys this.
Ah, so look, he can't be racist.
Didn't go well.
Ah, yes.
I was ashamed of myself, partially because she wasn't very attractive, and I don't know, she was kind of weird. She'd
Why'd
also
you date her,
dated
then?
like multiple other guys who she still talked to.
Peer pressure?
And honestly, her shorter, fatter friend was nicer. I don't know. I probably should have dated her, but anyway. But to circle back,
He said her shorter, fatter friend was nicer, but not prettier.
The point is, I want to date someone who wouldn't have these vast preconceived, isn't constantly comparing me to other people, basically, and also at the same time,
Isn't that just your insecurities working it up
like,
again?
just dating me for the status thing, you know? It's like, but to be fair, at the same time, that would have always been a factor.
Citation. Fact check. The absolute lack of self-awareness to complain about not being compared to someone after he literally just did that in his story.
A woman's not going to be like, unless you're Chad, which I will never be Chad, this is delusional. Unless genetically I'm Chad, she's not going to be like, oh, this homeless guy, I'm going to date this homeless guy because I really like his personality. It's just
just be yourself, lol.
of us, including myself,
Ain't
were
that what they always
brainwashed
say?
by like children's cartoons and things to see women as something that they're not. Obviously, the problem
Hey, it worked
is
for me
like,
growing up.
all my experiences
I never had to be someone that I
contradict
wasn't.
that. But
Nice.
brainwashing is so fucking strong that it's created like kind of like this mishmash of the two concepts together. Where on the one hand, I see the horrors over and over again. On the other hand, you hold out this hope for this thing that doesn't even exist.
So, Synth got rejected in high school one time by his accounting, and as a 30-year-old man still thinks it's a good justification for hating on all women in dating. It won't surprise you to know he doesn't have any experience with modern dating, but still parrots manosphere misogynistic bullshit about women on the apps.
How much has changed in just 10 years? Because they have equal rights to us. So if the government says, okay, trans women are women,
The virgin synthetic versus the Chad Dinka. Well, and on the point about modern dating, I don't really like the dating app scene or whatever, but isn't a lot of that very, dare I say, synthetic? Like, it's all cynical. It's all, like, no one's looking for meaningful, yes, to turn a phrase from DSP, meaningful, long-lasting relationships there. It's all kind of like one and done fucks, like means to an end kind of stuff. I feel like generally you don't have success on those apps. You just kind of swipe right endlessly, or is it swipe left? 'Cause I don't use them.
you know, women are oppressed.
But no, you need
and are
modern
just
dating
as good
experience,
as men,
bro.
Despite all of the biological differences that would
Just
make
swipe
them,
left endlessly all day, every day, bro.
et cetera. You can name all the things. Blah, blah, blah. You know, name others. Racism is bad. In fact, you know, certain people who are statistically commit most of the crimes, no, they actually didn't do any of those crimes. Cops are bastards. You know, in fact, and it's, remember, I'm about to go down a super deep rabbit hole here, but the point is, white women specifically have fucking fucked up everything. Because
Some people are trying to find long-term relationships, but statistically, relationships from dating apps almost always end. It's just, I guess it's the culture of it, Capital. It just always feels like cynical is about the only word I can find for it. It's just like there are people there trying to make it work, But it seems like it's all just for like, let me date you and then fuck you. I'm not in it for the emotion, you guys. I don't wanna have a life with you, you guys. In reality, you often run into like your partner just like out of the blue, right? Like it's like magic, dare I say, fate, perhaps even destiny. You just run into them or something at Starbucks. Yeah, we'll say you run into them at Starbucks or I don't know, the library, and sparks fly.
They are the highest status by birth because they are the most desired women. Because at least on average, white women typically are the most attractive ones.
Yeah, just like literally talk to anyone. Standards are higher on dating apps because the sheer volume of options. Yeah, because again, you could just the standards are so high because you could easily swipe right and just find like a better alternative. When you're right there in the moment, like randomly at some place, and you run into someone and they're looking pretty purty, you don't really have that same, like, you're not just gonna easily swipe right and then just walk to the next bitch that walks up, right? You're not really thinking of it like that. You're just kind of existing in the moment. And that's what makes it more, yes, dare I say, meaningful. Met my wife going to the bank randomly one day. Yeah, exactly. You know, you go to the bank, you go to the library, you pull up at the drive-thru, you go to Starbucks, you go to the donut shop. You're just doing something, and you're not going out of your way to do it, but it just sort of happens. And then maybe you bump into each other. Maybe she drops something and you help her pick it up. I don't know. It sounds very cartoonish and almost fairy tale-ish when I say it out loud, but the reality is a lot of it is kind of like that, right? Like, you don't go out of your way to look for it, it just kind of looks for you. When you actively try to seek it out, that's what kind of leads you into these misery rabbit holes where you do feel like the incel that isn't gonna make it happen. You're not gonna find someone to be with, right? If you believe you can ignore everything below your exacting standards, then you probably will. Yeah. More from the perspective of the women on the app, because men will swipe on basically anyone, but the women have 100 guys to choose from, and obviously it's going to be superficial. That's just the nature of the app. And then, of course, you have... This is before we even get into, like, filters and talking yourself up on your bio and just stuff like that. To me, adds more to the fakeness of it and the ingenuity. Like, you have to sell yourself. You have to actually put yourself out on there. Like it's some kind of stinky meat market. It's not real.
Drugs, and you sleep with 100 men by the time you're 25. Yeah, you're gonna look like 40 years old.
I just asked if she was in line, then I noticed her phone case, and we just started talking from there. Yeah, like real talk. It just kind of comes from shit like that. That's the real shit. You landed a lucky one.
You're gonna hit the wall at fucking Mach speed. But
basically, what we're saying here is that synthetic man should go to the bank more often.
At least as a general rule, they tend to be the more attractive ones. So that's all I'm saying. I just feel like I've been too colored, you know, like we're all susceptible to propaganda, let's be real. And I've just, maybe the most effective propaganda on...
He's talking about porn here, which he blames on propaganda and elites for pushing, remember? And he also blames for his hatred of women. It all goes back to porn.
My mind has been showing...
You know, he should go to the fair. That's where you pick up women. Go to your local fair and walk up to the lovely ladies running the stalls. You want to go ride the tunnel of love?
Degenerate white female behavior. I'll say that. That has unfortunately been the most effective propaganda.
Yeah, truly, it's a mystery why no woman would want to date you when you refer to them as empty egg cartons. It's definitely the media's fault, not you, for giving up on...
If Wings of Redemption can get married, like, surely, like, it's not game over for you, Synthetic Man. If Jordy Jordan can get married and Boogie can have, like, his weird child bride, if DSP Dark Spadil can get married, like, please use this as some sort of inspiration. Like, it's not over, you guys. You just gotta, and you may have to lower your standards a little bit. Maybe get a girl who isn't into games.
Relationships in high school. Nobody should be surprised by this point to hear him repeating others' talking points about something he has literally no experience in.
Oh, but one more point. It's also too like the self-esteem and all that. Like, if you're looking for a partner, like if you're a lady, like you wouldn't want kind of like someone down and out, kind of like this, right? It's always moody and crying all the time, doesn't really believe in themselves, because you know, you gotta have someone with gusto, like gumption. You gotta really have you gotta be a go-getter. You can't just be a crybaby, Debbie Downer all the time. Like nobody, even ignoring the romantic perspective, like you wouldn't want to be friends with someone who's like that all the fucking time. You gotta sell yourself a little bit. Not to the degree that you would on a dating app, but you gotta be like, you gotta put your best foot out there. Like don't be so crabby, you know? Ain't nobody got time for that. Right.
Or hearing him so confidently make assertions based on anecdotal or even non-existent evidence. As an example of shit where he's just repeating what he's heard with no evidence, this point he makes about how why would anybody go and approach a woman in public when there have been tons of cases of men just getting arrested for just approaching women.
It goes back to the old proverb, like how can people believe in you if you don't even believe in yourself? Ah, yes.
Shit where he's just repeating what he's heard with no evidence. This point he makes about how why would anybody go and approach a woman in public when there have been tons of cases of men just getting arrested for just approaching women, which no, there hasn't been. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, well, this is the most obvious one ever because we've been fucking conditioned. That is.
Let's see. The article says almost half of young men have never approached a woman romantically. Study presumably says study finds. Well, I wouldn't be in that group. Yes.
Tantamount to being a creep. Approaching a woman, like cold approaching doesn't.
Well, again, okay. He says, oh, like if we approached a woman, they would consider us a creep. But it goes back to self-image and self-perception and how you put yourself out there. Like if you think you're a creep and you look like a creep, then yeah, when you go up to a woman and you're all creepy, they probably will think of you as a creep. You need to, again, sell yourself. You gotta put your best foot forward. You gotta have a big old dumb smile on your face, and then you gotta ask her about her phone case.
Fucking exist anymore. Why? Online dating, duh. A woman can fucking filter through any man at a fingertip. Why would she want to be approached by randos? She can access literally anybody. This is fucking logic.
Oh yeah, they should get him on that pickup show, Carl. I don't even think I think it got canceled.
How is this even confusing to people?
Get fucked, I guess.
It's confusing because they have to deny the truth, the obvious truth in front of their fucking eyes. That's how you are a bug man. You're a bug man when you ignore reality. Okay? No shit. You know, a man could fucking get arrested for approaching a woman, and then we say it doesn't happen, and you can produce like 10 fucking. I know there's autists who have saved every fucking example. There's always somebody who's like, oh, well, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? It's never enough for these deluded idiots.
See, since opinions and beliefs are largely just whatever he's picked up from other.
I wish he had posted the examples he was talking about. You get arrested just for approaching a lady these days. I'm sorry, Synthetic, but that is a massive cope.
People. He doesn't have many of his own. Outside of
maybe if you approach him and grab their tits or something
to define himself, which he uses for justification. Now, one thing I do genuinely believe about Synthetic Man is that he desires violence towards women. When I say he hates women, I don't just mean that he wants to subjugate them or have sex with them. I believe he truly hates and loathes women. It's probably why, even after being easily goaded into long-winded rants about Jewish cabals and societal control derived from InfoWars, he is much more bullish about talking about women in any way on his streams, despite his audience trying to get him to do it.
Again, I think you guys, this is something I've thought about before off the streams and I forget to say it. I feel like too many of you are either attached to living vicariously through me or just because you have a parasocial relationship with me, you want to see me happy. Well, it's not gonna happen.
the Silent Hill 2 music kind of makes the clip.
Okay, it's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I am way too jaded beyond belief with certain things in this world. There's a reason why I don't talk about women on these streams, because that's one of the things that could legitimately get me banned if I ever went full force.
He also has a habit of making jokes about how he'd like to sexually assault them.
I wanted to turn invisible so bad when I was a kid. Still do sometimes, to be honest.
You can get away with anything if you're invisible. And no one can stop you.
Is that a rape joke?
If you like.
Why is that the first thing I think of? Well, he said get away with anything, right?
Which is not the first time he's laughed about the idea of rape, or even wanted it in a video game.
Dude, I'm definitely sick of the seriousness, because, like, at the end of the day, it's seriousness with no.
I mean, that was a
bite to
joke.
it.
Oh yes, the joke means he likes grape and he wants all women to be graped.
I find it funny that game reviewers think this shit's like super mature and serious when it doesn't even show, like, I know I'm gonna come across like an edgelord, but you saw the fucking thumbnail. But there's not even like real rape in these games. I mean, they have it like implied rape, but if you want to
like
go
the games would have to be like, I don't know,
all the
adults
way-
only?
That's where
if
I
it had
would go
rape in it?
if I wanted to make a purposely edgy ass game.
But more telling is this moment from a late drunk stream where he seems to imply that he wouldn't want to go on a date even if a woman agreed to it, because I will let this one speak for itself.
And online dating is not the solution. There's a part of me that I'm almost afraid of myself, what would happen depending on the type of woman I would meet. And I'm not going to explain that, because that's a trap, definitely.
What did he mean by this?
I feel like I'd be more likely to meet the type of woman I despise.
He was drunk when he said this.
Dating, that's for sure.
So there are only two explanations here, right? That he doesn't want to go on a date because he thinks he will either physically assault a woman or sexually assault her, or both. That's what he's admitting to here. And I choose to end our summary of Synth with this because it is deeply unflattering for whatever sympathy or small amount of goodwill he might garner.
I mean, I could see how you could arrive there, but I don't know.
With sad stories about high school
A
rejection,
little bit of a
these clips
reach.
show that it's not other people's fault he can't and shouldn't date, it's his own, which forms one final trend, not just for Synthetic Man, but for plenty of his fans. People who base their worldviews...
It seems more like a case where, well, first of all, he's drunk, but also like believing in the power fantasy to a point where you think that that's what you would actually do, and then it actually does happen in reality, and you don't do that at all, because in reality, like, how do I compare this? Like how you say, you talk about how you're gonna act in a situation, and in a situation that actually happens, and you're like, beforehand you were like, oh, if this happened, I would totally do this and that and this and that. And then the situation does happen, and in the heat of the moment, you know, passion and whatnot, you know, your brain's not working. You don't act like that at all, because reality just doesn't work like that. Comparison, like true crime, right? People look at true crime and they're like, oh, how could they fuck up that? How could they fuck that up? If I was the crook, if I was the criminal, I would have done this and that. It would have gone so much easier. Everything would have gone according to my master plan. But then you're in that situation, you're committing a crime, and then you make a bunch of fuck ups yourself. That's what I mean, where it seems like you have the fantasy in your head and you think that's what you would do in that situation, but the reality of it doesn't match up. Hey, Gondola. Yeah, when push comes to shove is basically what I'm trying to get at. He thinks in his mind's eye, as he drunkenly babbles, that he would do something, according to what the YouTuber is saying here. Like, the YouTuber is presenting that, so I'm gonna go with that angle. Synthetic Man, in his drunken babbling, thinks that he would do that in that situation, but he probably wouldn't. Probably be more awkward, if anything. I don't know how long it's been since he was last on a date. Goon says, only two explanations. He wants to grape her, or kill her, or both! Maybe a fourth option, like Eater Hannibal Lecter style. Can we play the original clip again? Okay.
That's where I would go.
Hey, Sinzacroy.
If I wanted to make a
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
purposely edgy,
Want to go on a date even if
Okay,
a woman
right here.
agreed to it, because I will let this one speak for itself.
and online dating is not the solution. There's a part of me that I'm almost afraid of myself, what would happen depending on the type of woman I would meet. And I'm not going to explain that because that's a trap, definitely. But I feel like I'd be more likely to meet the type of woman I despise through online dating, that's for sure.
So there are only two explanations here, right? That he doesn't want to go on a date because he thinks he will either physically assault a woman or sexually assault her, or both. That's what he's admitting to here.
My take is I see how they arrived at that conclusion, but I don't think that's... If he was actually put in that situation, push come to shove, I don't think he would actually do it. Again, I think it's he's drunk, and then it's that fantasy of what you would do, compounded by what his beliefs about women as it is.
And I choose to end our summary of Synth with this because it is deeply unflattering. For whatever sympathy or small amount of goodwill he might garner with sad stories about high school rejection, these clips show that it's not other people's fault he can't and shouldn't date, it's his own. Which forms one final trend, not just for Synthetic Man, but for plenty of his fans. People who base their worldviews entirely on hate choose to, because they want to blame
It's
others
as a
for
result
their
of
own
his
faults.
pessimistic outlook.
Nobody forced Synthetic Man to believe or say any of the hateful things he does. He simply attached to them because he doesn't want to take any personal responsibility. For example, it's not his fault for hating women if he can regurgitate some Andrew Tate bullshit and blame a high school crush. Look at how bad women are today. Why would you hate me for hating women? It's not his fault for not getting a job when the Jews control everything and put soy in the food to emasculate him. It's not his fault he's bad at video games when they're being made for Zoomers by SJWs. So now we get to the real heart of the issue. Not the how he thinks or what he believes, because honestly, they don't matter. His entire online personality is a spiteful amalgamation of his influences, and he has continued to lose himself in this content pit as his audience draws him progressively deeper into it. So then let's get to the why. Why does Synthetic Man hate everything?
Part 6, No Way to Live.
I don't want to get too psychoanalytical with why he is the way he is, but thankfully, because of several late night drunken streams, I don't have to speculate. Synthetic Man basically lays out for the world to see why he is a hateful, self-loathing mess who spends his life playing dancing monkey to a horde of internet Nazis. It's because he's a deeply, deeply insecure person, and almost every talking point against women, people of color, the Jews, communists, or whoever else he goes on tangents about, he all says because he needs someone else to blame for the problems that he is responsible for in his life. Case in point, how he sees his parents as responsible for his own failure to launch.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, I wanted validation for a long time, but not from therapy, from my parents. I never did get that. Eventually, you learn to give up on those things. I think that the elite social planning.
So yeah, we get to the real smoking gun of the video, and it's kind of like just another repackaged. It's a repackaging of what we were talking about earlier with how he uses some of this shit as a crutch, which was like one of the only points we agreed with, aside from the Futanari fetish. Ow.
Enabled the conditions for your family to end up the way it did. Possibly. It's hard to know. I don't know what my parents saw when they were young that they didn't understand that you need to teach kids stuff. The funny thing is, my parents have always acknowledged that me and my brother were smart, but simultaneously, they never taught us anything useful. I guess they just assumed that that school would do it. But at the same time, I think there were times where at least my dad tried to teach me some shit, but because of like video game addiction or whatever, I just didn't want to listen.
I just want to take the shortcut,
and he just
man.
gave up after a certain point. But
Okay, so citation. Even when he admits he rejected his parents trying to teach him things, it's not his fault. They should have tried more.
I feel like
There was better ways. You're not supposed to give up on trying to teach your kid practical things.
Synth has repeatedly admitted to be too lazy to get a job. We've talked about it, but at almost 30, he still lives with his mom. Now, I have nothing against people who had to move back in with their parents. I've been fortunate enough to have decent rent and worked hard not to, but the economy is rough and rent keeps going up while wages have stagnated for years and years. It's almost like a running theme in our society is how concentrated capitalism is ruining everything.
Oh my God.
But saying that to people like Synthetic Man makes you a crazy commie, wild, just unrealistic person.
All right, at least they found a way to tie it back to Synthetic
Man.
Man.
Elaborate conspiracies to justify why their lives are that way instead of examining the machine chewing them up, because usually that examination might also require some introspection about the role they play in the world and how the effort they put in can reflect their material output.
It is kind of dishonest of them to say, oh, I'm not going at him for still living with mommy, but then definitely said earlier in the video that's like, oh, you're 30, you're still living with mom. Oh, you're 30, you still live with mom. Yeah, definitely, like, obviously the connotation associated with that is that it's negative and you should be living at your own place. Correct? Right? But then says in this part, it's like, oh, I'm not going at you for it, you guys. I'm just calling you a virgin Nazi inso who still lives with mommy.
Outcomes, which, believe me,
but also the housing market is bad and it's because of your precious capitalism.
Does not want to do. I said I don't have a problem with people living with their parents, and I don't, but when someone who has never had a real job wants to tell others how to live their lives, that is funny to me. Here is a grown man who admits to caring about almost nothing but video games, who isn't particularly good or well-versed in them, and who spends his whole life now being angry at the world passing him by. And every step of the way, he blames others for the things that make him angry. And then he also has the temerity to say to his audience that if you've never accomplished anything in life, you don't get to make declarative statements. Okay, then where do you get off, dude? Another little case in point.
That was close.
He's a legal adult making a livable wage from YouTube for at least 2 years. By all accounts, he should at least feel successful enough to pursue something he's passionate about, even just a video series or a project, to move out, to try and treat YouTube like a proper job. Like, looking at his numbers,
like
and especially the super chat donations he gets, I don't know why he would ever bitch about eating junk food when he can afford good organic food. He just chooses not to.
Well, don't you know organic food is
just
cup?
got here, so I might see if dinner is an option, or if I'll have to make my own tendies.
Reuse
I ate
clip.
a shit ton. I can't really eat anything like tendies though, because yesterday I ate 2 Popeyes chicken sandwiches, and that's why I didn't sleep. Actually, I forgot to talk about that part. So not only
probably
did
should
I
not
have to get
have.
up at 9 a.m., which I know, it's
DoorDash.
truly my life is pain. 9 a.m. crazy, but also.
Well, yeah, if you're constantly eating the organic stuff, it does kind of add up. It is expensive. So that's a very expensive lifestyle, man.
The Popeyes chicken kept me awake.
Instead, he would rather mope and mold and blame his parents, who are still bringing him his chicken tendies, for messing him up. He talks about how his dad wasn't around much and his mom's problems and how he was basically raised by the internet.
You've got a whole generation of young men who were raised by single moms, taught by women, rejected by girls their age. Basically, every woman they've known has treated them like shit their entire lives. So their ultimate fantasy is to find a woman who nurtures and loves them unconditionally.
What is he looking at?
So there you go.
Gentle femdom girlfriend. Oh, I guess he's looking at the gentle femdom girl. No, I don't like femdom.
I wanted to share that with you. Something I was thinking about. So anyway, that was just a response to the comment about the young girls having daddy issues. It's like, yeah, everyone's a shitty parent now, so everyone's fucked up. It's like, maybe you shouldn't let the internet raise your kids. Just a crazy thought. As someone who as someone whose mind has been fucked, possibly without any hope of being normal. Maybe you should, talk to your kids about healthy sexuality and
it's gentle femdom, completely different,
or something.
But yeah, when I think of femdom, I think like, oh, they're stepping on you and they're calling you worthless and trash and stupid. Like, I don't want to be called trash.
Just the thought.
What is gentle femdom? She's like petting you and calling you a good boy, but that's like dehumanizing.
This is my dad.
Oh, citation. Here he's talking about not getting enough attention because of his dad's work schedule.
Slept during the day.
But he would have hated being me, Papa Dingus going out to Iraq and shit.
So,
you know, my dad wasn't around that much because of that super chats. Yeah, hold on. Well, my mom basically waited to date. Actually, we might have been, or I might have been 18.
Okay, and then he starts talking shit about his own mother, who still feeds and houses him.
When she dated the first dude, at least the first dude I met, because I think she dated dudes she never brought home. And no, none of them were good. They were all fucked. The one that she was with the longest was this rich dickhead with a massive ego who abandoned his kids. And I shouldn't be sharing that with you guys, but let me just say, he was a fucking asshole. But my mom was absolutely smitten with him because my mom loves the idea of being rich more than almost anything. If anything, through my mother, I've learned that women shouldn't have access to...
Yeah, okay, first off, yes, Goki, you're right. He should not be telling people on the internet this. Second, it is shit talk, but if true, isn't it more just him caring about his mom and, like, being concerned for the type of people that she surrounds herself with, particularly, in this case, the dating scene?
These high-profile jobs and all this money and shit.
But then he will go on to talk about how they also recognized and encouraged how smart he was and encouraged reading.
Yeah, likely he's drunk, and this was probably at the end of like a 8 to 10 hour gaming stream where he's just chatting and a little bit more vulnerable.
And how when he was depressed as a teen, they tried to get him therapy, and they tried to get him to do other things than play video games, and tried to get him involved in extracurricular activities. And he just didn't want to.
Like, I've already told you guys this. This is, I mean, unless you're new to the streams or you just aren't usually around here for the late night parts. I literally started therapy when I was...
Yeah, typically the late night streams, as he just said, do tend to be like, he's drunk, he's kind of vulnerable, he's susceptible to stuff that the chat talks to him about. A little bit more open, I should say.
Aren't usually around here for the late night parts. I literally started therapy when I was 14 years old, against my will. I mean, I didn't do it voluntarily, but the point is, from 14 to 24, I was in and out of therapy. I saw probably 8 or 9 different therapists. You know, if I wasn't so, like, stubborn... See, the problem is
Pick up some of Pepsi.
Basically, after high school, since I refused to go to college, it became a mixture of spite, anxiety, and depression, I'd say, were the reason why I became a NEET. Because my parents really, really fucking tried to get me to get a job. Like, they threatened to kick me out, like, shit ton of times. And basically, I would just say what they already knew, which is just like, you know I couldn't fucking survive on the streets. I mean, you certainly didn't raise me to survive on the streets. You know, and I think they knew.
That's kind of fucked
they knew
up.
I was right. They couldn't admit it.
I was
have
right.
This YouTube channel. I have 100,000 subs. It's not going to fix any of those other issues. What will is exactly what I was told in therapy, and it's not what I'm willing to do. I'm not willing to expose myself to increasingly more social situations.
He just refused stubbornly.
You gotta just put yourself out there,
which
bro.
He blames them for. Now, I'm not saying I know everything, because yeah, I don't know what went on in Synth's life, but how are you going to try and depict your family as basically being abusive to you and neglectful when you still have to admit that they tried to get you help? When every time you talk about your childhood, you still admit that they tried to help you all throughout. Now, he justifies his laziness by citing the term learned helplessness, something he picked up during therapy. He basically uses it to say that because his parents didn't ever challenge him, he doesn't ever want to do anything. And because he thinks nothing is ever going to change or be good, he isn't going to ever try at anything. But this isn't learned helplessness because he's cognizant of it.
I don't know. I was too hard on myself when I was younger. That's really what it was at the end of the day.
Well, that's like me right now.
Because it really, not nearly as much of it was my fault. Look up learned helplessness, Darren James.
You hear that, Darren?
A few good things I learned from my time in therapy. A few good things. Learned helplessness, that was a good term I learned that describes my entire existence. Do I want friends? Not as much as I used to.
Then he goes on to blame others for him having no friends because he's an asshole. He wasn't getting anything from the friendship. You just want to get something out of it. Where's my reward? I don't need a reward from my friendship with Carl. Actually, no. My friendship with Carl is the reward.
The reason why I stopped talking to the friends I had is at a certain point I realized that I'm not really getting anything out of it anymore. You know? Like
what the reality that's Cope, brother. The reality, I'm gonna tell you what the reality was. He graduated high school.
Basically, I had to ask myself a hard question where
And
it's
then
like,
never
do
saw
I really
friends
wanna
afterward.
tolerate these guys not taking anything I say seriously? And unfortunately, I'm a victim.
Riku, they called
of
him
the-
DSP Jr. for a
the
reason.
demoralization, as we talked about. So I was thinking way too much about political things that my friends didn't agree with. So I basically just asked myself, like, is it worth really talking to these guys, you know, continuing this friendship if we're not going to talk about anything that I want to talk about, really?
But this
Why
isn't
is it
learned
about
helplessness
me?
because he's cognizant of it. He's using it as an excuse to not even try to work. So it's not learned helplessness, it's weaponized laziness. At the beginning of this video, I mentioned how my past and Synthetic Man's overlapped a little more than I expected when I started this project. Like Synth, I was also a gifted kid loner type.
Wait. Golem was right. It was projection. Nice pause.
Throughout high school. I didn't have many people I'd call close friends, and I struggled a lot with body image and depression. I didn't do many extracurriculars. I didn't go out and party. I didn't date.
Wait. This goes back to the beginning of the video. They said, by the end of the video, I'm not going to be making fun of them. I do not think any less. In fact, I sympathize with them. And by the end of this video, you will be sympathizing as well. Ah, yes.
A lot. Even further back from high school, we grew up in a similar time and had similar interests. I love the PS2 era of platformers. I grew up playing
The self-report! Oh my god! They saw themselves in Simp the whole time! I'm sounding hoarse again. I need to take some more sips.
My past and Synthetic Man's overlapped a little more than I expected when I started this project. Like Synth, I was also a gifted kid loner type throughout high school. I didn't have many people I'd call close friends, and I struggled a lot with
main character syndrome.
With body image and depression. I didn't do many extracurriculars. I didn't go out and party. I didn't date a lot. Even further back from high school, we grew up in a similar time and had similar interests. I love the PS2 era of platformers. I grew up playing Ratchet and Clank and Sonic. I fondly remember the Xbox 360 era of edgy shooters. Hell, I have a whole playlist dedicated to ranking Xbox 360 games on my channel. And also like Synth, I struggle with motivation, depression, and especially failure to launch after high school. I've struggled with...
So, wait a minute. The whole point, I'm presuming the whole point, so the interest in Synthetic Man, they said at the beginning it was supposed to be like a springboard for talking about people like Synthetic Man in general. Like, it wasn't so much focused on Synthetic Man himself versus the idea of like people that are just like Synthetic Man. And then in the end, it turns out to be a whole self-report because people like Synthetic Man, ... would also be this person. So are they gonna posit that like they saw themselves in Synthetic Man and they believe Synthetic Man is like the bad ending of what their life could have been, and they consider their life to be the good ending? Is that what it's gonna go towards?
ADHD and attention.
Like, oh, I could have ended up just like Synthetic, but I didn't. I'm the good ending.
My entire life. Getting motivation to work on things has been incredibly hard. It's been something I've worked on hard because it has caused so many problems in my life. So when you combine all these things, I spent the first 4 years after high school in a depressive haze where I felt aimless, like nothing I did mattered, and I took refuge in video games to the point where my mom was threatening to kick me out of the house because she thought I was just going to waste my life on the couch.
Sound like anyone we know?
The reality was I was in a deep depression.
Yeah,
worsened
like
by
they...
turning to terrible eating habits.
They saw themselves in Synthetic Man. Whole video makes so much more sense now that I know this.
Made me gain weight and only made the depression worse. So when Synthetic Man talks about his history and the things he blames for his problems,
That was my
a lot of
depression.
them I can relate to. And speaking personally, they were not easy to get over. And when you sit and compare what people like Synth and I have been through, from economic struggles to mental health, we had it pretty fucking easy compared to...
In my mind, that's it. I realized it as I was saying it. I, in my mind, am better than you. I am you, but I'm better than you.
Some other people I know. Synth knew his parents, had a family who put food on the table, cared for him enough to try and get him fucking therapy, and when he became a burnout, they still provided for him. But here's the thing that really actually pisses me off, is that after Synth spends so much time whining about how he doesn't even want to try, nothing matters.
Oh, okay. So he's upset that Synthetic has like had the opportunity but wasted it despite having everyone propping him up. And that reminds him of how growing up he perceives from his perspective that he did not have opportunity, and maybe his family wasn't propping him up in the same manner. Let me rewind. What was the comparison there?
I was just going to waste my life on the couch. The reality was I was in a deep depression, worsened by turning to terrible eating habits that made me gain weight and only made the depression worse. So when Synthetic Man talks about his history and the things he blames for his problems, a lot of them I can relate to. And speaking personally, they were not easy to get over. And when you sit and compare what people like Synth and I have been through, from economic struggles to mental health, we had it pretty fucking easy compared to some other people I know. Synth knew his parents, had a family who put food on the table, cared for him enough to try and get him fucking therapy, and when he became a burnout, they still provided for him. But
it seems like right there with that bit, when he talks about like the opportunities Synth had that he squandered, like he's comparing that to himself, like he didn't have those opportunities, or at least he believes in his mind, looking back, that he did not have those opportunities. It's like Synth could have made himself the good guy, but didn't. Whereas he did not even have the chance to be, to have the opportunity to be a good person, so he was just kind of like felted.
Here's the thing that really actually pisses me off, is that after Synth spends so much time whining about how he doesn't even want to try and nothing matters and everything is hopeless, he is still a goddamn hypocrite because he is living proof that he's wrong. Synthetic Man got a rare chance that so few people get, especially hobbyist gaming channels. Through actually applying himself just a little bit, he managed to make a successful, if edgy and transgressive, YouTube channel. Some people spend a decade making in-depth content and don't reach 100,000 subs. Against all odds, whether it was through blind luck of the algorithm or people sharing his content or a mixture of both, he managed to actually launch a successful YouTube career. He won the fucking lottery while so many other content creators are starving, trying to even get 50k subs. But whether through sheer ignorance or just his internet poison cynicism,
yeah, I was about to say, a YouTube channel that you said earlier when the first 20 minutes of the video that it would not be your fault if said channel got struck down. But then later you're praising him for having, oh yeah, you did what so many people aspire to do, have a successful YouTube channel. But in the same breath, double talk, double speak. Oh, sure would be a shame if anything happened to that channel you worked up so effortlessly to have.
He doesn't care. He has been so broken by the places he turns to for community, where the only thing they share is misery and hate. He is bought so wholeheartedly into the idea that there's no good in the world, and when a good thing happens to him, he just shrugs and continues his pity party. See, Synthetic Man's mistake isn't being racist or violent towards women, or not doing any research for the things he talks about.
Really?
Those are
That's
all
not a mistake?
byproducts of the one mistake he makes every day. His mistake is in thinking his struggles are unique to him and letting those struggles define every aspect of his life. Do you think you're the only one with executive dysfunction? Do you think you're the only one who had a shitty upbringing? Do you think you're the only person
I don't really get that impression, because those Cope segments, I feel like he understands his audience can relate to him. If you understand that your audience can relate to you, you don't think your situation is unique?
grew up watching edgy shit on the
internet? Yeah, he didn't say that, and I don't get that impression from the clips either.
Rejected as a teenager? You're not the only one. You're just one of the people who let those experiences define you. There are an unspeakable number of people who have been through similar circumstances to yours and worse, and they chose not to become assholes over it. It's a tale as old as time with racists and misogynists. One guy gets fired and the company hires an immigrant. He becomes a racist because...
We saw clips in this. I get you're making a point, Goon. But yeah, to debunk him on that. The streams are just misery for 8 hours. Again, perceived projection. And there are clips in this very quote-unquote documentary where Synth is clearly having fun on the stream, particularly the ones during the showcases where they're all cracking jokes and all that, like or talking with his bro. There are moments where he's like in a good mood and having fun and all that. he does have positive videos. The issue is, again, that they don't get clicks.
1,000 years.
Wow. Thank you, Sweet Bean 96, the one and only. Tier 1 for 14 months with Swollified Bongo. Thank you, Bean.
Don't bother looking at the company. That might mean examining the structures of capital. Or MGTOW movements. You hear common stories of men hating women after being cheated on or divorced. It's unsurprising that Synth would end up in similar places because, like all these dum-dums, one bad thing happened, maybe once, and suddenly that becomes their entire life. And they go online and they find other people who are likewise obsessed with defining themselves by others. They congregate in places like 4chan and Kiwi Farms, and on Synthetic Man's channel where they can reminisce about their edgy high school years.
I don't know what to tell you, Bean. You missed the 2-hour Synthetic Man documentary. It's a whole lot of nothing.
Call people slurs like they used to in Call of Duty lobbies before all the left libtards took everything over. And they can commiserate about how those woke lefty commie snowflakes are actually.
His streams seem like his only connection to the outside world, and this person feels the need to rip that away from him because he says things they don't like sometimes. I hope it's not that that's the case, where that's literally his only opportunity to interact with people outside of reality. But yeah, that is kind of what the thesis of the video is, huh? Especially going back to what he said at the start. It won't be my fault if something happens to you.
All funded by BlackRock, who are actually Jews, and that's why there are black people in video games and chemicals in food that make you docile. And they say these things as they sit and grind out another battle pass in a live service game with a diverse cast, stuffing their face with chicken nuggets filled with preservatives as their parents tell them to get a job. And every now and then they'll jack off ashamedly to an anime woman with a dick before posting about troons and how they think any woman with a cock is a freak of nature who's destroying the fabric of society. This is not the way people are intended to live. I don't necessarily believe in higher governance or that you were put here for a purpose, but I do believe that you can live with purpose. A purpose beyond waiting to die and dragging as many people through the mud on your way down as you can. Just look at where it has landed Synthetic Man. Someone who started with the honest, even admirable intention of making a channel to talk about games he loved, who managed to actually get a following with numbers most YouTubers in their first few years would only dream of. And where is he now? Wallowing in an endless puddle of cynicism and hate, making no effort to preserve his own mental or physical health, instead following an audience.
Do you think this documentary, YouTuber person, do you think this documentary is going to assist in their mental health, or do you think it's going to worsen their mental health? I'm just curious.
That doesn't even seem to like him outside of the twisted entertainment value they find in his ranting. He does nothing but...
bro, I totally care about your mental health. It'd be a shame if the only way you make money was taken away from you. If the only way you could talk to people in the outside world was taken away from you. But I'm so concerned for your mental health, bro. There are so many people out there just like you, and it's just such a shame, bro. Really. Real talk. Let me take away your money.
Blame other people for the fact that he is miserable, instead of looking in the mirror and realizing that he's the one who chooses to be miserable like this. Now, I don't believe that Synthetic or people like him are irredeemable or beyond helping, because every day they wake up and make a choice to be hateful, and one day they could simply choose not to.
You can choose to be paused.
To not go on 4chan and instead read a book instead of just thinking about reading.
You can choose to donate to BlackRock.
They don't know or understand a slur and justify their bigotry by citing some other asshole who could never cite his sources. They could choose to realize they have been given struggles like everybody else, and that through these struggles they might have more in common with a trans person, a black person, or a Jewish person than they realized. And they could choose to see that they've also been given opportunities.
You can choose the transition
to live happier, more fulfilling lives.
You could think just like I do with my hive mind instead of being a part of your hive mind.
Their bigoted ways, and tomorrow they'll be a happy SJW snowflake like me. Believe whatever you want, that's your right as an American. But I also know it's not healthy to live constantly online, and certainly not constantly online in places that speak almost entirely in slurs and Holocaust references. Now, with as deeply self-loathing, insecure, and reactionary as Synthetic Man is, I don't think he will make that choice. Odds are he and the people who were fans of his tuned out of this video a long time ago. But on the off chance you watch this whole thing,
listened
you
to the whole
still hate
thing
me for being a stupid or you still think Synth is a base chud, I'd encourage you to take a day or two away.
I'm not gonna suck his cock, but I think his videos are good.
There are always going to be more people like Synth. People who have a passion or a talent, but no aim or goal to pursue. People who have been through tough times and don't want to keep going.
Let's ask this question. If you're like a synth cell or whatever, Does this video make them want to suck his cock more or less?
And instead of reaching out or examining themselves, would rather push everyone away and blame others for their failings. Some of these things you choose, others you
I feel like
don't.
the video would just make his fans ball wash him more out of
You can
spite.
choose not to be like him. I hope you choose to be better than he is.
Oh, God. And then we have the vaporwave aesthetic with the, yes, the historical statue. We're a big thinking channel. We got things to say. Like, you're a Nazi incel. Now, let's talk about Alex Jones for like 30 minutes. Okay, to the people that were here for the entire... That really wasn't 2 hours because I kept pausing. To the people that were here for the whole video, I think your takes would probably be the most interesting. I don't know, was that... Is Synthetic Man felted? Let's start there. Is Synthcoin dropping? Or is it rising? You came in here with more questions. No. Scroll up. I learned stuff that only solidified my dislike of Synth the locale. This was way too long and made irrelevant points. Don't care. The worst video you ever watched on stream. It dragged. Forgot about Synth multiple times. I would say that thanks to this video, I'm just going to ignore this channel. It didn't change my indifference to Synth. This will be the first, hopefully last video I watched from this individual. I had to watch it because it was like a BTFO documentary expose, and of course I've watched his videos on stream in the past. I felt like it was gonna be a subject eventually, so I was like, okay, I'll come into it with an open mind. I'm not gonna cap and say like, oh, it's not worth watching. I'll see what they have to say, and they really didn't have much to say. He's just an edgelord. This guy is taking it too serious. The worst Synth has done is read and agree with stuff on V. I'm supposed to think that his channel should be removed. Again, yeah, that's the end game. It was like the false kind of sympathy and like, oh, I sympathize with you. I empathize with your troubles. In fact, I see a little bit of myself in you. ... Let me basically try to take your whole channel away. Let me take away your income, bro. Didn't really change my opinion on Synth, and they did way too many derails that ran way too long. I choose to not be better. Oh God, I got a lot of scrolling up to do. You guys got a lot to say. This video really made you think. I hate this fake positivity. You just shout on him for 2 fucking hours. Don't talk to me about positivity. That really is kind of what it was, right? DSP kind of does the same thing too. Like when he reacted to the Rich doc, you had a little bit of it there. You know, I'm not A-logging Rich, guys. I actually feel bad for him. Rebsy doesn't know what to take away from this. I think this video made Synth look better and his detractors look nuts. I like everyone in this documentary less now, including the maker. Kind of goes back to that old saying, I know this may sound harsh, but I think everyone in this story should die. I think Synth is a sadder dude than I expected, but nothing that I didn't know already. We didn't really learn a lot. It's kind of more, we learned personal stuff that we didn't need to know. I don't watch all of his live streams, so those drunken segments where he just kind of rants, a lot of stuff I didn't know about and didn't need to know about. I choose not to be better and deem the documentarian guys too emotionally invested, too pushy with his views. I think that's fair to say. You guys gonna have another felting stream tomorrow over the Philomania logo. I did see that. I sent that to Tevin. He's like, you can't prove that you own a logo, so debunked, idiot. Passive-aggressive attitude was the worst, agreed. Just trying to use Synth as a... Synth to paint all conservative grifters as bad. They did mention at the beginning that it wasn't about Synth so much as people like Synth, that think like Synth, that watch Synthetic Man videos. When he played his vids, I was like, he's annoying and a contrarian. Now, after watching this, I think he's annoying. Contrarian. This person had an agenda and only wanted to solidify his hate of him and point fingers while he's hiding behind doing what Synth does. That's fair. Ariku has the best point. In reality, it was not worth watching. I think it was worth watching in the sense that we got it over with, and no one can say I didn't watch it. Oh, here we got goons. I was waiting for goon steak. I put a lot of stock when a person self-reflects like this vid showed Synthetic Man do. I don't think it makes you worse that you recognize your deficiencies compared to other people that only do so to manipulate you. I don't think Synthetic Man is trying to manipulate me when he says these embarrassing stories. I think, I had a lot of questions about what the documentarian, like what their whole angle really was. They claimed at the beginning it was kind of like to expose people that think just like Synthetic Man and like follow this kind of propaganda and whatnot from the right-wing controversy, controversial grifter sphere and whatnot. But at the end, I believe more so now that it was kind of just like he saw a little bit of himself in Synthetic Man. Like, it was a lot of self-reporting near the end. I think like I put more stock into that than like what he said at the beginning. Probably it started as the whole, okay, let's look into people that think like Sin. Let's look into his community and people that watch his videos and the type of person that those people really are. Probably started as that, but then over time, especially watching their live streams and their drunk segments where they kind of open themselves up and admit to things they probably shouldn't have. Probably where the self-reflection started to come back into play. Began to realize that despite their extreme political differences, that are actually more alike than they previously realized. Yeah, I think that's a nice bow to put on it. Basically, we learned a lot. Okay, I know we had video redeems, and I'm sorry I didn't want to interrupt the segment, but I did want to accept the 500-bit cheer from Wild Tiger. This was the best, worst birthday gift. This is your birthday? What? Big ups, Wild Tiger. Let's get some birthday cakes and party emotes for Wild Tiger. Thank you, Dinga and chat. I now know more than you did yesterday, I guess. Thank you, Wild Tiger. The 500-bit cheer. We do appreciate that. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. And thank you for doing it. Happy birthday. Big ups. I hope you had a good day. You know, this reminds me of the folding videos of James Rolfe. Like, both were the same, but he has to talk down against Rolfe and that he is better. The folding ideas video. I've not seen that. Speaking of things I haven't seen, Goki's video redeem. Again, I didn't want to... I know you wanted me to interrupt the react to watch this, but I kind of just wanted to complete it. I didn't want to get off too off course. I've been avoiding the puddle animated react.
You know how I say to people, don't talk to me, right? You know that Charles, my roommate, he fucking invented that strap. There was this guy. He was a weird guy. We used to call him Feet. I don't know what his real name was. I think it was Ooey or some shit, but he was a guy who used to play Tekken 5, and he always took his character's shoes off, and he always picked chick characters. So he always had a girl character, Lily or whatever, never had shoes on. So we started calling him Feet, because he's weird, right? So his name was Feet, and he was weird. So one time me and Char were standing in the arcade, and Feet was right next to Char. And this is in real life. We're all at the arcade, standing there, and Feet goes over to Char and he goes, hey, how unsafe is that on block? And Char leans over and goes, don't talk to me.
Whoa.
And I'm standing right next to both of them.
That's
and
dark.
I'm like I just witnessed the Daigo full parry. Like, this guy just socially parried this other guy, and I just witnessed it. It was really like a moment of admiration. It was the meanest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, that was worth the 2.5 hour documentary. That was pretty good. I can see why you would recommend that as the jury lover. Okay, one more video react from Nurgle. 3 hours ago. Time flies, huh? Wow, it's already 3 in the morning. Like I blinked. I blinked a little bit ago and it was like 1 in the morning. Now it's 3. Twisted Metal Black did something impossible. It's an hour-long video.
Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. A while back, I made the decision that my Twisted Metal Black review was going to be saved for my 100,000 subscriber special. It was only fitting considering that Twisted Metal Black was responsible for my first hit video, all the way back in the halcyon days of early 2021, though it didn't blow up until late 2021. I'll save the schmoozing for the end of the video for those of you who want to hear it. Otherwise, let's get right into it. Twisted Metal Black is the best. There is no competition as far as I'm concerned. It's the best Twisted Metal game and will be extremely hard-pressed to ever have competition in that regard.
I could not beat it.
And I feel like that's especially the case for me.
It was too hard for me.
It was simultaneously a reinvention of the series, but also a return to form. However, with that, it's also a game that's lucky to exist and quite frankly shouldn't exist. Let's not mince words. By 1999, after 2 lackluster sequels, Twisted Metal had seen better days. Brief history lesson. In 1997, SingleTrack, the developers of the original 2 games, abandoned their series along with their other creations such as Jet Moto and Warhawk so they could branch off and do their own thing, only for them to be bought out by GT Interactive and subsequently be mismanaged into the ground after a few solid games that made the most of their skill sets. But by the time the company was breathing its last, most of the senior staff had already bailed out one by one. Meanwhile, the company that ended up picking up the slack left behind by SingleTrack breaking off was 989 Studios, the in-house PlayStation studio that ended up with pretty much every intellectual property that PlayStation didn't have a specifically designated developer for. Cool Borders, Jet Moto, you name it. But then 989 Studios itself went through some struggles in the late 90s and subsequently closed down, relaunched, and closed down again. This could have easily been the end for Twisted Metal, but then the stars aligned. Most of the senior staff of SingleTrack started a new company, Incognito Inc. Then Sony gave them the license to Twisted Metal, allowing them after only a few short years to pick up where they left off. Which is why this game, despite being very different, is a return to form. So through a convoluted series of happenstance, the Twisted Metal IP ended up right back in the hands of the people who created it, in what was surely a 1 in a million event. So it's almost as if Twisted Metal Black was destined to be made. And then they went on to essentially revive the waning franchise, and through their unique combination of deliciously dark presentation, fantastic gameplay, and a twist on established lore the likes of which would go on to define the series for years to come, they created a game that's not only the most well-received game in the entire—
And they made like a show on Peacock, an original series, and despite that, there's no game to go with it. And there's not even a character that represents it in Astrobot.
History of Twisted Metal, but also, to my knowledge, it's the best-selling game in franchise history. Twisted Metal Black took the series from its death throes to heights it had never seen, all brought out by 1 in a million circumstances with a new and improved team of original creators and new blood alike. I don't know if this was intentional, but the series really was back in black. My story with this game isn't really that interesting. As some may know, I didn't actually grow up with the series. In fact, I'm not even sure if I was aware of it back then. Although in mid-2010 during summer vacation, my older brother got a PS3 and handed down all his old PS2 games to me. This included such games as God of War 1 and 2, Devil May Cry 3, Samurai Warriors, Drakengard, and Twisted Metal Black. But I wasn't really a fan at the time, mostly because it was way too hard for me. I didn't understand it, and it seemed too daunting even on easy mode to wrap my head around at the time. It wasn't until one night in October of 2020, when I was drunk, as all good stories start, that I was going through the PlayStation Store and saw that this game was 50% off. So on a drunken whim, I bought it, along with GTA 3 and Vice City, Prototype 1 and 2, and Mortal Kombat X. Once again, I didn't really understand the game. It felt far too daunting for me, but then, as it happens, on Christmas Day of 2020, I finally beat the game 100% legitimately, and something clicked at that point. Suddenly, I found the game not only feasible to beat, but actually very compelling as an experience. And as I continued to beat the game with character after character, I started researching the game and found something that really intrigued me. The mysterious minion who's only unlocked after you beat the game as every other character, and with that came the mysterious loading screen messages that could be deciphered in order to reveal the real story of the game, which was such an intriguing premise to me that I made a video on it, and as they say, the rest is history. Now, several years and 100,000 subscribers later, here we are. And like Marcus Kane's inability to escape from Sweet Tooth's mind, I've never been able to escape this game. It's always wriggled its way back into my sphere of influence, no matter how many other games and franchises I cover. It seeps its way into my subconscious, or more accurately, into my video lineup, because it's one of the most creatively intriguing games I've ever played. Beneath its shooty action and dark exterior lies a hidden depth unheard of in this series. One that's kept me thinking for years. Where do I start with this monster? Well, I think the best place to start would be the theme song. Twisted Metal Black's main theme is Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. Classic rock as classic as it gets. The main menu even uses that iconic opening guitar lick. This is a song that's been in my musical rotation since I was 15, but until now I never really stopped and viewed the lyrics critically.
The Synthetic Man documentary React is over.
It's about a grief-stricken man who's lost his love, subsequently falling into a deep depression, and now wants the world itself to be painted black to match his mood, so the world may feel his suffering. I'm not sure if this was intentional, but the man
I guess we're learning about Twisted Metal Black
from is kind of similar to the overarching
one of many Twisted Metal games
with
I have
Needles
not beaten.
Kane twisting the world into this grim, dark dystopia. You see, if you've never seen any of my other videos covering the topic...
Right. Actually, I gotta take that off screen. A 2-hour documentary exposing Synthetic Man. I linked it in the Viewers for Baby Park. You gotta scroll a bit above. But, was by this far left-leaning individual, and then by the end it kind of turned into I don't know, like a self-report. He saw himself in Synthetic Man, except he was better. And I didn't learn anything new about Synthetic Man whatsoever. So here we are.
The real plot of this game I mentioned just a minute ago is thus. If you unlock Minion and decipher his loading screen messages, it's revealed that Minion is Marcus Kane, the more sane half of Sweet Tooth's split personality who's trying to stay in the shadows and remain undiscovered. Hence why he can only communicate through code, as he's basically living in constant fear of being lobotomized out of existence. Explaining that the game takes place through Needles Kane's perspective, and everything we see is the world twisted and mangled through the diseased mind of Needles. In his own way, Needles himself is painting his whole world black. Perhaps not as a coping mechanism over a dead wife, at least none that's been established, but there's a clear parallel between the 2 points of view, wanting everyone to feel the same way they do, and Needles is willing that desire into existence, at least in the sense that we're viewing the world through his perspective in sort of an unreliable narrator situation. The Minion loading screens, and therefore this entire plot thread, was apparently a last-minute addition, but it's a case where I think whatever the intended vision was supposed to be, the slapdash crudeness of this to me is probably much more intriguing than whatever it would have been otherwise, because it leaves enough open to interpretation that the blank space left over gives your mind room to run wild. Hence why I've spent so much time analyzing every nook and cranny of this game's plot from the surface all the way down. Because on the surface level, this is a fairly run-of-the-mill Twisted Metal game. Several contestants competing to have their wish granted by ostensibly an all-powerful being named Calypso. The only difference being the absolute grim tone, as well as more involved stories, but then deeper into the abyss you have a plot built on symbolism, interpretation, and an unspoken sense of nothing being as it seems. And it doesn't feel like a lot of this was unintentional either, because there's a line that I've already quoted in Mr. Grimm's story, which is one of the most evocative lines in the game.
They say the mind bends and twists in order to deal with the horrors of life. I think my mind bent so much it snapped in two.
And while you can take that line entirely at face value, it feels like this is an intentional symbolic
Some people missed the Doctinga. I'm gonna play the whole thing again after we finish this. Tevin should add it to his watch later playlist, then play it at like 5 in the morning for the people that missed it.
Parallel to the split personality of Needles,
I suffer,
Kane
they gotta
and
suffer
Marcus
too,
King,
man.
Sweet Tooth, and Minion. When you have an intriguing twist like these secret codes alongside lines like that, I can't help but ask questions about everything. Do the events we see have any bearing on reality whatsoever? Are these events really taking place but with a grim filter over them? Or is this just an elaborate hallucination? Are these characters nothing more than what they seem, or are they each symbolic figures, pieces of the collage that make up Sweet Tooth? Is Marcus really part of the split personality, or is he the psychological representation of Sweet Tooth's ego, with Calypso representing the superego and Needles representing the id? These are outdated concepts as far as psychoanalytics are concerned, but they're still present in a lot of media for how intriguing the concept is. And there are so many other little things that catch my attention about this game, such as how the code to exchange your weapons for health is to hold all the back buttons on the controller and hit triangle X square circle, the movement of which on a PlayStation controller matches the sign of the cross. Almost as if you're praying to be saved from death. Is that just a coincidence, or is this an intentional bit of symbolism? Or the fact that almost every character in this game is noted as having some sort of mental illness. Does that mean something? Does the fact that certain characters don't have a mental illness or don't belong to Blackfield Insane Asylum mean anything? Is there some sort of meaning behind the fact that every character in law enforcement gets screwed over by their endings while everyone who wants revenge gets it, no strings attached? Does it mean anything that the game's manual is presented as a journal taken from the perspective of No-Face? These are concepts and questions that may not interest the people who are looking for a fun game to play, but this is what interests me creatively. Many of these details wouldn't matter in a lot of other games, but it feels like this game opens itself up to the possibility of everything potentially having some sort of external meaning. Hell, I will fully admit that the creators themselves probably never intended for most of these interpretations to be made, so some might throw them out on principle. Personally, I believe that no one should be restricted from interpreting fictional work however they wish. Through history, we can find countless examples of fictional work that are analyzed and overanalyzed again and again beyond any reasonable author intention. So perhaps you view this game at face value, and your take is equally valid. Even if you're viewing this game purely on its own face value, there's a lot to appreciate. The first thing you'll notice literally from moment one is the fact that this game is dark, it's grim, it's bleak, it's f***ed up. The previous games varied in their tone, but were generally lighthearted. I said generally. However, whatever lightheartedness this series had went straight out the window in this entry. The basis of the
hello Kern, welcome in. I am doing World Tour and Super Monkey Ball and listening to videos, and the video we are listening to now just so happens to be a Twisted Metal Black retrospective. I'm kind of letting the video talk for me because it's hour 6 and I'm out of water. Better yet, I'll use this opportunity to get some more water right now.
Story is that every, or rather most every character is a member of Blackfield Insane Asylum. That's already a bit much, but then you take into consideration just how heart-wrenchingly messed up the character plots and presentations are. This is a game not for the faint of heart, and while they don't necessarily go as far as they could have, or as far as you'd think at a first glance, this game is the first M-rated game in the series and absolutely earns that M rating. This was, of course, the game where David Jaffe returned to the game director role, and he's always been, well, let's not mince words. He's a bit weird. He is responsible for some of my favorite games of all time, but he's also a bit weird. Based on interviews I've seen, he's always been the type of creator who's had a fascination with gore and violence and of incredibly dark, crude themes. He practically made a career out of pushing the boundaries of good taste. Hell, from what I understand, the character of Needles Kane, aka Sweet Tooth himself, is based off notorious serial killer John Wayne Gacy. So that should tell you where David Jaffe's mind is at, and Twisted Metal Black is arguably the peak of this mentality, to the point where certain scenes had to be toned down for the game's release. There was a scene in one of the beta cutscenes that included a baby being drowned, which was hastily cut out from the commercial release. There's no way to confirm this, but there's no way that that cutscene was cut for any other reason than PlayStation higher-ups saw the scene and told them to cut it because it was in complete poor taste. And I kind of agree with stuff like that, because I kind of feel like you're walking a bit of a thin line with games like this, because it's very easy for something that's tastefully dark to end up being trite if you're not careful.
I still have to do
trying
missions.
too hard to be shocking, and it comes
Will be
across
done
as
for
forced.
this
And
mode
in
of
that
the game.
respect, I feel like this game, at least in its full release, is on the sensible side of grimdark, and while it's a shockingly huge departure from the previous games, I enjoy this sort of thing. I find it compellingly camp while also hitting all the right notes of f***ed up when it needs to. And it helps that the various character plots are much more in depth than previous games. For most of these characters, keyword most, you get an establishing cutscene, a middle cutscene where the bulk of the story is established, and a classic Twisted Metal style ending that pays off the plot. Of course, Sweet Tooth is the best produced and best presented plot surrounding his rampages, his capture, his failed execution, and the first and to date only canonical explanation for his flaming head. Well, other than the TV show. When it's established that Preacher put a curse on him to be in eternal torment as penance for the many, many people he's killed. His ending where he rejects the cure and kills Calypso, then drives off into the night, is still my pick for the best ending in series history, and it isn't even close. Brought together by some superb voice acting and writing that rides the line between tryhard and awesome.
I had to decide. It took me all of 10 seconds. Let's face it, boys and girls. A man has to have his priorities.
But then you have some other great stories, such as No Face and his quest for revenge on the doctor who disfigured him because the doctor placed a bad bet and lost money on No Face, FKA Frank the Tank, who was a former boxer who got absolutely destroyed. Or you have Mr. Grimm, a Vietnam vet who was forced to eat his own best friend out of some twisted psychological torture method from the advisor to the Vietnamese. Some gold-toothed twat. Now Mr. Grimm, wearing the skull of his best friend, wants nothing more than revenge against that man. Or John Doe, an amnesiac desperate to find out who he was, and he realizes he was an FBI employee who infiltrated a gang who saved countless people just in time for Calypso to cap him. Or how about Outlaw, a SWAT team member who let his hubris get the better of him as he accidentally killed an innocent family in the process of neutralizing terrorists and wants nothing more than to relive that day and undo the tragic mistake that cost him his sanity. All these are brought together by some great visuals and voice acting.
As much as I hated to admit it, over the years I developed a special craving for human flesh.
Son of a bitch even brought his plane with him. Calypso said all I had to do to get my prize was step aboard.
The doc did a good job. I'll give him that. From what I hear, I went a little crazy.
Of course, not all of them are bangers, such as Spectre, aka Bloody Mary, who wants true love, but in the end, even her Franken boyfriend doesn't love her. I understand the point is you can't force someone to love you, but come on. They could have picked a better way to bring that across
first 20
other than making the
minutes.
entire playthrough effectively pointless. Plus, you can tell that time or budget were running
I'll
out
give you the
with
link,
last
Benjamin.
few characters who get a crudely animated ending at best. Characters like Manslaughter are such interesting concepts, but the lackluster presentation knocks them down a few notches.
There you go.
Still better than the beta cutscenes, though. Those beta cutscenes were hit and miss. Some endings are essentially identical, some are changed, and some are hilarious. Like Yellow Jacket having what is obviously stand-in voice acting because just wow.
Promise he makes everything all better. No! It was a trick! He destroyed my controller and killed my dad!
It's been pointed out that the person's voice acting sounds like Chris Chan, and now I can't get that out of my head. Despite the weaker endings and the clear sense of being rushed, this is probably the most consistently good set of stories and endings in series history. Nothing can touch this. It's the consistency that sells it, if you ask me, because this game is nothing if not consistent. Consistently excellent, of course. I think that aside from having the best overall presentation
it does sound like Mega Man from Mega Man 8.
Black is also the best game in the series as far as being a game. It doesn't necessarily do anything all that different from the other games. It feels like a refinement of all the previous games and sort of a greatest
My mind is kind of mush after like 6 hours of this, but I'll make it to
with
the end.
arguably the best control the series
World 8
has ever
of 10,
seen.
we can do this.
I think the constant struggle of the series up until now is that it was split into two halves as far as controls. First of all, you had the heaviness and attempted realism of the early games, especially with Twisted Metal 2, whereas Twisted Metal 3 and 4 tried to go for something more arcadey and fast-paced. I feel like Black takes the best aspects of both these philosophies into a single package because the controls are very arcadey and fast-paced. You can go from 0 to 100 and back to 0 again in a second. You fly around with the greatest of ease, much like Twisted Metal 3 and 4. But with that said, the controls still feel relatively heavy and tight, much like Twisted Metal 1 and 2. Super tight, in fact. You always feel 100% in control. You can almost always accurately turn and maneuver with pretty well perfect accuracy, so long as you're used to the fact.
Never played this, only heard of it when that guy on YouTube went searching for the voice actor in Japan or something, but it looks like a lot of fun. Oh, wow. Never seen anyone on YouTube talk about these games except for a guy with a crab PNG tuber.
Pacing of the action and can keep up with the timing. I don't necessarily know how they married these two aspects, but it feels perfect in that sense. Because if there's one thing to say about the different control methods up until now, it's the fact that a slower paced, more methodical game engine meant that at times it felt like you were fighting against the game in order
yeah,
to...
that'll get my energy back. Oh shit, no! No, I hit the wrong button! Ah! I felt it myself. Dang. We're around here.
Meant that at times it felt like you were fighting against the game in order to get it to do what you want, because your maneuverability is slightly limited by the attempted realism of the engine. Your turning takes longer, when you're airborne it takes longer to get to the ground and to regain control. Meanwhile, as was well documented, when you go too far in the opposite direction,
the name's
like
familiar, but I've not
Metal
seen the
3
video,
did,
no.
It felt like you were fighting against the controls for the opposite reasons. Sure, you're moving around quicker, but you're also tumbling around and barely feel like you're in control because of how floaty the game engine is. Like if you were to take a shot every time you flipped over in that game,
the
you'd
Dr.
be dead in
Cupcakes
like
guy, right?
5 minutes. Both of these philosophies have their advantages in theory, but by meeting in the middle it means that you get the best of both worlds. Somehow. You can drive past someone, do a 180-degree turn, and be right back in the action without missing a beat. The turning, even when doing a U-turn, is basically perfectly tight, and you barely even slow down. So it's quick, but also completely intuitive. Of course, you do still have instances where you will,
the
for
announcer
example,
voice actor.
flip
Oh, that's
over,
cool.
but it's more rare and tends
I never
to
knew that
happen
was the
more
mystery of the
organically,
Monkey Ball
like having a
franchise.
poor jump. But then, when your 4 wheels are planted on the ground, it takes a hell of a lot for you to lose control or flip over. And if you do, you're basically right back in control instantly. In fact, if you do flip over, instead of waiting for the game to flip you back over, it's as simple as pressing one of the direction buttons to flip back over. These controls go on to make this game mechanically the most tight, responsive, fast-paced, and satisfying game in the series to play. Maybe not by a significant margin. I still think that Twisted Metal 1 and 2 aren't super far behind this one, but this manages to do something completely different from what those two games did while still working impeccably. And I feel like it makes the game very easy to pick up and play. I still think this game has a very stiff difficulty even when compared to the other games in the series, but I feel like this has one of the lowest skill floors in the series. So going from starting up the game for the first time and becoming a consistent Twisted Metal champion comes down to simply getting to grips with the mechanics. It doesn't feel like you have to learn to cope with any quirkiness of the engine.
The actor's
or
information
whatever.
wasn't anywhere
the funny
online.
thing about the
Well, that's a
game's
shame.
difficulty, though, is I'm not in.
You mean like the original announcer or the announcer for like the newer games? Because I feel like they have changed the actors for the announcer. Do you feel like that's something you would learn about in the credits? Oh, games have always had issues with like crediting voice actors and whatnot.
Entirely convinced that the different difficulty settings don't actually change anything substantial. The only difference I found with the different difficulty settings is the amount of times you can refill your health with the refill stations. You can only refill once per level on hard difficulty, twice on medium difficulty, and on easy difficulty you can refill it not once, not twice, but thrice. Otherwise, to be honest, I didn't notice the enemies being any more hard to beat on medium or hard compared to easy, nor do I notice any substantial increase or decrease to the amount of damage you take. So if the health refill is the only thing that changes, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. It did take me a number of playthroughs to beat this game for the first time, but that was my own fault in hindsight, because I didn't understand that these—
Oh, okay, the OG one. So that would make more sense, because back then, like, they had even a worse time when it came to, like, crediting people that worked on games. Arguably, that kind of still exists these days, especially when a game gets remastered or remade. Oftentimes, you'll have a case where the original developers don't get credit, or they just get, like, partial credit. Like, they'll just get, like, based on the work of the original version, and then it just credits people who worked on the remaster or remake.
Things were healing pads. For a while I assumed that you had to subsist on health pickups, and health pickups didn't spawn all that much, and they also didn't heal you that much. But that's likely to balance out the healing pad, so I guess that's my own fault for not going through the instruction manual before playing the game. Speaking of the healing pad, I've discussed in the past that I feel like Twisted Metal Black is almost a pseudo-remake of the original game because Black brings back a few ideas from that game, this being the chief amongst them, with some other smaller details thrown in, like how in both this game and TM95, Minion is established as the most recent winner of the tournament. Plus, they also brought back Darkseid as a playable character. Then you have several similar levels, like the Highway Loop level being very similar to Freeway Free-For-All, or the Downtown level being very similar to River Park Rumble. I mean, take that for what you will. If this is a pseudo-remake, then that would make sense given that this is a return to form for the original developers, and if that is the intention, it does a good job at hiding it. But even still, despite having some similar content, there's a lot of original, fresh content here. It does what any good sequel or remake or continuation of a franchise should do, and utilizes the new technology to tremendous
I'd say more like a reimagining.
Of course,
than a
fidelity-wise, this game looks better than any previous entry, although I will say I am emulating it and bumping the resolution to 1080p along with applying a widescreen patch and a deinterlacing patch. And emulation does cause a few minor issues, such as the transparency in the loading screens being a bit off. Also, for some reason, my emulator was automatically set to OpenGL, which has major slowdown issues. Thankfully, there's like 6 different other renderers that do better. But even in its default state, this game looks better than any previous entry by a wide margin, which goes without saying, but what they also do is they use the technology to add so much more detail to the game. Whether we're talking about details in the levels, or the characters, the unique animations, the dynamic elements of each level, making them feel much more lively and
we could have one and done
all
that.
the way up to being able to stuff tons of people into every level, with some levels having upwards of 8 characters to take on, and of course they're able to increase the sheer size of every level as well, which surprisingly isn't as double-edged a sword as you'd think for this particular game. Twisted Metal Black has some of the best level design in the entire history of the series. In fact, looking back at my rankings of the levels, 2 levels in this game make it to the top 5, and an additional 3rd makes it to the top 10. 2 of which are massive levels. The exception to that would be Drive-In Movie, which is one of the most compact and exciting levels in the series in that it throws you into a tiny battlefield with the maximum number of players they can fit and tells you to go nuts. It's the most organic of organic challenges they can give you, and it makes for some of the most exciting pulse-pounding moments in series history. Only the absolute best can survive that onslaught. And then you have the other 2, Prison Passage, which is a very unique level for the series in that it starts you off in a small sectioned off area in the middle.
That's the level I believe that I got stuck on. I got my game over, and I was like, I've been there, done that. I never got past this level.
Of a ship where you're facing off against 2 characters with no healing items, no cover, and very few weapons. It's just you against them. It's almost a battle of wits more than it's a battle of, battle. Then after a set amount of time, or after you beat the 2 of them, the walls open up and you have access to the entire ship where you have to fight 2 more people. Then the 3rd and final stage of the level is when you find yourself docking at Blackfield Asylum and you finally have access to the entire level, which is a huge detailed level with so much to explore while fighting a substantial amount of people. Though a funny little detail I noticed is that if you look off into the distance while you're pulling into Blackfield Asylum, you'll notice that the blimp is always to the left of the ship, despite the fact that it should be flying over Blackfield Asylum. I believe this is an indication that the ship isn't actually moving. The entire Blackfield Asylum chunk of the level is actually moving towards us, with the boat having some smoke and mirrors effects to make it look like it's moving. Probably because altering the level in real time and having it be moving under the players could cause some catastrophic physics bugs, or at the very least cause the players to jitter around like crazy as their location data is constantly being altered along with the level itself. Either way, it's an ever-evolving level that manages to stay fresh and makes good use of its space despite being huge. And that's something that a lot of levels in the series struggle with, because if you make a big level but don't have enough to fill it with, it ends up being a chore to play in, because you spend more time looking for the action than being in the action, whereas even the biggest levels in this game more often than not fill their space with enough worthwhile additions that it makes the level enjoyable despite its size. The best example of that would be in the penultimate level, Abandoned Skyscrapers. It's an absolute juggernaut of a level which has a bunch of sectioned off areas for you to maneuver between, and each area of the map has something new to offer, whether that be a treacherous rooftop with pits that lead down to spinning turbines, a bridge with a wrecking ball, a chapel, a side area with a bunch of ramps for you to play around in, and an electric barrier that prevents you from falling down, all tied together with 2 things. First of all, the treacherous nature of this level with the various ledges that you have the potential to fall down, killing you instantly, making it a terrible level to play as Darkseid. I made it a game every playthrough to try and trick Darkseid into charging straight off the ledge. I had about an 80% success rate. Then the second thing that ties this level together is the really compelling setting. I feel like the art design in this game is generally really compelling, very grim with lots of desaturated colors and destructive imagery, really selling this world as a complete dump, barely holding itself together, while the Twisted Metal contest comes along to tear down what little remains by causing all this collateral damage. But the Abandoned Skyscrapers level sells this feeling the best with its dark, dismal look and being surrounded by what feels like a completely dead city. This is one of my favorite levels in the history of the series, pretty much only being beaten out by the Amazonia level from Twisted Metal 2. It's the level that more than any makes the maximum use of its space and does everything absolutely impeccably. Also, it's responsible for one of the more funny but also frustrating moments I've ever experienced in the series. Let me be clear that this game is usually fully stable, but there's one notably hilarious moment where I was playing as Axel and completely fell through the floor. This is the first and only time that ever happened to me, but I'd be remiss not to talk about it because, I mean, it's hilarious. Though it was also a bit frustrating because many of these levels are hard enough to beat with 3 lives as it is. These are games of endurance in a lot of instances, and if you have a really early death or you make a mistake that costs you a life, in a lot of instances, it's worth it just to cut your losses and restart the whole match because it's better than fighting a losing battle. It's frustrating, but especially in your first couple playthroughs, winning relies on never making mistakes. And in some of these levels, it's pretty easy to make catastrophic mistakes. Either way, these levels that I've covered are only my top 3 in the game. But I don't think there's a single bad level in the game. Certainly some mediocre levels, but nothing that would give me too much pause. I'd say that the worst levels in the game would be Minion Stadium and Highway Loop. The former being simply a disinteresting level in that it's just a basic arena without much going on, with its only notable feature being the fact that you fight Minion there, and the latter only for being a somewhat disinterestingly designed copycat of Freeway Free-for-All. But some other great levels would include Zorko Bros, Scrap and Salvage, a fantastic introductory level with a lot of different ideas fit into a relatively small space, including a warehouse and multiple crushing mechanisms. It's action-packed and really starts the game off on a good note. You have the suburbs, a giant level with a very wavy design fit for catching a lot of air, which includes a ton of interesting level design, including a small city, a carnival, a sectioned off supermarket, and a whole lot of houses for you to drive through. You have Freeway, which is yet another big level bursting with ideas that makes great use of its space with a construction yard, an entire arena, a secret office building for you to drive around in, you name it. Even something like Snowy Roads, which is a level I would rank on the lower end for this game, is still a fun level. Nice and compact with 2 separate arenas on either end for you to fight in, and the experience
level's
is
got some
enhanced
nice
by the
ambience to it.
ever-present danger of potentially falling to your death around every corner. Pretty much the only reason I'm slightly negatively disposed to this level compared to the other levels in the game is that it's the level opposite to Drive-In Movie, the aforementioned level, which is one of my favorite in the entire history of this series. Because this game does something that had yet to be done in the series up to this point. Instead of making you play every single level, at 3 separate instances in the story, they let you choose between 2 separate levels, which keeps the story mode at a manageable 6 levels and 2 boss fights, while also giving you the chance to play with a few different variations of story mode anytime you play. Admittedly, you will always play certain levels, hence why, as much as I love it, I am a bit sick of seeing Prison Passage, but this does allow you to experiment and make different choices if you want to experiment, or if you simply prefer certain levels over the others. Like, for example, as much as I love Drive-In Movie, I would describe it as a level pretty much only for advanced players because there's no healing pad in the level. And that can make it really hard if you're not at the point where you can destroy 8 separate opposing vehicles all attacking you at once on 3 lives with a paltry amount of health pickups at your disposal. Meanwhile, despite not being as good by comparison, Snowy Roads does have a healing pad and even an environmental pickup which activates a lightning storm, which is an easy way to damage multiple people at once, both of which makes it a much easier ride for new players, and even veteran players can use every advantage they can get, especially because possibly more than ever, enemy AI is pretty skewed against you. On one hand, it keeps things interesting, but on the other...
Yeah, one thing I noticed when I played, the opponents never fucking attack each other. I thought this was a competition. Why are they all gunning for me?
And it is kind of ridiculous. The enemy AI will more often than not relentlessly attack you and only you. You can't go anywhere without getting pounded in the ass by missiles. I feel like that whistling sound effect that plays when a missile is homing in on you is the type of thing that will give me a psychological complex. Occasionally, they will go after each other, but in a very half-assed way that barely damages each other. You are essentially in a handicap match and are responsible for taking them all out. But thankfully, in most cases, a few volleys of attacks can take out any enemy. In most cases, a few well-aimed missiles or special attacks combined with your machine guns, especially the upgraded machine guns, can easily take out half an enemy's health.
Reminds me of Rubber Banding in Mario
Kart. There's a few genuine criticisms I can give the AI in this game. First of all, well, it feels like they never run out of ammo. Like they have unlimited missiles, unlimited specials, unlimited ricochets, and so on. Then second of all, it's the fact that they always seem to know exactly what to do at any given time. There were a lot of times where they knew exactly where I was and exactly what I was about to shoot and were able to activate a shield or dodge out of the way in a split second. And then, more often than not, they were also able to perfectly calculate exactly where I was going to be in time for them to hit me with a shot from far away. The point is, the AI is too perfect. It will never make mistakes like an actual player would, and as such comes across as slightly unfair. But then again, I'm the one who has the ability to use
if it made mistakes, it'd be to your advantage.
Multiple lives,
right?
So I guess that's my trade-off. I guess it's simply the fact that constantly dealing with these impossible shots and seemingly never-ending volleys of attacks is more annoying than anything. Like, no matter where you go, you can't get away from it. But I guess that's what you sign up for in games like this, and besides, the balance still is definitely on your side. In fact, if I remember correctly, this game was the first game in the series to give you back all your lives at the beginning of every level. Makes sense. Very few people would be able to get through this game on a mere 3 lives, so it's a good practice as to not alienate new players. Veterans of the series may get a little bit snippy about that because they enjoy the extra challenge, but to me, it's like those people who genuinely enjoy
Still thinking about the Fuda from the documentary? You got something you want to confess?
And then complain when a game isn't hard enough to play with that style. Your opinions are valid, but it's much more sensible for a developer to listen to the opinions of a majority rather than a small minority. But then again, enemy AI
Hardcore
or
gamers
level
blown the fuck
design
out.
be damned, most of your enjoyment in this game will largely depend on which character you choose. Because much like any game in the series, the roster is balanced well enough, but there are
I
definitely
memorized the correct
characters that
path.
are easier to play
Big
as
ups to
than
me.
others. Whenever a first-timer asks me what player they should start by
Was the guy trying to say Fuda is trans because it's not? Yes, he said it was a point of hypocrisy that Synthetic Man is against trans people, but also like has a thing for Futanari porn.
playing as in this game, I always say Outlaw, because he has good stats, but importantly, his special attack auto-aims. And if you're a first-time player, you want to be focusing on improving your maneuvering skills before you start focusing on accurate shooting. Being able to survive before you can thrive, if you will. And by having a special attack that does relatively decent damage and auto-aims, it gives you an advantage if you're just starting out. I would say my next go-to character would be Sweet Tooth. Obviously, he's the star of the game, so they give him the star treatment, giving him easily the best and coolest special attack in the game. Arguably
I think I
in the
played
series,
with
where
Preacher
his ice
when I
cream
played
truck
it, though I feel
transforms
like I tried
into a
out Sweet
robot
Tooth
and
as well.
fires off 20 missiles. It's difficult to nail all 20 of those missiles, but if you do, it's devastating. Other good characters to play as would include Roadkill, because his special attack has an auto-tracking ability, but also has a way for you to charge it up. And if you hit somebody with a maximum charge, once again, it's very devastating. It's also not exceedingly difficult to hit somebody with a maximum charge, assuming there's somebody within your line of sight while you're charging. But it does take some finesse. The final character I would recommend a new player play as requires you to unlock him, but Manslaughter is a good card because the explosive dump, yes, that's what it's called apparently, while it's somewhat difficult to aim because you need somebody perfectly in your line of sight, if you do hit somebody with it, you're golden. It's absolutely devastating. That's the funny thing about this game if you ask me. The difference between a character that's somewhat easy to use compared to a character that's harder to use is the special ability, because very few characters are so unbalanced in their stats that they're not worth using for that alone. That list basically begins and ends with Mr. Grimm, who has pretty much been the de facto super hard mode from day one. As has traditionally been the case, he has a very powerful special attack, but he also has so little health that it's hard to gain any sort of upper hand. You can't tank anything, and you need to constantly be dodging out of the way all the time. Plus, he's also so fast that he's a bit hard to control. He's not impossible to play as, but he's definitely for the most advanced of advanced players. But otherwise, in my opinion, I think the balance comes down to that element of the special attack, more or less, which would probably make this game one of the more balanced games in series history, because I would say it's something like 80% of the roster I can pretty consistently beat the game with. And that's just me. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who are better than me who can easily beat the game consistently with every character. But otherwise, I would consider this roster of characters much more fair and balanced than many other games in the franchise. Even if you do pick one of the characters with a slightly more difficult to use special attack, Darkseid, you can still mostly rely on the roster
don't tell
of
me I'm
standard
trapped
weapon
here.
pickups. It definitely has
There you go.
everything you'd want. I would say that Twisted Metal 3 and 4 were a bit bloated in that regard, adding far too many weapons to the game that felt somewhere between superfluous and useless. Meanwhile, I think that Black is the best of both worlds, bringing back only the main staples while also adding a few unique weapons to this game that intelligently mixes things up, such as the gas canister, which sort of replaces the napalm from previous games. It's a launched explosive, but one that you choose when it drops and explodes. They also introduced the Mega Guns, which temporarily upgrade your standard machine guns to devastating effect. I'm not kidding when I say if you can nail an entire volley of Mega Gun bullets to one of your enemies, it's devastating first of all, and satisfying as hell. Then you have the 3 separate special missiles. You can only have one of them at any given
Thought it was
time,
gonna drop.
as they take up the same slot, but they each do something unique. The
Buddha
zooming
and trans
missiles
are
fires
most certainly
10
not the same. Those who
ultra-fast
claim they
missiles
are
one
are
after
most certainly
another, which
not
gives you
based.
a bonus if you land all 10. The reticle is a charging
I'm
missile
thankful
that
I'm not an
fires
expert
more
in the
missiles
subject.
depending on how long you can keep someone in your sights before firing, and the satellite, which is a series of missiles that rains down upon a point about 6 feet in front of you, and so you need to have someone super close to use it. My favorite addition, however, is the aforementioned environmental pickups, which sort of replaces the lightning pickups from the previous games. The environmental attack is unique to whatever level it's available in, and more often than not results in a lightning attack, but it also diversifies itself. In one level you'll have a helicopter attack, in another level you'll have a dilapidated bomber launch a bunch of missiles. You never know quite what you're gonna get, and that's what makes it inherently more interesting to me than the lightning pickups. But whether you're dealing with the new attacks or the old attacks, every weapon has its usage and packs a punch to you.
Get me out of
Really
here!
selling that fast-paced kinetic action that
Carl,
the
get
series
me
is known
out.
for, possibly better than ever. Though for what it's worth, the defensive powers are a bit of a step back. There's only a small handful of them, and none of them are really worth using outside of the freeze attack, if you ask me.
Hello,
Because at
sir. I
least
might
the
know a
freeze
thing or
attack
two
gives
about
you a
Bible
free
Black.
shot. Otherwise, the other defensive powers are a bit situational, and what's
I
funny
disagree,
is the
Wild
codes are
Tiger. I've
maybe a
never
bit
seen
too easy to use because I kept accidentally dropping mines without meaning to. Also, they added the extra addition of having to hit the fire button after typing in the code to rear fire, which I'm not a fan of, because I find that it adds an extra momentary setback which could potentially be the difference maker as far as making the shot or missing the shot. So long story short, if there's one thing about this game that I will consider a bit of a step back, it's the defensive powers, although some people also don't seem to like the bosses. I personally think the bosses in this game are great, those being Minion and Warhawk. The Minion boss fight is really inconsistent, to be fair. The whole idea is you're supposed to damage 4 separate panels on Minion in order to disable the force field so you can damage him. The inconsistency in difficulty is always tied to that back panel because it's very hard to get Minion in a position where you can hit him in the ass. That's just the way these things go. So it's mostly down to luck. There was one point where I spent 10 minutes trying and failing to hit the back panel, which frustrated the hell out of me, but then I got a game over and pretty much immediately took out all 4 panels in my attempt after that. What was the
Big ups,
differentiating
congratulations.
factor? I don't know. I was honestly very close to turning on this boss fight because I have long since considered it one of the better boss fights in the series. But then in pretty much every subsequent playthrough, I managed to pull it off just fine, and it kind of reminded me of what I like about the boss fight, which is that it's very uniquely skillful. Almost every fight in the series can be won through sheer brute force, whereas this one is one of the rare instances of having to use a bit of strategy and craftiness. When it comes to the genre of car combat, I like bosses that get more creative because
You
while
read a
it's
book or two
perfectly
that involves
acceptable
Fudas?
for a boss to be just a
I've
bigger
not read
enemy
any.
with more health, there's no creativity
for the
to
show and
that
tell.
if you ask me, so I appreciate bosses that use the mechanics to force you to think outside the box. It's a bit unique, but it's still absolutely a test of everything you've learned up to this point. Still, there is a random nature to this, so I can't hate it, but I can understand if somebody does. Then there's
not this
Warhawk.
level.
The idea is that you have to use the explosive tankers to gradually damage and then disable Warhawk's shield before you can damage Warhawk himself. Or itself, as the case may be. I'm not sure if Warhawk is considered the name of just the ship, or the guy flying the ship, like it's a nickname or something. I will acquiesce to the fact that
Ain't it
Warhawk
based on
can be
the
pretty
game?
obnoxious to fight with certain characters, because certain characters' special
Like the
attacks
game
are
Warhawk
not designed to be
that they
able
also
to hit
developed?
a flying enemy, but I still appreciate it for the fact that it's able to mix things up even more than Minion. In fact, this is probably about as different as you can get without leaving the genre entirely. So having to use the various tankers to disable Warhawk's force field with explosions is a really creative way to mix things up. I feel like that counts for a lot. If you disagree with me, fair enough, but that's just my opinion, take that for what you will. That's the thing about Twisted Metal Black. I'll say that it's not for everyone, but it really does feel like a game that was almost specifically made for me. It has sublime gameplay mixed with a presentation and a series of stories that just click with me in a way that few games have. Combine
That's how I
that
feel
with
about Yoshi's
stellar
Island.
controls, fantastic level design, and great variety, and you have a game that's pretty close to perfect for what it is, if you ask me. But if there is one thing I can knock this game for, it kind of irreparably altered the series' reputation in a sense. Not in a negative sense, but in a notable sense. Let me tell you a story. A while back,
Allow me
I
to
was
explain.
streaming one of the early Twisted Metal games to my friends on Discord while I was recording it for a video. I don't remember which one. One of the people I was streaming to has issues with gore, and so said he wasn't going to be watching me, and I was taken aback at that because other than Twisted Metal Black and 2012, that's not actually representative of...
I think I'll put up the Synthetic Man documentary maker and a blonde chick from Bible Black that can grow a penis side by side. They are the same. I am not going to look up anything from Bible Black. I've heard too many horror stories about that series, you guys.
I don't remember which one. One of the people I was streaming to has issues with gore, and so said he wasn't going to be watching me, and I was taken aback at that because other than Twisted Metal Black and 2012, that's not actually representative of the series. But the issue is, the two notable examples of games in the series that have that grim tone and the gory presentation are Black and 2012. The most popular game in the series and the most recent game in the series. And it doesn't help that many crossovers involving Sweet Tooth have his 2012 presentation at the forefront. So while Twisted Metal Black is my favorite game in the series, it is kind of misrepresentative of the series overall. And yet it's the type of game that the average person will associate with the series more than any. And that is unfortunate because it's potentially alienating for a lot of people. Because
Shut up,
I feel
it
like
goes
this type
hard.
of thing isn't everyone's cup of tea. Some people prefer a more lighthearted experience, which the series does provide, but many may not know that. And it's funny because at this point, one game did come out after TMB that was more in line with the original vision of the series, and yet this is still the tone that stuck. I remember once upon a time in a different life, I coined the concept of the Twinsanity effect, which I described as an instance where a long-running franchise will shift severely in tone, which thereafter becomes the tone the series is both known for and is presented with, almost as if it was always like that. Vis-a-vis the Crash Bandicoot series from Twinsanity onward. But this is almost the inverse of that, where despite the series having examples of both classic style and TMB
I see what he's going at,
TMB
if he's going
is
to bring up
still what the series
Twinsanity.
is known for. It's odd and a bit unfortunate, but at the very least, fans of the series will know that Twisted Metal Black and 2012 are the exceptions and not necessarily the rule. But that is something I would like for the people who are watching this who may not be familiar with the series or as familiar as I am to keep in mind. If you decide to skip out on the series because you saw this specific game and thought it was a bit much for you, there are at least 6 different games that might be better suited for you. But Twisted Metal Black is my kind of game. It's an experience that hits all the right notes and appeals to all my tastes. And it's funny because I've literally
Is it
had
really that
people
gory,
in the past
though?
tell me that I'm
I guess you
obviously
can
just
skip the
going with herd
cutscenes.
mentality when I say that this is the best Twisted Metal game. I'm obviously just lying to myself when I say I don't like things like
There's
Twisted
no
Metal
blood
3
in
or
the
4.
car combat
well, I'd like
portion
to
of the
think
game.
that I've pretty thoroughly explained my opinion, so hopefully I can tell anybody who wants to accuse me of misinterpreting my own opinion to shove it. But I do feel like my affection for this game goes a bit deeper than even
like
what
all
I've
that
said
shit's
up
in
to
the
this point.
cutscenes.
In a weird way, I feel like I owe a lot to Twisted Metal Black, as weird as it may sound, because it may not be my favorite game of all time, but it's one of the more important games I've ever come across, mostly because during the time in which I made the original video on this game back in early 2021, I was going through a lot of personal and creative burnout from a combination of the pandemic as well as personal projects I'd been working on not working out. And while I did make a video on Rift Apart before that one, I'd mostly made that video out of a desire to see something I once loved improve. But actually making that video made me physically ill because I was so burnt out I couldn't even look at editing software. Whereas I made the original Twisted Metal
Rift
Black
Apart was
video
that
on
bad?
this channel out of a sense
didn't
of
finish
creative interest, something I hadn't done in a while at that point. So I felt like this game kind of renewed my creative interest back in 2021 and in a sense is kind of responsible for a lot of this channel. I'm sure I would have eventually found
I do
that
know they
creative
neutered Ratchet's
spark
character.
again,
I
but
talked
do,
about that a
at
bit
least
last
in
week.
this timeline, owe a lot to Twisted Metal Black. It's the game that gave me my creative spark back. And I feel like that's why I will keep coming back to it until I find every possible bit of meaning
I remember
or
Axel
symbolism
doing
I
that
can get out of
in
it. Aside from
Twisted
being a
Metal
fantastic
2,
game in
just
its own
minus the
right
blood.
in near enough every possible way, this is a game that has a lot of personal meaning to me despite
No!
the fact that I haven't really been playing it for all that long. All right, so I figured I'd get on camera for this last bit. Funny story, I actually hung up this green screen a couple years ago when I moved in, and just never had a reason to use it up until now. I kind of just assumed I was going to
Big-ups
eventually
Conker's
use it,
Bad
but I
Fur
never
Day.
did. Also, I'm sure a lot of
Really
people
ought to
are
play
gonna be
that
like,
again.
oh my god, face reveal! Like, nah, I've done like 8 face reveals. First time you see me like this, but you know that's a different story.
For some reason, I thought
yeah,
this guy would be
I'll try
fatter.
to make this quick, but I just wanted to get on camera and kind of say my piece. Kind of, you know, because it's not every day that you hit 100,000 subscribers or you hit a major milestone generally.
Yeah,
So,
big ups, Mr. Man.
Yeah,
Nothing
you
but
know,
sunshine
when I
from here.
started this channel back in early 2021.
Allow me to
it kind
explain.
of started as an experiment. You know, maybe 1/10 of you might know that I had a channel before this one that I ran for a couple of years that never really worked out, and I kind of really
He had
grew
the
to
Synthetic Man
dislike,
success.
that channel, and kind of one of the things I wanted to do with this one, this new channel, was kind of do everything the complete opposite that I used to do. Whether that be
What do you mean, Wild
you know,
Dinga?
keep things completely.
I don't know, just something, I guess his
fat-free,
voice?
By which I mean just don't say anything that doesn't need to be said. You know, it's just like cut everything down to the bare basics.
Yeah, look, Wild Tiger
I
agrees. He
didn't
sounds
wanna
like Cooking with
do
Jack.
Videos that were done
Holy
just
shit,
for the
you're
sake of
actually
being
kinda
videos.
right.
I didn't want to just do straight up reviews. Now, I've kind of gone back on that a few times, but the point being that I wanted to do topic-based videos instead of like videos just for the sake of talking about a game.
Oh,
you know?
dang it.
It's kind of one of those things that I wanted to focus on. And the funny thing is this channel was never actually meant to last. Like, I was initially planning on, you know, using this channel to springboard into the bigger things.
Politics.
But that never ended up happening because I kind of realized over time that this channel had some legs to it, and that people were, you know, digging the things that I was putting out. And, you know, now here we are at 100,000 subscribers, and holy shit, like, it's one of those things that, like, you know, in the grand scope of YouTube, you know, there's some people out there who have like 50 million subscribers. That's cool, but like, just 100,000 is a fucking lot to me, and I never thought
I didn't want this, guys. It just like fell into my lap, man.
And,
Thanks.
You know, I
Yes,
can't
yes, we
thank
know,
you
you're
guys
so
enough.
grateful.
You know, I kind of just decided at some point that I was gonna, you know, ride this channel.
I was
until
the
wheels
guy.
fell off. And you know, maybe I've already peaked. Maybe this is as good as it gets. But you know, even if the channel dies tomorrow, I can live with the assurance that I did something that I never thought I'd be able to do. And you know,
Say
I
the
couldn't have
M
done it
word.
without you guys,
Say the
because,
M word.
you know,
Meaningful.
without you, there is
Meaningful.
no
Say
me.
it.
And you know, I do feel like sometimes a bit of a scumbag because you know, I'm not a very social person, so I don't really interact with my fans all that much, and I kind of sometimes I feel like I kind of take my fans
Do
for granted.
game case
I
giveaways.
remember when one of my
Empty.
patrons, God004, when he kind of sent me a care package with a bunch of games, including a long box copy of the original Resident Evil. I thought to myself, well, damn, like, people actually care this much, and sometimes I feel like I don't put in as much effort and as much appreciation as I
This
as
guy
I
needs to
could,
say chill,
but
interactive fun. I
do very
agree.
much appreciate, you know, every fan that I have, and you know, sometimes it's easy to forget that. It's easy to forget that, you know, there are thousands of people out there who do give a damn, because, like, you know, it's easy to get caught up in the negativity. Basically, you know, it's not all been positive, but for every one negative thing that's happened, like 100 positive things have happened, and you know, it's easy to get caught up in the negativity. But at the end of the day, I reached a milestone that I never thought I'd be able to reach, and it's all because of you guys. So I just want to say
thank you, guy.
The best is still yet to come. You know, I still have a lot of ideas in this bald ass noggin.
Or hopefully
so,
you actually follow through with them and you
just
don't end up the way of
stay tuned.
Synthetic Man.
All right, so since I'm on camera already, I'll just say if you like this video and want to support the channel, you can like this video, leave a comment telling me what you think, subscribe, and hit the notification icon so you're always up to date on what I'm doing. And if you want to support the channel in a more direct fashion, you can pledge to my Patreon for unique perks and rewards such as early access, Discord benefits, and exclusive content along with these fine folks scrolling past me right now.
Oh, the TM2 Los Angeles team.
Alright, my list.
Oh, he's still going.
And an extra special thank you to Brooklyn, Dick Kickham, Gaw004, FarmCat84, Raph, Ranger X, Ty Trovey, Weird Webster, and Monster Thenardier for going above and beyond. Elsewise than that, I've been the King of Snark Style right here on Tactical Bacon Productions, and I will see you guys next time. Stay crispy, my friends.
I agree. I will certainly try to stay
awkward.
crispy. Thank you to Nurgle for the video redeem, and we learned a lot. I do like Twisted Metal Black. It's just too hard for me. Maybe one of these days we'll go back to it. But last time I streamed it, it was not a very positive experience. Probably rewatch this later and look more into the gameplay tips he provided. Basically said play as Roadkill and spam special. I chose Preacher, and he didn't really bring up Preacher when it came to the good characters. So maybe it was just my character choice. LTG? I don't have any. I didn't have any LTG content prepared. I know he responded to DSP again. I don't know if I want to watch that right now. I kind of liked when we were just listening to him talk about his life. I can listen to him roast DSP anytime.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Please? No! No!
Ready?
Oh, because he said stay crispy. Okay, I thought you were asking for LTG. What level is this? Okay, I have 3 levels to go, so we're almost near the end of it anyway. Let's pull this up, check what we got here. Okay, how about this? Donkey, tell me all about Warhammer, please.
What? Guess I should have went to BigMo.com.
Where you can now order official Big Mode merch, like the incredible Biggie Moto, who is now ready to be shipped to your door.
Look at the funniness of him. He's so cool, and he's so cute.
The Biggie Enamel Pin. By the
What
way, the
is
Star of
sponsor
Providence
blog?
Pen. Check out the gameplay on this pen. Oh no, you know what that means. The window is closing, and now there's only 7 days left to pre-order your Animal Well Moto before they go into the Big Mode Vault until the year 2055. Don't miss your chance, or you're gonna be eating your bread out of the pizza box from now on. Go Big Mo.
Dude, the combat in this game is actually pretty sick.
It looks like the cutscene, right?
Yeah.
Why you laughing?
No, it's good. It's really good.
Why you laughing at that?
It's like just like the cutscene.
All right, nice. This is awesome. I'm on Kadaku. This is Yoda's home planet. Why are the big guys so big? And the little guys are so little.
That's just Warhammer lore. Like, people are super into that shit, and they like
I
love
read all the lore at the start, and it didn't just say anything about that.
it. Like Warhammer Vermintide.
That's one where you shoot the rats.
Yeah, it's the rat game. This is like the same universe as the rat game.
I don't want to shoot any rats in this game, Flip. If I see a rat, I'm turning this off.
Charon is the coolest motherfucker in the whole game.
They say he sat on a chair for over 30 minutes once. Whoa. Look, this is crazy ass graphics over here. Look at all these birds.
Turn off this game if he sees a rat. That is kind of a boss man moment, ain't it?
This is like 3,000 birds a minute. I've never seen that level in a game before.
The numbers are crazy.
You gotta remember, Flip, I beat every Gears of War.
Yeah, I only played the multiplayer in Gears of War, so I don't really know what I'm doing.
Flip, how do I shoot?
Just left click.
How do I look? How do I walk?
Yeah, it's
You know,
Stunky with his
these are little
robes.
aliens.
They're playing Warhammer.
Oh shit, you did the wrestling move on him. You're saying this is all the real aliens in the distance.
Yeah, they're all coming. You could shoot them.
Kill you!
We can't win this. We're gonna
It's a
lose.
short one, don't worry.
These breakable sticks, Flip.
That is an innovation.
They're just having fun,
Did you
just being
select
bros.
easy mode, or did you?
This is normal. You want me to bump it up?
No. Bumping it up is really hard.
Flip, I beat every Gears. You beat Counter-Strike. We're ready. Fuck, this shit is impossible.
Wait, did you switch it already?
No, we're so normal. Oh, look at these. We're getting a big payoff here tonight. The Emperor will be proud of us, Flip.
Charon is just carrying us. What is he shooting at? No, he just killed this whole swarm of enemies. What the
Good job,
fuck?
Charon. You beat the whole mission for us. On the higher difficulties, the strategy is just to let Charon beat the whole game. I'm like Charon 2.0 sometimes.
No, you're not.
I'm sitting in a chair as we speak.
Oh, this is the crazy part. You're gonna say like, "What the fuck?" when we do this. If you don't say
Space
what
Marine
the
2 is
fuck,
fun. Wish
you're
people
not
would stop
gonna
saying it's like
surprise.
Gears. You don't even take cover. It's big dudes in third person. I did call it a cover shooter last week, and I got called out for calling it a cover shooter. It's a big guy shooter, big guy simulator.
They're climbing on each other. What is this shit? We can't beat this. Fuck.
Veteran is the next difficulty up, and then there's Nightmare.
He said it was because DSP said it was like Gears, and then said we don't get, they don't make games like Gears anymore.
Oh, look at the birds, Flip. Bird with double bird. Gotta admit, Flip, you might hate it, but they did innovate.
Closer to God of War than Gears. So now that just twist turns my view upside down.
Find the Warhammer. That's the biggest objective of this game.
Really?
Oh, wait a minute, you don't have guns in God of War.
We don't even get the fucking Warhammer.
Question
ever?
mark?
No, we don't get it at all.
Trash.
I shouldn't be like an authority figure on that.
Yeah, he hasn't sat down once, and I'm kind of surprised.
They don't know anything about the lore. We both should have Warhammers by now.
Hold E on that and start spinning big wheels.
Oh, this is Price is Right. Bring them to the blue. This actually hurts, believe it or not.
This is couch on and bed on.
I'm not going to tell you what difficulty it is. I'm just going to tell you what the experience is like, and we'll pick it based on that.
Okay.
Would you like to write your name into the history of the Ultramarines chapter?
Yes.
Wait, well that was a time.
I didn't know you. I didn't know you were like that.
Read the other ones first.
Thought you were a little better at games than that. I guess we'll do that one.
No, wait, read the other one.
Okay. Want to fight shoulder to shoulder with your battle brothers to establish the superiority of mankind in the galaxy?
Yeah, but can't we do both?
No, I gotta do one or the other. Do you want to walk the path of a true son of McGregor?
Ooh?
Son of McGregor, Flip. Come on, I thought you knew about the lore. Do you want to walk the true path of son of McGregor or not? Yes or no?
That was legit Fallout.
McGregor.
Or do you want this one? Confront a trial worthy of the Gully Man himself.
I just wanted a shortcut, dude.
You want to be like the Gully Man or a son of McGregor?
I want to be the Gully Man's friend.
All right, that's the hardest mode.
Let's go. No, I'm like actually stuck, I think. Help me.
Oh, plasma pistol. This is
Help.
Flip. I'm thinking.
I'm stuck. Help.
Well, you shouldn't have went there.
Thanks, Meg.
I didn't mean
You shouldn't
to.
have did that. If the Gully Man saw you stuck there, he would fucking laugh us out of the building.
I can't even get into McGregor's regiment like this.
Are you actually?
I'm actually. Oh, no, I'm good now. No, it's leaving without us.
We lost. This difficulty is harder.
Is this the Gully Man?
This is Dr. Doom.
We're on the hardest difficulty. We're gonna die instantly.
I feel like we're not actually gonna die once. Oh yeah, we lost.
Space Marine plays more like Lost Planet. DSP plays a salt piece rolling off of rock sediment. For the most part, Space Marines is a hack and slash with guns and the executions when enemies are in low health, just like God of War. Now with thousands of Tyranids on screen. What I didn't know was that the developer apparently previously made a World War Z, and the thing with that game was that there was always a bunch of zombies on screen, kind of like in the movie. That was also a co-op situation style game. Makes sense.
It's Predator. Flip, we gotta beat Lictor. Fuck, he's got a lot of health. Oh, I parried him. Oh, fuck, Lictor.
It's impossible. No, it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible for the Sons of Gully, man, Flip. Oh!
That one usually gives me a lot of trouble. Big ups.
Oh, look at this. Like a turn.
You will.
Final stage. Holy shit.
I'm fighting
It's
Lictor.
almost
That
over.
was just a shit guy. But it was Lictor.
Sorta.
I'm killed.
It's almost over for this mode.
I'm dead. I got mortal wounds.
No,
oh
no,
my
no.
god, I'm mortal blade. Mortal blade.
No, no, no.
Don't die, Jason. Do not die. Whatever you do, do not die.
I will not falter. I ran out of pistol ammo though.
Oh my god, oh my god.
We did it!
Let's go. Let's go.
This was it off.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I did. I ripped his head off.
The Lictor is a capable foe.
Now we gotta fight 10 of them. Flip, I died to the guy you can't even die to.
We lost. If we have
It's
to
a bit
fight
embarrassing
Lictor
to die
again,
right there.
I'm rage quitting if we have to kill Lictor.
Flip, are these
No, it's not.
Are these
rat.
rats?
Almost as embarrassing as it is to die right there.
It's so fast I can't tell if it's rats.
It's not a rat. It's not a rabbit.
If there's rats, I turn this off, Flip.
There's no rats. There's no rats.
See guys, that video just flew right on by. Nothing but a shitpost video of Donkey playing with his friends. I thought that was gonna be a review. Oh well. Alright, let me finish this up so I can get out of here. Final stage, sorta. Question mark. Final stage. For this boat. All the suffering was like building up to this, apparently. Oh, DSV goes into PvP. Hell no, he's not doing that. But what if he did? What if? What if? He's gonna get washed? Huh? He has a grapple hook. That killed me? Ah! Grapple hook in multiplayer is pretty wild. It's usually something they reserve just for single player.
Ready? Go! Fall out. Ready? Go!
Grapple hook in a multiplayer, that'd be kind of broken, right? You just hook your enemy and then pull them to you. Overwatch used to have that. And they nerfed it, I believe. Belted.
Ready? Go!
As is always the case, your first attempt is your best attempt, and every subsequent attempt is just a little bit worse. You'll think it'll be the other way around. You just slowly get better time after time. Not often the case. Not in this game.
Ready?
This game, you live and die in the pit. The whole game is the pits, really. It's the pit of an apple that the monkeys are eating. On the one day that they eat apples instead of bananas. We are at 1 hour and 47 minutes and 47 seconds into my attempt. All levels in the game. In one sitting. It would take longer. Dang it. Lost Planet and Uncharted 4 and Bionic Commando remake. Only grapplers I could think of, and Ken, of course. Fuck Ken. Ken's a grappler. Well, Halo Infinite had a grapple hook. Splatoon kind of has a grapple hook with the Spider-Man special. And like I said, Overwatch had it, I think, on Road Guy?
All out. Ready? Go!
Oh my lord. We're never getting out of here. What are we gonna get first? 1800 or the big W? DSP would never. Fuck.
Out. Ready? Go!
Kind of like the Phoenix in the background. It's supposed to be like inspirational because the Phoenix is always being reborn. So too are you. Every time you respawn in these hard-ass levels because you keep dying. It's like some sort of symbolism if you think about it. Too hard. Oh, there it is.
New record.
An hour and 49 minutes to do every level in the game. Thank you. I appreciate that. Golden Temple is overflowing with riches. Congratulations on clearing World Tour EX. You got the Platinum Medal! Look for it by the Resort 10. Well, that's every single time attack in the game. Pretty cool, right? We certainly learned a lot. Okay, back to everything else. That was just time attack. For the main mode, still got... I still have to do the exact same levels, but I gotta aim for the time trial, regular bananas, and the golden bananas. So, joke's on you. The game still isn't over yet, somehow. The game's got less than 2 hours of content. Now, to be fair, that was time attack for the extra levels, the post-game stuff. So really, 2 hours worth of post-game content. If you've suffered to a degree where you can just do all the levels, and you know, like you played them all before and you know all their gimmicks, it's like a blind playthrough, you'd probably take longer, right? Because you don't know what's to come. Alright, spending points. Wait, I think I bought everything. Wait, no I didn't. Wait, first I should buy all the cool stuff. Let's deck out the main menu. Gotta make sure they got a boppin' vacation spot. Okay, that's all the vacation stuff. Supposed to get a Chivo for buying 500 items, I think. I should be closing in on that, I would think. You get Jet Set Radio in this one. I know you could in the last one. I think you gotta buy DLC. I had like 2 outfits given to me because I did that Sega thing where you sign up with their newsletter and shit. Yeah, the shopping spree bean. Oh yeah, I don't have enough for the sushi backpacks. Belted. Everything else I bought except for, I don't know, the optional balls. And you can have a little flare with your ball trail as well. And all this shit is to do with multiplayer. So 68%, main mission completion, stage mission 70%. Exactly, Rencheck. That's why you gotta do Seriebot. I don't have to lift the finger. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, Chalky. I activated this bot after that Paper Mario stream where they all came in, and it was It's like a... Like, they targeted Tevin, and then Tevin was restreaming me, and they couldn't go after Tevin because Tevin already had Seri bots. So then they saw, I guess, whoever was directing the bots saw that Tevin was restreaming me, and then just sent the bots my way. Yeah, they really want me to check how I can get awesome and cheap viewers. So these are all related to battle mode. This is wow, they want you to play the dead online. Okay, buy 200 items from the shop. I thought, yeah, it certainly feels like I've bought 200 stuff. 200 things. I have made 200 purchases. Getting close to this one, 75% of missions. And stage missions is just, you know, doing 3 things per level. Whoa, you guys! Oh, wait, the banana tree. We'll give it 800 points. The tree doesn't actually grow, though. Maybe I just have to feed it even more points. Okay, all my cool stuff, where is it? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see all this stuff. We got the little bucket, the inner tube, the beach ball. We got the lantern, we got the drinks. We got the surfboard, we got the medals. Oh yeah, the medals are up there. Interesting. Yeah, there they are. And everything else I got from the various worlds in the game. Pretty cool. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's looking to be about that time yet again. We learned a lot. We learned... What did we learn? Oh, we learned Nazis and soy boys. They're not that different, you know? It's not all about politics, guys. And what else did we learn? We learned about Futanari. I kind of didn't want to learn about that, and now I want to unlearn it. Yeah, we're all the same deep down. We're all the same deep down, and that's why we want to take away their money. Yes. Yeah, that's it. He's just like me. Fur. Well, I linked it in the chat if you want to go watch it yourself. If you came late or something, but it's pretty existential. It's existing. And I don't have any more words for it because I can't think of any more words to say for it because it's the end of the stream and I gotta go lay down and wake up in the morning and then exist for an amount of time. Well, thank you so much for playing my game, guys. Hopefully next time we'll do the missions for all of the levels that I just did. And then that'll be the end. For sure. For certain. For certain, that'll be the end for real. Fur. And then we can focus on conveyor belting literally everything else. As Suffering September continues. Pablo, you fucker, transition the screen. Pablo listens to me, Juzzy. But true, yes, he should transition the screen. Thank you for reminding me to remind him. It's time to rest your eyes and maybe go outside. Thank you. Big ups to everyone who showed up for the stream. Can't even raise my voice. It's beyond hoarse. I stopped sipping water like 2 hours ago. It's my fault. Really. Okay, there we go. That hits the spot. I'm back at it. I'm energized to end this stream. Big ups to the dingas, dongas, swollen __ones who came out for the 7-hour situation. Again, we learned a lot, and I hope you have a good night. Big ups to Jesse, Uberjill, Golem, Sweet Bean, Wild Tiger. We are not calling ourselves Fuda Friends. Get the fuck out of here. Chalky, all the All the raiders? Yes, all the advertisers. Sardguard, Goki, Senzakroy, Carl. Why Carl? Got the lurkers, Tevin, Alpha Lee, UNF, Chalupa, Ghost MC, Natal Cog, Aegis Inkeem, Aldronop, Eggle Wiggle, Shroom Dukem, Rexum underscore, Pim Pam, BR Joe, Dublock, Desife, Fedorglow, Ivan Zyphern, J Frosty, Hyungoon, Boitis, Mr. Lion, Perez, Scrumbles, and Citra, Zealousy. We'll read off the stuff as well. We'll find some in the raid. I know 7 is on BRB mode. If you want to watch the guy. If you want to willingly watch the guy. You got a window to do that. We have Twitch with the 2 bits, which I believe was from a giant emote redeem. Twitch with another 2 bits. Citadel, a behind the scenes follow. Egg Gang, the tier 1 for 24 months, 2 years of Dingus. Shroom Dukem, a raid with a party of 21. A Twitch with the 1 bit. Now that one I know is from a big emote redeem. Still, Streamlabs doesn't want to update the show Power Redemptions. I wish I could shout those out more specifically, but they're just never listed. Shroom Dukem, the tier 1 for 21 months. Dingus is the #1 black-pilled streamer. Yeah. I'm not black-pilled. I'm just being honest, man. Wild Tiger, the 50 bits, and then the 500 bits from Wild Tiger. Big ups. Big fucking ups. Riku, raid with a party of 4. Sweet Bean, a tier 1 for 14 months. And Kern with the follow. Okay, who are we sending him off to? We do have Mailman. Seven's on BRB. We also have World Conqueror. Rated Broken Mailman before. I have not rated Conky. Hey, Goki, where do we go? Put my trust in you to direct the raid. Are we delivering mail? Or are we conquering worlds? Conqueror? Okay. You know, me and Conky used to not get along so well. But I think we've kind of mellowed out. We've buried the hatchet. It wasn't that. The beef wasn't really beef anyway. I had a good talk with him on his last stream. We were talking about Star Wars. I don't know too much about the Star Wars, but I know about the stuff of which from Star Wars that I've seen. Bye, adios, meme time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Boy, I said that all in one breath. You missed the Dingus beef? It wasn't really beef though. It was just like, I don't know. It was like back then in that era where like, Conky would sometimes, beef with people. But I think he's mellowed out now. I don't know what all happened. Like the chalupa thing. I don't want to bring that up again, but since like Juzzy, you're asking. Yeah, he had that dog in him. That was a great stream. I wasn't there for it. I had to hear about it from Chalupa behind the scenes. You know which one I'm talking about? Goki wouldn't know. This was pre-Goki. This was pre-Goki. Copy the raid message. Get out of my sight. And follow Conky too. He just got affiliate, so let's show him some love. He's the tractor style guy. You'll see him in Tevin chat from time to time. So click the heart. And even if you won't be there the whole time, just click the heart and get out of here. Bye-bye. Or Monkey Ball tomorrow.